Y'all have any idea how extraordinarily pissed the fuck off I am right now? My stream on my side never went down. So from the time my other went down, it's been showing me numbers counts. It's been showing me it's still live. For all these hours. It seems like something drastic happened back there. And let me tell you, this is what it looked like a minute ago. Like a second ago because I dropped off the one. Right? 4 hours. 4 hours. Still saying I'm live. According to my end, I've been live for over 4 hours. Just a second ago. Ain't that something? But my live stream had actually ended 2 hours ago or so. Just never done that before. I actually had to hit the end live stream to end the live stream in order to drop off and come back here a second ago, implying it was still going on my end. Obviously, otherwise, and I'll tell you when a live stream ends, it ends. This side goes black. You go down, it says whatever, you know. Try again, this here, blah, blah, blah. If you're booted off, it does all the things. Never did any of that. It circled for a second, said reconnected hours ago, whatever. A second ago, it still had it as live. In all the years I've been on here, I've never, ever seen it do what it just did. I'm gonna tell you, I'd say there's some fuckery there. Somebody definitely didn't want you to hear, or see, or I. What just happened shouldn't even be possible. It's not. But apparently, somehow it is. But all the years I've been here, I've never seen it do that. Never. Not once. And that shouldn't be possible or capable, whatever. It shouldn't be. But it almost seems like there was a disruption at a certain point in time. Right? Some variety. And it's weird that nobody in the background said, hey, you just fell off. That usually happens. I usually get 40 messages going, hey, you're buffering. Hey, you're this. Hey, this. Whatever that. Hmm. strange day this one. What do you think the odds are of this happening again? Because, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back through all the shit again. I mean, y'all missed tears and anger and receipts and all that, but that's fine. We'll go back through it again. Because I'm sure some things are just, hoping it, overwhelms in a sense of, fuck, I ain't going through that again. Right? It's where people don't come back on and do whatever. You can't recreate certain things, you know? That's what they hope, I'm sure. The words don't quite come out the same, the emotions don't come out the same. You know, it's whatever. I'm still gonna go back over it again. From where I left off. Unbeknownst to me, in a way that should have never been possible to happen. You don't have a live stream continuing to stream live on one end and end it on another. You don't. Never in all the years have I ever seen. I'm gonna go smize first. And I'll be back. Alright, guys. I'm still back here. So, let me see here. Though the words, reactions, emotions won't be the same, obviously, fuck it. I'm still gonna make my damn point. So we're gonna start wherever the fuck it left off. I'll do my portions are not legally supposed to be put out by Monster and that goes McDonald's funky fucking fuck up ass. He just destroyed everybody for his fucking airstreams or whatever the fuck. Piece of shit. Worthless, dirty ass, goddamn ex piece of shit top who every case he's ever touched be revisited and everybody let out of jail until they figured the fuck out. Goddamn circle and square slamming son of a bitch. Black glove don't make no goddamn sense in a trash can grace riding panel talking head bullshit clout chasing dumb Jake motherfucker. Hey, but like $4.99 a month, you can join the Cold Case Foundation even if you're fraudy. Later uses to target certain people again. Jenny and Adrian and Chasing and all them do it as well. With paperwork not legally supposed to be put out by Monster and judges and told him not to, and y'all did anyway, you know. Y'all just keep on keeping on, don't you? Target actual victims, survivors, plays too, but then McDonough does with all the evidence of that, his roles and all that shit too with Mosa. Anyway, carrying on. Andy. Candace's drug dealer. Well, we know who Andy is. It's Andy Bernard. Jody Sue's. Damn, did we even make it to the hotel receipt portion of this shit?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michele. Is told. Hi there. Would you like to receive a gift? I'm a missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day is told on himself. My number one suspect, and he saw Andy on the road. He says that Andy. So conveniently, he wasn't there. Tracked Summer's scent off, wandered down the hill, abducted because of these footprints. Not to tell lies. Came into town there on the 19th, and then he just scared. They brought her back and just dropped her. The Cornbread Mafia took Summer, but that freak out was real. Well, the behaviour panel, Greg and Scott, Don's got such a shame. Too hard to say they had anything to do with the disappearance of Summer Wells. Even after this week when Marina Crawford has come out and talked, the last video, also, maybe she was high, maybe she just knew that she couldn't find her. And I put together this timeline from first-hand accounts. 3:09, 8 minutes away from everything else in, to those 3 hours. 6:09, Jody Sue hearing them calling for Summer as she was descending from her head. Given a specific time now. Up how long she's missing, and what did they get home and plant flowers straight away? And that's lies. That's just lies. But why lie? Why lie was my point. And then I changed to pinpoint the time because she doesn't want people to know. She did know. If she called Marina at 4:30, he's lied through his teeth. His photo. Do you remember? When he said it. He said it again and again and again. They all have. Listen. But I'm also going to say Fred Hill's a suspect taking cars to the scrappy, and he saw Andy on the road. He says that Andy was on the road at 3:47. But once people realised that Fred couldn't have been taking cars to the scrappy, he changed his story. So conveniently, he wasn't there when Summer went missing. Yet, Fred tells on himself that there was a centre. Maybe just Summer wandered down, maybe down there, complete stranger, someone who knows the Wells, and somebody known to the family. Not a progression of, my thoughts, various theories. Is it a Don, my number one suspect? And I developed a theory that Summer was sold. Maybe Summer was being sold by the hour, you know what I mean? I don't have to spell it out. And that someone took her and didn't return her. Then Jodie Sue came out talking about the Scream. We heard a lot about Don and his secret life. I question the legitimacy of the Scream. Was it really Summer that Jodie Sue, the neighbour, heard between 4:30 and 4:42? Or was there another explanation for it? Don Wells came out with a series of what I can only term as jokes, that the Mexican cartel has stolen Summer and that perhaps she's in Mexico. This video here about the script, all the reasons why Summer's disappearance was planned 3 years ago. That was actually during the summer of 2021. Let's look at the date of this. September. Well, we know who Andy is. It's Andy Bernard, Jodie Sue's then partner. But my focus was on It's Done. We know that that was sent by Andy, Candace's drug dealer. Well, we know who Andy is.
God damn. 5 minutes in, really.
Then partner. But my focus was on Don.
Yep. Holy shit. I don't want you to get far in there, do they? Fuck it. We'll start there, I guess. Or, I don't know.
As being the mastermind.
They spend a lot of time making sure monsters ass.
Nobody else is too much faith in that for you.
Unless it's me, it's whatever it is, turn and hell, I didn't made it through most of the second one. He's lost. He's a suspect. Lawson said everybody's a suspect. And Lawson actually said everybody involved in is a suspect or person of interest. Involved in what? He said many things with that. Several versions of it. But then he always clip out the rest of his sentences on that. Alright? They don't show you the parts where it went to his real job to him or there in real time. But did anybody listen to that? Did anybody listen? No, because crap. Good Lord, money. Pumping it out. Basically, regurgitating everybody else's heartburn punched in. Blah, blah. I love this one. Jodie Sue, Andy, and the girl in the middle crying little CD. Psychology. It's right. It's to what? One is it? There's no. Alright. I sort of want to vomit right now. Perseverance. Junkyard Dog. Fuck tragedy pimps. It all matters. A little disheartening. For sure. Alright, so I guess we'll start at 5. Y'all definitely not gonna hear the fucking rants and the same shit in the same ways. And hate that for you. I'm sure the tragedy pimps are gonna be real like high-fiving back there, whatever. we're still gonna get to the same place I was going. Because it matters. It matters. Fucking 5 minutes, bro. Alright. Alright, guys, I'm here. Figured it was best I give myself another minute or two. I'm trying to make sure all the shit's working. Working with troubled mind, Jody Sue. That was Jody Sue. That. And seriously, you have my name up here more? What the fuck is going on with my chat filter? What the fuck? Years of it. Shit. What the fuck? Hold on. Okay. 5 minutes in. They always clip out the rest of his sentences on that. Right? They don't show you the. What a day. By the way, she put great in an unfinished text. Even we know. So I touched on that. I hope like hell somehow.
30 and 442. Or was there another explanation for it? Downloads came out.
Paperwork. For date, man. That's what they do. Jesus Christ. What's in the rotation lately? Where it just playing yourself. Anyway, innocent cases, let's make that clear. Slashing in and all, and just pay no attention to it, right? Public in courts necessarily, then they might not believe records or not. What crimes against
She said that she was in the kitchen. Yeah, she called me the day that she went missing. Oh, okay. She called me at 7. That one out there recorded too, but yeah, okay. She called me at 7:30 that night and told me that someone had been missing for like 30 minutes. And they were out there looking for her. And I was like, well, then you need to call the law. If you haven't found her, you need to call the law. She's young. I said, and you need to call somebody. So they're saying it was 6:30. Well, I got to call at 7:30. Okay. Well, the cops should have been there by 7:20 or 7:05, I think, or something already. And Candace never went for a walk. When she told that shit, she was going straight the hell up.
Weird how, I was talking to someone last night. It's not weird. From a psychology standpoint, it's something I've always seen. Different monsters, dope heads, anyone who abuses women and children in any way.
Basics. Just the basics.
It's unfounded. Means I'm a liar or something. But
His disappearance was planned 2 years ago. That was actually just
a script. The one clearly built by those also like PG, who's writing all the sicko hillbilly shit. He'll do all the fuck shit when that was actually the same. I was like, what is told him not to, and I'll do anyway, I was Oh, what's the name of this fucking no, that ain't right. you go, Michele. Forget this. Why you're trying to make him look sus, and it takes to be sus, and you're saying we all know, whatever. I'll pull him some narrative shit.
Sheriff's office. Yeah, I was just trying to get a hold of Detective Pruitt. I was trying to find out a couple of things about something. Hold on just a minute. Thank you. Detective Pruitt. Yes, sir. How you doing today? I'm fine. How are you? My name's George Bernard, Eddie Bernard. I live at 125 Ben Hill Road. I was just trying to figure out some information, maybe, possibly. What about? Well, okay, for 3 years, I've been wrapped up in the middle of the Summer Wells case. For a while now, Fred, my cousin, has been saying that I was on the road that day. Nobody else has questioned me after I left my residence. When I separated from my ex. In and out, sir. I can't hear half what you're saying. Can you hear me better now? A little bit. Okay,
He says nobody questioned him since he left residence, the eggs, the law, whatever, right? Not exactly true. We've all had to be visited, even by feds, as they show up for law enforcement filming. Now, this is bullshit. It's YouTube, but, you know, they're playing hoax shit again. And because you're all fuck shit and wasting their goddamn time and all theirs and getting knocks on their back. Hey! Anyway, so there has been all that, but. I left my residence, didn't go back till September. I went through separation in the process. I mean, I was just wondering, I was just trying to figure out if there was anything I could do, needed to do, you need to talk to me, see me. I know, sir. I mean, the time, unless concrete leads come up, that we can sort of verify the direction it's headed. We're just accepting concrete leads, and your name has not come up. Okay. Well, and I wouldn't put too much faith in what Fred here will say. Well, I kind of knew that too. Still forever love the laugh. Fucking whore. Who doesn't know shit for that? Like she knows shit. For the lips, but, the thing is, this has kind of been affecting me for 3 years, sir, but like I said, your name is not, relevant to the investigation, so you don't have anything to be concerned about. Your name is not relevant to the investigation, sir. So you don't have anything to be worried about. Now, does that mean Ellie can lie? Sure. I can. Alright. So then, Michele is also over here making me look type of way. Let's just help her out here. By the way, she put great emphasis in many videos to help chasing and Jenny and Adrian on with the butthole cleansing monster. And he was at work, he was this, he was that, blah, 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 right? She's well aware of this. But when y'all notice, they've always done video after video of Monster went on it, blah, 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 and blah, blah. But when Benny pissed Pruitt off enough to say certain shit on the phone, nobody liked that, so it doesn't get much airplay. Well, it's just me, it plays it. Right? Because they don't want you to hear. Because it's all damn. You know? That's all. That would ruin all the shit they've done for all the years, wouldn't it? Making sure that no matter what day, no matter what tell they insert me in like a unlubed dick, and they make whatever it is turn and my face in it, Summer's name tagged in it. And, no, girl. No, we ain't doing that. Alright. And I'm skipping about through my first one, obviously. So the main points are here. Because you know people be too lazy to go do anything. And listen to both or anything like that shit. Which is what, you know, you pretty well bank on around here. Especially if I did a 5-minute clip and some sort of stupid dancey thing or goofball meme or dumbass thumbnail are included in that type of shit. Would you get off my stuff in my purse, please? I wanted to be absolutely positive. And I was trying new services all these months. In the background, nope, so ridiculous. And here, just look at because things are separate. To say originally. You got a suspect, two threat quotations that are pertinent to this case. Okay. You got specific quotations that are pertinent to this case. Yes. Suspect Brown is threatening people on the internet. You got a suspect, two threats are as far as you believe it.
specific questions that are pertinent to this case?
Yes. Suspect Brown is threatening people on the internet.
I want you to suspect 2 threats are as far as you believe it.
This was over 2 years ago. Explain the last 2 years of all these content creators. They didn't masturbate on the road, just like I've said from the beginning. And he was at work, just like I've said since the beginning. And I'm shooting y'all messages immediately to prove he was never on the road. He wasn't in. None of this shit should have ever happened. These scripts and goddamn high seas drama they built for you for years and profited off of. While Fred and Andy went at it over, was he on the road, wasn't he, blah, blah, blah. Proof was already out there. Keep y'all from being taken on that road, but look at you for a year and a half let around by that bullshit. Right? Over 2 years ago. But yet every goddamn motherfucker, my name in it, I was like, ooh, she's a suspect. Lawson said everybody's a suspect. And Lawson actually said everybody involved in is a suspect or person of interest. Involved in what? He said many things with that, several versions of it. But then he always clip out the rest of his sentences on that. Right? They don't show you the parts where at the 2 year mark, Ansley gives the closest suspect list, and Candace and Dawn and Church and others are very fucking top of it. Yeah, they always leave all the convenient, truthy bits out. They continue for years to annihilate real people and to make them look like how we want, just like Michele is in these videos. I know she's aware of this. You wanna know how she's aware of this? You know, because she made a video on it, but she's like, well, I don't know, law enforcement can lie, unlike she did for Andy. Which is, oh no, Jenny and Adrian chasing me, sure, oh no. Which honestly, if you go back and listen to that, it's fine, whatever, but. And I've shown real receipts where feds went to his real job to him or there in real time. But did anybody listen? No, because Kravitz and everybody's lying, whatever. And I looked for a minute or two for the vid and whatever, where to clearly show proof and evidence that Michele knew. She's known for years. And I was like, fuck it. Because she made like one measly little video on that. Unlike the 400 for Monster and others, and she makes her back, well, though, not everything along. But, unlike for Monster, with the same team, chasing Jenny, Adrian, Scott Asian, because it fit narratives and it provided content, was a way to silence and do whatever you had. And then I was just like, fuck it, I ain't looking for any more of her shit, right? You can catch it at the end of the other one if you'd like. But yeah, so clearly you can hear Marlena lying through her fucking teeth. All that there too as well. You can hear all of it. It's all there. Now she's joined the band of whatever the fuck this is. That was her original. Now they've done the opposite. Marlena's joined in on it. Whatever. Proof it's fucking here. You want to listen to it? Placed it here and in the other live stream. It's shit they don't want you to hear. Think about it too fucking hard. Give their game away. The usage of all of you all and all of us and their true motives and intentions. What they're doing to you all and everybody else. Draining the wells. Everybody else. Draining the... Anyway. Now, let's see if I can figure out what the fuck is wrong with chat. It's fun shit. Because, Lord, we'd hate to have repeats. What the fuck is going on? Indeed, David. See, that name's showing different than on this one. I don't care. Alright. Oh, now we're on black screen. Nope, there it goes. Okay. Well, hopefully I'm still here. If not, I'll just talk to myself for another hour or two. Oh my god. It's getting chilly again. Alright. So, carrying on, I suppose, right? From the 5 minute mark. Even Ernie feels some types of ways about that shit. Perseverance, though. Perseverance. And I may actually have to stop. At some point here, do other things. Y'all done got me stressed the fuck out. Alright, I guess let's start at the 5 minute mark of this shit show.
Sandy Bernard claims he saw.
And, here she goes, this shit. I don't know. Jenny, Chase, Adrian, and the rest of the crew, Scott H., everybody, they put a great deal of time and effort into making Mosh look like he's bringing him out here and doing all this, paying for him and his whore to abuse, blah, blah, cleansing assholes, whatever. And now that it's time to finish the scripting and the documentaries, book, whatever, and do this there, and then, shit, I don't know, Michelle, did you run this by them, though? I'm sure you did, right? I'm sure you did. Pure evil. Pure fucking evil.
It's done. We know that that was sent by Andy, Candace's drug dealer. Well, we know.
She's talking about the "it's gone" text, because that'll make Andy look certain ways, won't it?
3 years ago. That was actually during the summer of 2021. Let's look at the date of this. September 4th, 2021.
She's doing a little self-advertisement, scrolling through her vids, so y'all watch it and like, ooh, I gotta watch all these, right?
The text that Hunter claims he saw. It's done. We know that that was sent by Andy, Candace's drug dealer. Well, we know who Andy is. It's Andy Bernard.
Oh no, motherfuckers, we ain't gonna do this, right? That's where I was at. No, we ain't. No, we just motherfucking ain't. And they're chasing Jenny, Adrian, in at the university, right? Where you at, homies? Glenn's Monsters Boat. Ryan, can we get you in here to find what the fuck's going on? Oh, that's right, you fucking con ass piece of shit. Anyway, so nothing finding shit but a golden ticket, you know, motherfuckers. So done with all y'all. But I guess y'all don't need Monster anymore or something, right? That shit's tired, played out, tired, you know. Don't need on the property no more. Yada yada. Shit might be worth more coming in line to you, the whatever. Right? Scripting and building. So anyway. But no, we don't. No, we fucking don't, Michelle. No, we don't, all of y'all. No, we don't. We're not gonna play this bullshit. Alright? Mm-mm. While you see her with the real big bads and those behind him for all these years, like, you know, Marlena's and the Freds is there who are still piss ass trash in the grand scheme of things. while the majors are behind them, and where those like Allie's and Marlena's and Fred's and everybody else know where the real dope, the real shit that they've all really been on for all the years comes from, circles around, how they all will and deal together, and la la, and say that. I'm, mm-mm. No, no, no. Um, uh-uh. Nope. And it's even mildly enough, Marley is on panels last few days, obviously. And saying dope was coming from here, there, Kingsport, blah blah, and doesn't name those real ones. Nobody flinches. Or the alleys in them, they clearly knew that wasn't the real people. They were really naming for cash payments, or otherwise whatever the fuck scripted and building was done by McDonough and team, and those before and the first inserters, and those like Fred and Roadways and Marlena's and everybody else playing stupid games. I'm just so over it, man. You know? No, we don't. And the it's done text, I've explained it a million times. It was days after, but here I bring it up again to make Andy look a certain way. And don't get me started, and I may have already started on it last live, um, on how that was days after and how the proof was on the phone and whatever, and left it because what I'm saying is like, holy shit, what the fuck? Knew for what it was, which was autocorrect or, predictive. Finished the message, Monster never quite got to send. Uh, One that was supposed to be something to the effect of it's down in, as in the mailbox, whatever. But then, never got to finish. And then while he was at work again, alright, uh, he did whatever, wasn't paying attention, that thing did the predictive or whatever, finished it off, and I was like, when I was seeing it, I was like, holy shit, what the fuck, but this was after, and he was also at work when that shit was sent, so yeah, there's no it's done, or he could have gotten up to shit, or was talking about summer, or getting her gone, or anything, it wasn't nothing like that, bro. And feds and them can see first and last, man. I mean, it's all there, man, for them in that ream and reams of data, including screenshots, all the things I took in real time, um, and recordings of all that. I'm sure they had that live in real time on the devices and the exact second when I was like, holy shit, this was really, and so I'm sure it's in all the reams of data. Too bad, though, for him. I guess he tossed that phone away. I don't know, but and too bad. He decided lying to courts about phone shit, missing shit, people writing his people, whatever, to get out of being a domestic violence motherfucker, right? Or hurting the children and I, or any of that. And too bad Jenny and Adrian and them come here to cleanse his asshole, pretending that the phones didn't matter. And, oh, they were stolen. No, wait, this, that, but then boy, they matter lately, don't they? And or when he wants them, or when they want them to count. And hey, will you put out the GPS for me? You put out this for him? I'll put the time cards up for him. Proof. Can you help him? Can you help him? Can you help him? Can you help your abuser while he's been here for years? You know? Can you help him? Because we know you hold the real receipts, and now the phone's all suddenly counting the proof. Damn. You know? Hey, can I get a picture of it? Hey. Like, are you serious? Of course they are. She only counts or doesn't when they want it to around here. So, yeah. And the proof's always been right here in front of y'all, as y'all been taking for years long rides, right? Face tragedy pimps and motherfucking goddamn monsters and liars and those closest to being like, it's always been here. Always. All of it. There's been enough proof and short vids and shit to show you that obviously sound traveled between and this here and la. There's always been, and that's for the fake ass bullshit with Jenny Adrian chasing to try to discredit and do this thing there for, I don't know, other preferred bags of meat to wind themselves up in Summer's case and destroy and annihilate and tamper with all of us, commit crimes against us, try to get us killed, harmed, whatever the fuck they're up to, right? To make whatever the fuck they want for whatever the fuck they want. It's all been here. The messages released show that Andy was not on the road, couldn't have been. The receipts where it shows feds were at his workplace, and this, the other. All these things were always here right in front of you as they still continued to sheep herd all of you motherfuckers right into oblivion and off cliffs and everywhere else, and with so and so in the road. And oh my god, this high seas drama, and it's just been insane to watch. But yeah, yeah, Michelle, sure. You're still there calling people suspects and everything else even after, and that's little. Yeah, even after you know better. And yeah, can law enforcement lie? Sure fucking can. They sure fucking can. But if you all can stand there and clip and part and whatever, and be like, but Lawson said, but this said, but that said, but you then choose to ignore what you want, that's not being honest, right? That's you all narrative driving and calling people shit that law enforcement, their words, you can't clip them. I mean, y'all do, and be like, oh, but, everybody's personal. But wait, law enforcement also said this of these people and said they're not suspect or their names have not been brought up in the investigation, all that shit. And ignore that when and where you choose and continue to call them whatever the fuck. And to say that a piece within the first 24 hours or 48 or 72 in this area somehow matters more than what law enforcement said later times, which is his name didn't come up and I'm not a suspect. And this person, that person, or ignore that Don says that he's been told Dudley wasn't, or that others weren't, or that H is being cleared. You can't ignore those fucking things that you're choosing and then continue for years to make people look certain ways, to fuck with them and to annihilate and to get your goddamn dog bone fills, right? Unless you're being less than honest and very disingenuous with your audience and subs and chat and feigning ignorance for all these things, which there's evidence on your own channels you are not, right? But to continue to make people look certain ways they are not, and to say that law enforcement's words count for one thing you want it to, but not for another. Whenever you pick and choose. No. And you don't care whose lives in this area you annihilate or who you fuck with or anything else. Absolutely not. Absolutely. So, nope. And whatever, framework, scaffolding y'all want to build for the newest upcoming shit, I'm sure we'll see something. Right. No, you don't. Carry on. Let's put in there that obviously, once again, we have the pinpointing of Andy, just like McDonald's script writers, all this bullshit. All this crap. I meltdown Ziggy a while back, and Fred, and them giving the hint winks that, no, Andy be here, and Fred will be the bad guy, and we're going to be left out line. And hours later, oopsies. When somebody shuts Zig up real good. I mean, like, certain times, probably 6-8 months ago, don't want to leave that out there, but as y'all once again pretend that Fred and those like him, like Marlene, weren't the closest to front row seats, using the worst shit, selling the worst shit, doing the worst shit, the worst motherfuckers, buying all them, and then you're throwing fucking shit at people who were like, oh, I got a joint's worth of weed every now and then, blah, 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 oh my gosh. And you uphold and cleanse the assholes and motherfuckers that were really all into the worst shit. Nope. Reeks to high heaven to me. Carrying on.
Jodie Sue's then partner. But my focus was on Don as being the mastermind. And then Don and Candice went on Dr. Phil. Do you remember when Candice freaked out at the mention of the cornbread mafia? No, I don't think that the cornbread mafia took Summer. But that freak out was real. Well, the behaviour panel, Greg and Scott from the behaviour panel thought that Don was telling the truth. I didn't believe it at that time. I thought, no, Don's got such a shady past. I can't believe that he's completely innocent. But you know what? By the end of 2021, I'd come to believe that maybe we're being too hard.
And don't get me started on that shit. I don't know about them fellas. I just know that I've always been like, excuse me, with all that shit. But man, coming on that chase you shit, I'm like, the fuck? And they work with that fellow. And super detective that shit out. Then how much can they be trusted anyway? Yeah, TV shit, fuck if I know shit. Peter, God rest his soul, is probably one of the only ones I was like, hey, this guy's pretty, whatever, but I don't know. If you can't suss out a chase using this fuckery episode, what good are you really? Whatever, anyway.
On Don and Candice.
Great news, Spectrum Internet customers. Now you can try Spectrum Mobile risk-free for a full year at no cost to you. Bring
this. And yeah, they've got many problems. Those kids weren't looked after. There was neglect in the home. We know that. But it doesn't mean to say they had anything to do with the disappearance.
I love how you're trying to lighten it up, Michele. I love it. It's fucking amazing. What do you mean a slight neglect? Like there's just a little neglect. No. Well, I mean, you've clearly been listening to Marlene. What do you mean slight neglect? I mean, like fucking front row seat over there. Everybody's like, oh, she does it right. But she literally has said that she watched these kids be thrown down and beaten and all this other shit that nobody else was seeing. Except for her types of people. Allie and them were seeing, but not even to that degree, I don't think. But then again, they are the types to, I guess, not say anything or call 911 in real time. If Summer's fucking ODing when brought to True and Allie and AH and everybody else, and to hide it and then never say a word, though they could have called goddamn 911 in real time. But God, wouldn't they all hate to do that as they all had those cornmeal flakes on their plates from the fried green tomatoes, wouldn't they? So those are the types you run to. Not the neighbors with sticks up their asses. Right. What do you mean, a little neglect? Love your downplay of what? Marlene's word of me, she's clearly lying. She's fancying her roll up, you notice it? It's like H played superhero with water, though you can tell what's really meant. And they hit back with Candace being like, tell him don't splash her like that. Or walked her to the door and did all this. And Marlene is over here with this goddamn, I made brownies one time and this dessert thing with Cool Whip out of a box, whatever. This one time, I told you she's so precious and you're in a storm and a little drizzle of rain and sticks might fall out. You know. Yeah. It's all meant to build them as they clearly sit there also and tell you what they're really seeing, which is extreme abuses of Summer and her brothers. And, everybody's just alright with it. And everybody's gonna sit back and pretend that they'll save them from sticks in the sky and drizzles, and they're just so worried and all this shit. But yet, when they saw them getting thrown down and beaten, or all this other shit, right? They didn't do a goddamn thing. They left their own children over there. All of them. All of them. In environments where they were like, oh yeah, the kids watch the kids, and, blah, 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 and and all this other shit. Man, that's cool. We know there's extreme drug use, so we know the drugs come from mostly all of them and all the real fucking dealers and all this other shit. And it's okay. I mean, we've watched these people throw down these children and beat them, but we'll leave ours here. And oh, wait. And oh, wait. And oh, wait. We're all gonna. Are you serious, man? We're to believe shit like saved from fucking sticks and precious and made a brownie once. Yuck. You better call the police or I'm going to. But you didn't, and you did all that. I mean, obviously, I just can't. And I can't watch the world be taken advantage of by y'all once again in this script. I can't. And knowing framework paving and all this other shit, man, I just. The hell you say? The hell you say?
Somewhere else. Even after this week when Marina Crawford has come out and talked, my last video on Summer, just a couple of days ago, I said what I've been saying since the end of 2021, that I think Summer was abducted, but Dom's not involved, and
That's a goddamn outright lie, Michelle. I mean, granted, you still have a fuck ton of videos up, but they're not all of them. But I guarantee you, if y'all watch any of them, you'll see that that's not been a theory. She's made hundreds of videos where she's been like, no, screen don't count, this don't count. Law enforcement and car teams say there's no evidence of abduction, and la la la, and therefore just be whoever's a liar based on a scream that everybody else is more hard pressed, like, to make a thing or not a thing than I am. Like, and other people seem to be worried about. Well, I've been like, it could matter or not matter, we don't know, and I take it out of the fires, the puzzles, the pieces, all that, and no, it might not count all things, right? And, no, Michelle's made a bazillion videos since 21 talking about how, Pruitt or Lawson or whichever is on the news or a piece of paper, they've said unfounded. They've said this. They've said no evidence of abduction, and they've said this there. So, blah, blah, blah. A million times we've heard out of Michelle Walk's stupid fucking mouth. So grab Jenny and Adrian and all them. A million fucking times y'all have heard other goddamn mouths. Now all of a sudden, oh boy, they've got to have this. Why are they doing this? You wonder. Why is Michelle trying to lie to you? No, not trying. She is lying to you. And saying that's where she's been since the end of 20. No, it ain't. No, it fucking ain't. Because of me and time since, and in order, especially to run my face and name and titles and there, because apparently to them, Scream could have only meant abduction or kidnapping or whatever anyway. But a million times, a million or more, all these crews be like, no, they've said that there's no signs up. No, there's this. And that includes Michelle. Now she's just lying to y'all and hoping y'all are a bunch of dumb fucks and eat it, and you'll eat it. for her and Chasing and Jenny and Adrian and all these creators' sakes, you know, and all this shit and the build up and scaffolding and framework and all this shit. Fuck you mean. Liar, liar, pants on fire, Michele. And evidence to prove it out of your own goddamn mouth.
Candice is only involved in so much as she's covering up for her own neglect. Maybe she fell asleep, maybe she was high, maybe she was drunk, and she did not know how long Summer had been missing. When she called Melina at 4:30, she really didn't know how long Summer had been missing. She just knew that.
But she didn't. Marlene has changed her story now, Michele, and I know you're aware of it because you did pieces on Marlena when Lips finally released the first shit right after Marlena's dad died. She came out here with it. At least in the public piece, when she wasn't busy threatening other creators and shit and all the things over years and wanting money from them too, and they refused to, you know, all the things. Marlena has habits. But, man, no. I know you know better. So why are you lying to your audience and everybody else? Why are you building this? Why are you doing it? Why? Played the piece in last live just like I did here a minute ago. Marlena's tune suddenly changed for cash. She's added things in like the Jose's and the Freds and everybody else to the tragedy events and with them. Now it went from the other day, it went from 4 to 4:30 and 20 minutes. It didn't make sense. Then finally they buttoned her up at a 4:30, 4:47, whatever the fuck it is she's saying now. And that's so y'all can try to correlate everything right time and be like, oh, look. But you know it's bullshit and it doesn't fit. And y'all aren't calling Marlene out on it. You don't want anybody to see that or hear that clip, but you'll do the ones about the suitcases and there, because that fits the framework, doesn't it? That y'all trying to build right now. Revisionist bullshit, doesn't it? Alright? Trying to dig yourselves out of that fucking years long. And nothing else. This is everything else. Brit said, law enforcement said, Ellie said, Cartoon said, blah, blah. But suddenly, oh wait, now all the things have to matter, and they have to matter at 4:30, and suitcases have to matter, and this has to matter, and now y'all gonna try to mindfuck everybody into making them believe that you all have had all this. You know, the whole time y'all been like, oh, the whole time, oh, it's possible she was kidnapped or abducted or whatever, and we, whole time, whole time, whole time, and 4:30, 4:30. 4:30 matters. The scream suddenly matters. This matters. Suitcases matter. Oh God! And we thought it the whole time. Why y'all doing that? What's up with that? What's up with that? Why? Y'all serious? Of course you are. You want people to buy and eat this shit. And forget. And you want other motherfuckers to put shit in at 4:30 shit so y'all can just build. Some people are going, I'm not down with this shit. Alright? No. And I know you know better, Michele. I know you know that exists. I know you know that when Marlena first was whatever and the Lips finally put out the shit for Lips used during court and away go and all this other crap, and she had the key to Summer and the birth certificate. Once again, there's so much there. And her lying to the judge and the courts this there, and then I've got recordings of Lips, you know, being like, no, I didn't. And that was after, in a way, I got all the shit, right? And in between her targeting Journey and mine and helping try to do shit so y'all can get near them, around them, fuck with them, torment them. Yeah, I just can't with it. I cannot. But I know you know it existed. I know it was easy to find. And none of y'all are playing it because y'all need this fucking 4:30 shit. don't you? It's a needful thing now. And you're just gonna take her to work with no proof, whatever. I mean, I guess y'all can manufacture shit. You're good at that too, but and even then, a timestamp, or whatever, even with a fucking picture, a message made up. And no, not unless it's in rolling format am I gonna buy that shit just because I've seen what TM and the rest, like AB, and I mean, it is 2025. Not gonna buy it because I've watched them manufacture other evidence and fake receipts and all this there, including like Scott and Linda and hotel shit and all, and we'll get to that in a bit, but. And I've watched them learn to type like us and to hack into accounts and to create false ones and to manufacture evidence in Summer's case. And, I've watched what they can do, what they're capable of here. And no, you don't. No, you don't. And either way, for me, it's going to be a. Then where is Marlena's fucking call to police after she's like, you call him Ramo code? At 4:30. Where are all the dozens of calls that should have been there checking in? Where was Marlena searching then, I guess, at 4:30? Did she come in and start helping search after 4? Were there a bunch of other calls going, hey, did you find Summer yet? That way she'd know whether to call law enforcement? No. Coroner's call at 4:30 and then 7 something now. That's the tale. But yet there's no scanner feed or anything for Marlena calling in. There's no, like, and why are y'all leaving out common sense says, well, Marlena would have had to check back in to know whether or not Summer's found if there was a call at 4:30. You think she would? Alright? She was so worried she was going to call off Kansas didn't and all that. Eh? Where are those calls? Can't make it make sense. Either way, I'd go with even if there was a call that I'd wonder about why. Maybe that's the run. Or maybe it's something else, or maybe it's because those are the types of people you run to. Not neighbors with sticks up their asses, right? Maybe the alleys, the Marlenas and the Freds and stuff are the types that you run to help with fuck shit stuff. I don't know. Ones that'll hide things like Summer Odin and, watching Summer and her brothers apparently, thrown to the ground, beaten, the worst shit. I mean, I don't know, right? As they were all up on the hill too, using the worst substances, the hard shit, not a joint of weed, not all that. Well, no, I don't think so. But weird though, real weird. Y'all gonna bypass all like you do everything, right? Every fucking time. Just like you built Fred, just like you built Jose, just like you did all the things. And you're gonna make people bypass those thoughts of, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't add up. What do you mean? Hold on. No. Keep them from thinking, keep them stupid, whatever you want to do.
She couldn't find her. And I put together this timeline from first-hand accounts. 3:09, 8 minutes away from home. That was when the milk jugs photo was taken.
You sure about that? Because Unmasked never could prove the verification to her. I'm just saying, I just want to put that there. It was told, but according to the back scenes, otherwise you never actually seen proof it was at 3:09. But hey, go with it, right? But either way, could be, could not be. Never really know.
Lodestar Road, just past the intersection with Mill Road. 4:30 to 4:42 the screen. And we can fit everything else in.
What do you mean, screen? What do you mean this timeline you have that includes the screen? You speak yours going, ain't real, unfounded, Jody Sue. Fucking lie, made up to do this, made up, you kid. Well, they've mostly stuck to just me, right? And because it's easier to try to just call me whatever, make you all forget, children and others heard maybe all this, right? So no, it was easier to mindfuck y'all and be like, I don't count, lost it in it. Alright, and that's how they ate for years. Now they want to count again? Fuck you. Y'all stay in your goddamn lanes. That shit don't count. Lost the set infinity. By God, leave it be. Y'all spent years this. Years of it. Oh, hell no. You don't get to put that shit back in your timelines. Fuck you mean? Hell no. Stick with Lost and other unfounded, led nowhere. Y'all stick in that lane. You've been doing it for years to eat, terrorize, torment, whatever name it. Fuck you. Alright? What do you mean scream? Bitch, you've been like, lost it a million times. There's fucking video after video after video of you making it look however the fuck you wanted, whichever goddamn day and content you wanted, or whichever day chasing Jenny, Adrian, and the rest of you dumb son bitches wanted. Y'all stay in that lane, that shit don't count. And who the fuck are you to say it does or doesn't anyway? Torments the shit out of us. One day we'll have an explanation, but even I'm like, does it? Doesn't it? Now I know what we're told in the background, but I don't mean shit. Nothing means a shit until Ellie and court say. End of story. And we're open to going alright. One day we may be told it doesn't count, and this is why I'm giving an explanation for it, but cannot be right now. But like I said, we know what we're told in the background. Thing is, motherfuckers. And oh wait, your besties that you just advertised for, Michele, chasing. Didn't her and Jenny, Adrian, and all them come here and do some bullshit screamed at? Yes, they did. Yes, they did, even though the proof was already up here. They never needed to go there. Stay on Travis' little law. They never could have ever actually recreated. They don't even know where this, that, and the other was heard from or people were staying. They have no fucking clue, right? But the proof was already here in videos and this law that sound could clearly be heard. You heard Don talking about how sound could be heard because he could hear Monster beating the shit out of the kids and all this other crap. But chasing Jenny and Adrian found it worth their time. The blow Monster, get access to 125, do that shit to try to show you how to do all things, right? And for certain people, I assume, in your all's own profiteering and musketeering, whatever, to try to, like Lockdown recently, coming back here with hit pieces, being like, nah, we discredit it. We're going with the loss and, it's envy. And now you fucking cunts on your goddamn Carolina porches and your UK barking for bones about scream counts. The hell you say? Fuck all y'all. I don't think so. Absolutely not. And now this magical 4, whatever, to build up this 430 shit y'all are doing, putting all this shit back in place, because y'all need it to. Whatever you're trying to build, of course. Alright, to pretend you all blah 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 and blah blah blah, and I don't think so. This is where I'm at with it. No. Hell to the fuck no. What do you mean, Scream? Counts and for whatever. Fuck you say. No. Stay in that. It doesn't lead anywhere in unfounded territory like you have been to terrorize the shit and destroy lives and slander and defame and all that, Michele. For your bones. For years. Hell no, you don't. And it's wild. You have no right to say one way or the other whether it counts or doesn't. You're not law enforcement. And even we, if I couldn't say, hey, I know what we're told in the background, then I know that we heard. That's a fact. Nobody's making shit up about hearing. Nobody. But that could maybe be explained. And maybe it doesn't count. And if I couldn't say that, well, and be open to that. Y'all been putting more emphasis on this scream shit than anybody else ever. We've always been, and I hope one day that, you know. And y'all may want it to mean certain things. And y'all always have. You use whatever, whenever. And the thing is, scream does not mean abduction. It doesn't mean kidnapping either. Though y'all tried to always make it seem like that's what it meant just because we heard it. That is not. That's not it. Right? It could be an all possibilities thing. Whatever we heard today could be something that's something else besides a kidnapping abduction. Law enforcement feds will hopefully explain it one day. I know in real time, as hard as I wasn't the thought, I know that as the evening progressed, and obviously 609 forward, wasn't my first goddamn thought. Thought wasn't even in the realm of possibility until after Dawn fucking Wells goes, so you telling me somebody took my baby girl? No, bitch, that's not what the fuck anybody's saying. I thought someone was hurt, someone left behind, maybe. Needed to find her. At worst, you know? And it might mean serious injuries considering there'd been a gap of time there. So, time was of the essence. And, yeah, I gotta tell you, I don't know, but y'all have always only talked about it in regards of, you know, oh, well, kidnapping or abduction or whatever, even though that's clearly never what was. I mean, all possibilities were always there. And still are. And, that's what law enforcement says. And that's what I'm gonna stick with. All possibilities. And one day they will give the answers. They will talk to the public from behind podiums. Real ones. Not YouTube. And us, I think that one day I hope. You know, y'all take unfathomable by this internet. I still hope, honestly, that it's nothing or somehow it doesn't count or apply or they'll give it a. You know, I hope a lot just because shit haunts and you're tormented by it. And a lifetime of that being here and here. Or it ever being confirmed by Ellie that it was that. I don't, you know, like, I mean, super confirmed for the goddamn world and you motherfuckers could whatever again. But, I don't know, man. You know, I don't think anybody wants to live with that. You know? But, even then, man, still something was the right answer, everything, you know, and still forever be left with, you know, what if? And, man, babe, do we know one another or anything? Because I've never seen you here before. And you've had to be sub for at least 3 months. And in 3 months, you've never chatted before under that name. It's weird for me. And therefore, you're gonna go in the box. Alright. Carrying on.
To those 3 hours. 6:09, Jodie Sue hearing them calling for Summer as she was descending from her hill. And then 6:26, a 911 call. But Summer had been missing for at least 2 hours before that 911 call was made. Now, Marina has come out and said that the phone call that she had with Candice was 4:37, so she's given a specific.
Oh no, you're gonna go back the other day or first out of the gates again. When she says the call was had at 4 and Candace told her that it had been 20 minutes. Summer missing, which would like essentially mean that they pulled in the driveway and Summer was vanished by fucking aliens and UFO. Makes zero goddamn sense. Then by the end of the live or two, they had her fancied up and down to a 437 or 447 or whatever it is. Because everybody in the world could kind of make out that didn't make real good goddamn sense. It was too obvious. So I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I know y'all ain't being honest. I know she ain't either. Her first story out the gates, well, you know, public anyway, or with lips, you know, it was right after her dad passed. All this, it was, Candace called her at 7:30 plus. You know, when she was calling Allie and everybody else, and the cops already there, searchers, detectives questioning, but she seemed to want to stay busy and calling everybody, the Dotsons, the Robins, the Alleys, the Marlenas. I don't know. Wonder why that was. But yeah, earlier in the day or whenever, or 6, she didn't bother to call anybody else that normally got called for boo-boos or hey, search for the boys being on a little bit longer, any of that. No. That's real weird and will forever be weird to all the neighbors with sticks up their asses that were normally contacted for such things. No, but by God, after 6:30, she's just calling all the people, wasn't she? Couldn't call a little before though. No media, no social media messages, nothing before. No visiting up, no helping search prior to police call. Like this is insane, and it stinks. It all reeks to heaven. But yeah, okay. Carrying on.
Time now. 4:37. That's when Candice called.
And it always has to the real neighbors and real people around and shit, and real whatevers. Yeah. And they've always been made to look sus or this there because they're like, yeah, this shit ain't fucking adding up, bro. Even in real time, like, this shit ain't right. Something ain't right. Gut says something ain't right. Why weren't any of us contacted? Why in the normal ways? Why weren't messaged that day? Why this? Why that? Why? Why is it only as people come off the goddamn hill and her and Dawn and they're talking, he's on the fucking phone and he's quiet? And why is it that, you know, there's an absence of a great deal of things that should have been, you'd think, and property actually hadn't been goddamn searched, and these pebbles start going out? And why is it that all the good neighbors and all the, you know, the boo-boo type neighbors and sticks up the ass neighbors are only driven to right after, you know, 6 and 9? Why is that? And then why is it all the others contact by phone and just staying on the phone after that? And it's detectives and law enforcement. Why? But those who have questioned far too much have been attempted to be silenced. Yeah, especially by those teams like the Nanas, the Universe, the Chasings, the Lockdowns, the Jennies, the Adrians, the Bennies, the Mullins, the everybody else's for years. Alright? A whole host of you sons of bitches helping them doing whatever. Why is that? And I know an abundance of you out there obviously are doing it in YouTube today. You know, your criminal empire here on YouTube, working in a well-organized group, because certain people are calling you all out the entire goddamn way too for your high crimes, misdemeanors, extreme felonies, federal law, breaking motherfuckers as you clean, launder, and do all the real criminal shit, get locals up to fuck shit, have us followed for the biggest channels, and y'all commit blackmail and court tampering and everything else, and use you paid in state jobs and otherwise, and your Audreys, your Aubreys, your Nanas, your Jennifers, your Snaps, or whoever the fuck else to get up criminal shit, and your Rolos, and pulling records and doing this. Yeah, you don't want anybody calling that shit out. You want them to go away, even if it takes shaking trees and getting people goddamn murdered, or annihilating them by any means necessary, or just calling them a liar repetitively and all that, you know, or destroying, or yeah, it's just whatever. Sick of it, dude. Sick of you all doing this in this real community of Summers. I'm sick of you doing it to law enforcement and courts. I'm sick of you doing it to feds. I'm sick of you doing it in case after case. And these 4 cases across Tennessee, you're doing all the same shit in at the same time. It's just appalling. It makes me want to vomit. But you're doing it. Alright, just like you've done it for years prior, and you've been called out by others around these cases, and you've been called out by law enforcement and feds in each of these cases, long before some are vanished, and still yet in all the cases that you all do all these things in, and you destroy. Y'all are bastards of the highest order. Y'all are monsters. Y'all are thieves and cons and fucking liars and gross, empty, just terrible fucking human beings. Terrible. Evil. I don't much go for good, bad, evil, this, but I'm telling you, there's an evil that walks upon this earth in its truest form. Most of you goddamn creators on YouTube are it. Pure evil does indeed exist, and you all fit right into real motherfuckers who do some of the worst shit to women and children and others, and real hearts and minds and souls. Yeah, y'all are it. Y'all are some gross, sick, predator-ass motherfuckers. And you deserve to be held accountable for it. And justice brought to those you've done it to for so very long, and the families and law enforcement courts, before y'all can manage to change laws or justice systems or branches of government in order to shut y'all down at like fucking y'all, you same pieces of shit like lockdown and MGL and jail alarm bullying on got done in Florida to real citizens' rights across this country. We were trying to stop some bitches like you once again, right? And it was you all. They were trying to stop those citizens. They wanted it stopped, and then unfortunately their government, DeSantis in particular, took it and used it as a way to take away real rights from everybody in Florida, and to, you know, step on the real rights and freedoms of real Americans and whatnot, take those away, but not stop tragedy, pimps. Unfortunately. And that's what will happen across the country and even the world and justice systems if this shit continues the way it is. In order to stop at a certain point, it'll affect everyone's freedoms and rights, due process, justice, to keep y'all out of cases, away from this, away from that, tampering with courts, judges, DAs, police. This is why this realm need not be watched as entertainment. These creators, watched and leased or shared. This is why it's why. And how very far your all's little shit stain channels and low sub shit in comparison to others should not. I mean, this stuff shouldn't be normalized. or it desensitizing stomachs and heart, as to egregious acts committed over, and it just shouldn't be. None of this should exist. Right. Carrying on.
To say that she couldn't find Summer. 2 days ago, I said, Candice has covered up how long she's missing, and the script, the planting flowers, couldn't have happened. There wasn't enough time. By the time they got home, what did they get home and plant flowers straight away? Maybe. And then Summer was playing on her swing. But they're going in to see her brothers, and then the brothers saying she went down to the basement. That's lies. That's just lies. But why lie? Why lie? Was my point. Wow.
The boys said several things that day, but you're picking and choosing again. But either way, I don't know. Why are you screaming at them like it? Why are you going, why lie? Why lie? I don't know. How do you know what's lie and what's truth? Who told you that? Or are you just picking or choosing which counts for whatever script you're trying to build? Right? And why are you putting that on these children, man? You think adults around them might not have played roles in any of the many things said that day? Right? Maybe if there were lies, maybe they were afraid, maybe this, maybe that. Why are you putting that off on those children? You stop that. You fucking useless bitch. Stop it. Stop it. You should be asking C and D and others, like, why? Why? Could somebody have told them to say multiple things or shit not together? Right? Yeah. But for what purpose? For what reason? Nobody knows, really, until law enforcement says to the public behind real podiums or from courthouses. But y'all go ahead and you scaffold and framework it up on fit a narrative y'all been scripting and writing since PG Squall, the Amy tapes, Pam's are on property tweaking the fuck out right after, someone vanished. And you go ahead with your bullshit, and whoever that psychic ass motherfucker, the on my mind, links my mind, scattered mind pieces of shit that were knew about this shit that inevitably plays out with Cher and them and J4 and Squall and PG and everybody else in tow and the Mary call and the McDonough portion of that and all this shit. So, one psychic ass motherfucker, right? You'll see that psychic ass motherfucker in my video over here somewhere, live stream, I don't know. But it's titled Dear Fucker on Cats Types, right? That psychic ass motherfucker. Wonder which investment team they're from. Huh? Do they fit in with the Hatter and the Noah this, whatever that, and the Wendy's, and the Green Eyed, where do they fit? Who are they? Or do they fit in with the Squall with all her groups named Linked to My Mind or Scattered Mind? Or, ooh, there was that one Triggered Mind's real linked up with Squall at first. What's up with that? Anybody? Squall feeding out the first shit about Frank this, Frank that. Then we're coming out of Caniston's pie hole affecting real cat. Man, I don't know, man. About that. Squall out the gates blackmails her and people on the hill asking should we put on her. I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe I should take it all the way back to your script writing. PG covering up, writing all the sicko hillbilly junkie shit, right? It was always going to lead to blaming of Fred or Andy. That's why Ziggy a few months back, right? In the fall's like, oh God, y'all are doing women's documentaries, man, oh my God. And there was mass money movements, weren't there, ladies? Around certain times. Hmm? And Ziggy's like, oh my god, we're gonna get out of there. Ain't just gonna be here, our friends gonna be whatever. And then a few hours later, Ziggy, oh, I went into his trunks. I'm sorry, I had over. I hate it if y'all set her up with a 10K long term setup plan. It looked like, it really was her, but actually, I'd hate it. Whatever. But the point is, in that 10K and 7K, man, there's some wild shit around here. Josh, Benny, that weird shit with rap and Ernie. I don't know, man. It's like it just gets so repetitive at points. But yeah, don't leave that out of your time frame of the chasing and all them suddenly had a change heart around the same time. Oh god, and Ziggy's having meltdowns, and Ziggy's in a real hurry with Fred to have phones dipped, and this, that, and the other day. And oh my god, nah, nah, nah. Especially since March 15th last year, and to acquire Marlena by having Lips put up material, and then again in October and shit went down. Let's not put all these dates and times and rotation of events. Let's also ignore the fact that TM the other day, well, 3 months ago, she really leaves her last piece as a what? Oh yeah, hitting out at Andy. And then, her quietly in the background rearing her little head, but she wants to do a piece about a suitcase. But she's over at Realm and Lips and all them, right? Building a narrative. And then since then this place is really taken off, Crystal's over here talking about some fuck shit apparently. We'll all get there today and tonight, as long as this goddamn takes. It's fine. We're gonna touch on a whole lot of the things all you tragedy pimps and you little criminals and fucking locals and shit been up to. I should probably get out and turn the light on. Should. I do love the title of the bed, though, don't you? Summer Wells, fire. They all tell on themselves. Fire. They all know. Eye emoji. Sus eye emoji. No, I think it's y'all. They all tell on themselves. They all know. In a well organized group, violating federal and international laws. It's all here if you pay attention. Yeah, y'all tell on yourselves. Well, you drive these goddamn narratives under Summer's name, under Michael's name, under Harmony's, Petito's, Shannon, Kanika's, Kylie's, Dylan's, Sebastian's, Layla's, Holland's. Doesn't matter to y'all. Pick a name. Hashtag it. Y'all are real advocates and real fucking detectives, aren't you? Fuck you. Alright. So, and I really need to make a call real quick. Hold on. Alright, turns out texting's quicker. Alright, we're gonna carry on. Ugh, I'm gonna have to. Alright. Nah, I just wait till later. Depends on how this goes. I don't think it's gonna go well. I'm probably gonna eat 3 packs before it's fucking over. Some type of way today, and it ain't necessarily triggered or anything. It ain't that much thing. It's just knowing, man. Like, and it's like even now throughout the day, if even at my wonderful best over there when nobody's seen it for a couple hours, as the unbelievable, impossible occurred. Y'all, look, it's always been true. Unless I'm on here, I don't smoke a whole lot, but and I have cut down to where I'm at less than 6 a day if I'm not on here, and I just don't really crave them anymore. Don't want my body's like rejection. They're fucking awful, dude. I can't find one that suits me. It's just like my body's like, no, we can't do this anymore. Like something's wrong. So we're gonna make it to where they all taste like horrendous shit or nothing at all, whatever. And I just don't really crave them much anymore. So there's that, right? But I tell you what, today I have indeed probably some of the strongest cigarettes known to fucking man, quite frankly. But yeah, right now, obviously, I'm not gonna eat about 3 packs. I might. I fucking might. But we got a ways to go, because obviously, I'm just now like 8 minutes in. I was already in the second last piece earlier. But even now, and even then, at my best over there behind the scenes, when the wildest, most unbelievable shit occurred, and I still always have to sort of watch my tongue and bite it. So that even if I do get anywhere near emotion or listening out, so you don't have any more of those sedative moments or any of the other shit, right? Or they can clip. I had to watch what I say very carefully and also not let anything as I go over their content or whatever elicit responses or as I correct things, right, and all that, which they know is like a thing of mine. I always have, but it's a good way to get info they do not have, and I can tell you they don't right now, and they still very much want. And one of the ways they do is by putting my name in a whole lot of titles, doing fuck shit to me over the years. And they help us go over it and call them out. They'll take the info I give, but still ignore it, not make pieces on that. They'll database do whatever. They'll try to get more shit, and they will still eat me on the other end. Or others like me, right? And it's what they do to everybody. It's like they try to do to Chris and all the others and all these kids. It's a manipulation tactic. But yeah, no. So I try to, and I do have to be very careful. And I wish we were given a guidebook. We're not really, obviously. So I know some things are in ways, but maybe one day that'll be included in the real everything. But for now, I can't say. Some things or have common sense that says you shouldn't, or logic that says you shouldn't. And it's how I've always dealt with this realm, even over the most triggering of times. Even when Monster come here full tilt and acquired him, even during those goddamn brutal moments and throughout all the years. And the shit we've been through, and this community, and I've watched others go through, I just still watch very carefully. And I mean, I always hope I've not double-edged sword damage, but that's all you can hope. But I know what I ain't. I ain't no goddamn Marlena, and I ain't no fucking Fred, and I never have been. You know. And I made this channel to call out these son of bitches for this type of shit. What they were doing, and how they were doing it, and what they were doing under Summer's name, and honey, justice. And to have them held accountable. So they give you a different narrative of that, of course. It's that I came to YouTube to make money and to do this and some of that, but none of my videos have Summer's name in them. Most of my videos have never been monetized. And after they pulled fuck shit and a couple of them, lined up to Ziggy and otherwise TM and everybody else hit the channel and all this and everything, and CZ did her dirty work, and Heather Lynn's and Juniper's and Sages did their dirty work, and they thought they were getting somewhere, but now they're all fucking piss-ass terrified because they know there's proof held of it, and they fucked up on all counts. But anyway, so I've not sought monetization back over the memberships. Well, that didn't really count for much as far as, whatever. And when you're me, you know that most of those motherfuckers back in our members area were all Trojan horses, watchers, and people who wanted access to everything 24/7. So, I hate to tell you this, but most of those are motherfucking around to make sure they had access to all things at all times and that could be hid from them. So, yeah, I didn't find harm in that. But for the most part, my shit's never been monetized. And I'm probably the only one out here that's ever shown real receipts along the way. But I don't want you to know any of that. I just get so sick of it, dude. But I ain't ever taken, cash for interviews or, been on phone like, hey, drop a cash. No. They'll give you different narratives these days. They'll forget to tell you that the rare times we were tragedy pimp hunting and, well, after we were on here and they were making, that we let them drop one or two, and we knew what they were going to do with this was a form of hunting, and they didn't fail to surprise them, man. I mean, knew they were going to do it, and then they fuck off and they scam on it, and they do whatever else, and they try to flip the script and say that we were all the ones doing it. And we held their receipt, and part of that falls into why they want us all gone and silenced and all the shit, because they've been the ones doing the fuck shit, right? Anyway, but yeah, I just find it fucked up, man. Oh, damn. All the years of it. And then I also failed to tell you that I could have stayed over on Facebook and monetized and did all things because of whatever there and made bank if that's what it was after. Instead, I shut it down because they kept hitting that broadside and whatever anyway. And removing real memories on the kids and things I had because it's my real Facebook and I wasn't going to risk that. And then they were doing that so that I did close it so people didn't see the origins and how I was calling them out and I was like, oh, y'all better fucking stop your shit. I'm going to hunt you to the ends of the earth. So, making sure that I couldn't have it open without risk to my real life and real memories and pictures being taken and all that, I had to shut it down. And that helped them hide further and give out narratives all these years. But, so. But they don't want to tell you any of that. They did this, by the way, similar wise to the babysitter and Quentin Simons and others in their own cases, especially other witnesses and people they want to get shit from. They will actually shut down. They will go report shit on other social media platforms so that people will only be driven to the realms and here to YouTube. They can't defend themselves on their own platforms or accounts. They're driven out here in ways to go, here's where I have left to defend myself or my reputation or whatever. Right? They'll shut down and make sure to report this on their account so it drives them here, right? Cattle shoot. It's a method. Tried to warn the babysitter about it and quitting, but they kept shutting her shit down. They've done it to others and all the other cases around the Idaho 4, all that. I tried to warn Chris and Seth and everybody else too before I got wound up this fuck shit. I think Chris seen it a little clearer than Seth did though. But I always try to warn as best as I can. And then I don't fuck with anyone any further in any of these things because it ain't my business to be doing. But I hate to watch it being done in the same manipulation and patterns and the Emmas and fucking J4s and the goddamn Ryans and the Jennies and the Adrians and the Chasings and the TMs and the BKs and the nonsenses and the Brittany J's and the lockdowns and the this and the that and the others, right? Shares same playbook, the draws, the this, the that, the slays. Hate to watch it being done to all these hate to watch them being lured in these Facebook groups and that hold their children or loved ones' names and say, oh, Sebastian's group, or find Sebastian, or find Summer, or find Layla, or Holly, and really what those groups are meant to do is to hunt down witnesses and neighbors, people that would be watching them, and then Emma and all them to go behind and make sure the advertisement for channels like Ziggy or them or the Smileys or whoever or the shares are actually advertising, and then those people clearly, you know, they're led over to go, why is this shit being said? And they jump into a live stream, or the little trolls like the Maymays or whatever jump into inboxes, social media things, and then a message to tell these people, oh my god, this is being said about you, and then those families or witnesses or neighbors or community members are like, what the fuck? And then they go over and they're triggered and those chats are running wild with, and meant to be, and they all have a plan as they're running wide open, saying the most terrible, god awful, goddamn things about, and it's triggering. It's emotionally and mentally manipulating those people. And oh my god, look, and then pumped up false ass views, making them think really 19,000 people are watching. No, they fucking ain't. It's false fucking shit to heighten the sense of urgency. Oh my god, I gotta defend myself. Let me jump up this crater. Maybe and then this craters and all this group on info. And a lot of people always think that was their idea, not realize how manipulated they were into it and hunted and all this by those in this group. Happens every time. Like playbook. Every time. But I hate watching it being done. Every time. That's what they all do. Every time. And you all watch it. Carrying on, I guess.
The reason why there's lies is because they're involved. I'm going to say, look, Michele, you always twist your gut. I'm going to have to go back and listen.
Now, I don't know you're implying involved against everybody according to Michele, because she's now the feds, police, law enforcement, grand juries, DAs, courts, judges, I don't know. But I know shit, but it's either like, yeah, why lie, Gigglebox in the UK? Why lie? Why are you lying? What's your motive? What's your needful thing? What's this? What's that? Is your pulling scaffolding and framework from out of your asshole for you and the crew again? What is it? What's your motive, bitch? What are all your motives right now? I bet you one day I'm going to be more psychic than Sloan, Serafina, and Juanita put together. Wait for it, y'all. You bet me. Jesus Christ. Imagine that. You motherfuckers. Oh, y'all lived all the fuck shit. Chasing first. But not really. Stop. Y'all been at this fuck shit since, especially March last year, damn sure since Fred hit Graham both times, and Marlene was quiet, all the shit was whatever, and blah blah blah, and especially those October shits. Y'all are fuck faces. Carrying on. Stop. Yeah. Why you have such a terrible human being? Never mind, don't answer.
Listen to all of these videos again to pinpoint the time when I changed, to pinpoint the time when I started to believe that the parents weren't involved, that yeah, Candice is holding things back because she doesn't want people to know just how long Summer was missing. But that's it. That she was somewhat neglectful when she didn't realise that Summer had gone all that time. But she did. But she did know. If she called Melina at 4:37, she was seen on Fred's driveway around 4:30 by Chad Arnold. Fred conveniently wasn't there at that time because he's lied through his teeth. He's lied through his teeth. But do you remember this photo?
So's Marlena. So did Jose. All ones you all acquired. Namely, Junior and Adrian, Ziggy, etc., right? Allie's age, for cash, they did all the things. Y'all aren't after the fucking truth. Y'all ain't after it now. It's the real men and women who put in the real work. Real hearts, real people around somewhere. It's everybody but you pieces of shit. Y'all ain't done shit. Make shit. Whatever the fuck. You've made it. As people have called you out the entire goddamn way. You're no heroes or advocates. You're criminals. You're monsters. You're predators. You are the things that lurk in the dark. Well, right out in public in broad daylight. As you, like most monsters, try to attempt to discredit, flip, pull the same patterns, blah, 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 for your benefit. So you can get away with all the shit. People call you out, turn you in, might get ahead of you. You'll do anything to keep from getting held accountable for their fuck shit. Known for it, recognized for it. Pretending to be goddamn heroes, advocates. Give a damn. Bullshit. Real law enforcement, real searchers, real feds, real card teams, real experts, real judges and courts, and all them. They do the real work. While y'all tamper and fuck with it and try to keep any justice or closure or anything from happening. Fuck you.
Do you remember this photo? And do you remember what Don said about this photo? Do you remember? He said he was crying because he knew that his time with Summer was short. I'm going to have to go and dig out that interview again. I can't remember whose panel he was on when he...
I believe it was Dolly's, Michelle. Well, I'll do your work for you, you fucking begging ass bitch who just takes other people's words and parrots them and whatever, just like you do Chasen's here in a minute and whatever. You're useless and you're lazy and you're a con. And they get you up to the fuck shit the most, like AB and others, and around international borders and all that, because they know it's harder to find lawyers, right? That can traverse international laws, more expensive, pricey. Y'all feel pretty confident that you won't be held accountable, prosecuted, taken for civil stuff. And judging by Shannon's brother and him, I'd say that there's an end to that or something to set an example coming up for that. But, um, you know, whatever. But that's what your all's function is overseas as well. Also, because you are not legally able to do what you do to cases in your own countries, you pick U.S. based ones and you do whatever. And U.S. money often pays for a great deal of you more than your own currencies does, and it's gross what y'all do. That's why y'all get up to the outing of the docks and some of the work shit and whatever was right for. Yeah, now we see you. But anyway, I believe that was Dolly's. Could have been Smiles, but I think that was Dolly's. They said that on. Wasn't that right in there with the Angels or something in 6 months? I don't know.
Said it. He said he knew Summer's time was short. He knew that something was going to happen to her. Don has told on himself again and again and again. They all have. Listen, I'm going to say, Don, you're now my number one suspect again. Candace, you're also my number one suspect again. But I'm also going to say Fred Hill's a suspect because he's lied to cover up a bunch of crap. Saying for like a long time that he was at the Scrappy, taking cars to the Scrappy, and he saw Andy on the road. He says that Andy was on the road at 3:47. But once people realised that Fred couldn't have been taking cars to the Scrappy, he changed his story. So conveniently, he...
No, that's not why he changed his story. He changed it for a Ziggy and a U-All in this year, especially after Nesbitt coming to play after him and Lauren have been playing motherfuckers since the beginning about like Marlene and others and Candace and Dawn and everybody else. But no. He was behind the scenes fucking around for quite a bit, studying on one shit. I don't know, feeding out shit. You could tell in real time that, you know, but you couldn't put the pieces together till later that that's what had been happening. At least for some of us, like, where the hell is this wild shit coming from? You just think psychic this. No, it's all Fred's word. It's this one. But out the first public stuff with Fred, right? You have a Nesbitt threatening and holding warrants over certain folks, and then you have a Ziggy showing up after Hill's on the ground and pretending she ain't part of them, though she was. You have a Jennifer and Nana's and a Ziggy playing the shit, and they acquire Fred. And go back to that version at least, and you'll see Fred say all kinds of things. Like, no, I don't think Andy and Josie had anything to do with it. And he couldn't even name kids or anything else, but then you can clearly see portions, much like Marlena and Jose, where they were studying online or told what to say, and it's there to pull this and son that, little this and little that, but you hear as close to as you're ever going to. Fred clearly say, no, I don't think Andy and Josie are blah, blah, blah. They're real unsociable. They don't hang out with nobody. Yeah, I wonder why. Some people had sticks up their asses. They want to hang out with the Freds, the fucking Lauras, the goddamn Marlenas, the Candace and Dawns, and this, the other, right? And instead her ass on her fucking heel. And you hear Fred say, nah, Andy just deals with the way Jody Sue don't do nothing. But then what's it become? Alright? And each time Ziggy talked to him, what do he respond to? Cashness for dope, this and there, whatever needful things, just like Marlena's doing, just like Jose did, just like the rest of these characters. You know? And, yeah. So don't act like Fred didn't do that for you all and with you all. Don't act like Marlene ain't either. And mind how it's happening. Don't act like they did whatever, and it's to cover up. It was for content for you all. They rat and cheesed it. You all rat and cheesed it. All of you building shit. Got Fred over there and Lord playing fucking games and messaging obvious lies back to Monster a certain way, and then dipping phones with Kathy on him, hoping it would mind fuck law enforcement, make Andy look certain ways. All this other shit, you know. And these emails to prove about this and everybody all they want to talk about is Andy, and it's like, are y'all fucking stupid? You know, and it's insane how much y'all have tampered with, manufactured. Fred didn't get up to this alone. Marlene ain't getting up to it alone. Now, they also have other shit behind them, like the real big bads, that are helping use them and these platforms of your alls to do other shit. Probably cornbread and chicken feed related. Intimidate and do whatever else, you know? Some of those piss us terrified after being acquired or blackmailed or made to help with the scripting you all built since very early on and all this shit, you know? And, but I love how y'all want to fancy it the fuck up and lay it off on all just them, right? Y'all know why they've lied, why they've changed, why they do whatever to suit whatever time, why you sold it for so long, even though shit, all these things are there from the beginning. Nobody needed a year and a half long fight about whether Monster was or wasn't on the fucking road. Proof was already here. Nobody needed fucking fights about whether fucking sound could be heard this air because proof was already here. It could be. Nobody needed any of the shit. The proof and things are here. The facts here. But y'all couldn't have all that. Could you? Because it wouldn't pay. I mean, it wouldn't. Whatever. It wouldn't pay y'all. And you couldn't keep the content or you're like, well, shit. I ain't really got into it. Just, oh god, they're real facts and shit, you know? You know, you had to do all the things to keep writing the scripts and years long, whatever, and profiteering, musketeering, doing all the shit. No matter whose lives you annihilated, no matter what you got, it didn't matter. And the proof was already here. Closest to it very early on. And y'all made sure to do extra for years. Just tamper, fuck with, destroy, terrorize, try to get rid of, discredit, 75. I mean, I just, you know. It's gross what y'all done. You do it in every case. Every one of them. And no matter who comes out, especially those who come out against you all, call out what y'all are doing in each case. Cash's, Classics, Sincere's, Harmony's, Dylan's. And Dylan's mom was damn sure giving it an effort. Watts, everybody. And on to Jeremy's. Everybody's calling out, man. Feds, law enforcement. You somehow managed to silence. Quiet. Make people believe you over them. You know? Because it benefits you all. For the worst of reasons, not the best stuff. Not so the truth can be seen. Not, everything but. Y'all are assholes. Of the highest order. But if you delay that simply on Fred as Fred chose, or Fred this, Fred is at a certain degree, but because he's with Ziggy, he damn sure knows what's up and what he's doing on purpose. Marlene, I don't even make any guesses, but yeah, he chose the alleys like so many. Scripted so very early on. Instantly with those like PG and Squall and big bad sicko hillbillies and shit. Always meant to be this clash of the titans of Andy and Fred and whatever else. And somebody scripted that shit before even people were public. It's weird, ain't it? Who did that? Who did it as meth bubbles and shit were dropped and cameras raised and shit? I don't know. As Amy Tates and Sanchez's and BK's and Shares are getting in and all these people are going to fix up the house and and all this shit. Who was doing all this shit? Fred was squeaking around middle of the night. Don was whatever. Everybody like bro dogging it out. I don't know. I don't like it. I'll never like it. Carrying on.
Wasn't there when someone went missing. Yet, Fred tells on himself that there was a scent alert. Now, we know from Sheriff Ronnie Lawson that dogs tracked Summer's scent off the property. Don says it's down the dog trail. Sheriff Ronnie Lawson intimated it was the driver. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which path. But they lost the scent at the road. You could say, as I've been saying for ages, Summer maybe just wandered down there. Maybe just Summer wandered down the hill because kids do the darndest things. And somebody known to the family, not a complete stranger, no one's going to be down there, complete stranger. Someone who knows the wells, someone who's seen.
And she's parroting, chasing. Who she advertised first this. Yeah. She didn't think of this all around. This ain't what she's been going with for years. Damn, there's like a whole channel over there of giant ass UK tragedy pimp that is evidence to the contrary. She's parroting, chasing, and chasing smart stuff, and she's taking it, making her own goddamn. It's just what she does. Michelle's pretty notorious for it. But yeah, she's doing it for a reason for sure right now. And helping lift off this shit. This is garbage. But what do you mean? I mean, chasing, according to chasing, you could only leave that property through. It has to be a pathway, a cleared spot, a trail, driveway, which is stupider than fuck. By the way, called that out the other day, I guess. But then, you know, and what do you mean? I believe Lawson also said the dog trail led to nowhere and screams unfounded and that led to nowhere and all this shit. Because he talks about these things many times in many ways. He also does say the driveway too, or gravel pavements, what he said. But that could have been just an example of how sensor lost. You never really know, right? And that's the thing of it. But you gotta just pick and choose, you know. Anyway, but she's getting ready to pull a points chasing made, but now Michelle suddenly is all on too. It's been her theory the whole time. Everything's been all the way through the whole time, and they've never deviated from these courses that they're building for you right now. Never.
Jason was an easy target as taken Summer. I absolutely believe that she was abducted because of these footprints. There's no way Summer's footprints could have got high up on this ridge and then way over here. People say, well, law enforcement have never talked about the footprints. No, they haven't. On the 21st of June, at a press conference, Ansley Daniel from WJHL asked the question because there was an all-night search the 19th of June into the 20th of June. And Dave Rader from Equisearch, who I trust not to tell lies, came into town.
You mean that dude who clearly told lies and works on a goodwill tiered money system and goes pretty about much like Hills on the Ground going, oh, locals, don't say where, don't take recordings this there, and it could be sensitive stuff. And then he goes back to the same exact areas that real searchers have been. Doesn't really do much of anything, but then hits a duty wrong and says all the things he told nobody else to say. Because really what he was after is everybody shut up, take it back, now you get to air all the things. Make money. I just don't know, man. I mean, that one. That dude. Yeah, no. But, whatever you say, Michelle.
On the night.
Well, you mean the guy that even the local police and rescue squads were like, hey, when we let you back in here again, your ass was supposed to exfiltrate and we've still not got a turnover. They had to make a piece in the paper to catch Raiders' fucking attention enough to have him finally hand over all the things. That Raider? That one? Yeah, okay. has the Twyla, who I know has lied and said fuck shit and been a bullshitter. And others, that one, who is supposed to be a real searcher but didn't bring the right equipment to do and didn't know he couldn't use it in this area. That one? Yeah, fuck yeah. Whatever.
18th, and then he joined the search on the 20th, and the searchers were talking about it, that they thought that Summer had been abducted but then brought back, and she was wandering around in the woods on her own, and that's where the footprints came from. You know, they saw all of the Ferrari, they got scared, they brought her back and just dropped her off in the woods, so it just looked like, you know, she got lost. That was the theory that law enforcement were working from. Could that be the truth?
How do you know it was that, other than Raiders' word? Law enforcement? Leslie or Hart Ainsley Bales tell you that? Nope. He didn't. No. No, he did not. But y'all need all the things to build all the things and the framework for all things. And, whatever. Either way, you just don't even know what to say right now most days.
Could that absolutely be the truth? But this scent alert.
And if that were the case, man, then where did Summer go next if she was dropped back off? Especially where those footprints things are, man. The houses are right down there. I mean, she would have traveled in the east. What next? You're telling me she was dropped back off when fuck ton of police, LE feds were present. Helicopters, ground penetrator, all this shit. And it missed her, and she didn't gravitate towards those sounds or searchers out there every day, all day. Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, I don't buy that shit.
At Fred's place, tells on himself. Why do they all tell on themselves? Jody Sue, saying that Andy supplied the drugs that would sedate the girls at 110, so they could be touched. Jody Sue implicates Andy, and then
And we'll get to that here in a bit, because I'm so sick of hearing that shit after all these years. I'm just sick of it. And that was a chasing thing, too. And that was as they brought Monster out, wanted it real triggered and real this, and well, they got that, but character limits applied. Everybody ignores pieces where I clarified, very clearly and such. And, God forbid you use a big word around here, but you clarify what you mean is weed, and clearly by that point have been known by Dawn had been given at least one of the boys weed, and it does have a sedative effect. Obviously, it's what they were using it for, to calm them down, etc. And worrisomely, I mean, y'all just have, I just get so sick of it, man. Y'all make shit look ways it ain't. And y'all have Marlene over believing something about fucking pills and shit that don't even make sense that I never even goddamn said. Marlene over being fake, outraged at whatever, though she clearly knew there were pills on. One to him by Grandis and others, and her people, and the real big bads, and they were all using, and there was heroin and coke, and whatever else, and downers and shit. If she left her own kid behind, Fred knows all this shit too. And those like Allie and him, and like, are you shitting me? You know, Andy in no way was going over and giving like children, as in like little girls or otherwise, themselves dope in order for that to happen. It was more of a fucking said, like, we, whatever Candace Dunn could be up to, fuck shit with just that. I made that clear. And, but nobody plays that shit. And then it was clarified. And then Tiffany Marie gets chasing up, and Jason's like, no, this is what you meant. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. And Tim's like, alright. And then Jason does it, and that's used to keep Monster riled up for years and believing fake shit and all this and all this and bullshit. So there'd be a war and continent for you all and more danger to us and more him boohooing fucking words like he's the victim. I'm just so sick of it. But that's the thing, man. And it pisses me off so bad. To know that those like Marlenas and Freds and the Alleys and shit, man. And what you all like don't put behind that piece, and that was the intention. That was the intention of bringing Monster out, and you know, victims and survivors let me know what these son bitches have been doing out here locally, and what he's doing, what he's gonna come online and do to us, and what he's gonna be used for, and to hide certainness there, and to make him believe falsely all this shit's being done or said about and chasing them to be right behind it. And then how you think? I mean, like it's like. But what you all don't take into account or realize is that certain ones near summer in the community and real neighbors will say, I mean, we had these red flags jumping up and these other things and our guts screaming, right? And we're looking for proof. We're looking for something tangible to help to turn in to do this, but we can't find anything, right? But then you have the fuck sticks like Fred and Laura and goddamn Marlena and others, dead center in the alleys and all, and dead center with the fucking front row seat to it anytime could have had the proof. Where's Marlena's called a 911 when she's seen the kids thrown down and beaten, or the heroin use, or all these things, or the other times the kids vanished, like, where the fuck were they then? They had the opportunity, and they had front row seat, and it's like, knowing that, and what y'all don't realize is that some of our guts were singing and screaming, and we were already digging in the way. Some of us have told you that for years. But you have to have something to turn in. You have to have something that goes, okay, well, another case, or this here ain't just going to be closed and open because people like Candace and the Alleys and the fucking Marlenas play tit for tat, and therefore certain departments are going to come in, especially children who are told not to speak to police or DCS, and everything's going to be made look hunky-dory, and then you still got to live there, and then you may be cut off from all things in a way that you could never get proof in order to help, and you still got to live around hell, so nobody expects a June 15th. You keep digging until you get brick, but you didn't not expect June 15th in the least. Nobody expects someone to commit something, especially not a child. And I mean, that's the thing, man. They have different masks for all of us. Whether C&D or responsible or not. Different masks for everyone. Even between Monster and I. Right? They had different masks for him because they knew he'd tolerate different shit. I wasn't. I was a neighbor with a stick up the ass. I was still on his ass about fucking shit all the time. Even smoking and all this other, like, bro, no. But even he knew my gut was singing and screaming, and thought his was too, Found out one of these days that at least he was aware to some degree. He's like, they're mean to all of them over there, this and blah, abuse shit. And I'm like, he's screaming it at you, and you're like, what the fuck? And he meant, by the way, so nobody mistakes that, he means that in an abuse way, like, I guess, like, spank them or do whatever, but they never even spanked those kids in front of me, man. I heard them obviously over yonder threatening with it there, but I never saw them even so much as spank those kids. But you have those like Marlena and them saying they witnessed them thrown down and beaten and shit. You have those like True and Allen and them saying they were beaten in the faces and all this other shit. Yeah, meanwhile, throughout the years, these motherfuckers hide from those like myself and others and the other neighbors that are contacted for boo boo shit, this shit, that shit. But we're damn sure not the ones that are run to when summer's ODing and, you know, the ones that don't call 911 when that's happening, you know, that'd be the alleys, Marlena's, and everybody else's while they now try to fancy it. I'm so sick of it, man. So over it. They had their, and I know, it's like, I know what Marlena, she should know, and I know because of others she knows that she has to know, and I know that others being kept from coming forward and scared to come forward and they no, that I've been trying to get to come forward for years. And they're scared, man. And it's because of this shit. And other shit. And those circling around them. But knowing these people like Marlena, you know? Oh, the little tree limbs come out in a slight breeze and sprinkles. But then they were actually up there doing the worst dope shit. And the worst this shit, leaving their kids behind shit, also shit. Watching these children being beaten like that and everything else. And knowing that children were just watching children, man, like, and leaving their own there, man. But they could have called 911 anytime they seen that shit, and they didn't. They could have picked up phone, recorded the shit, turned it in. They didn't. They had the proof and evidence right there at their fingertips. And I hate to put that off on anybody else, so they, right? But it's the truth, man. They had enough and enough access, and but they were tolerant of it. They helped hide it. They didn't turn in. Candace and Don, everybody else was pretty confident that they wouldn't. And, you know, because of all their ties together, because of all the shit. But if any of the rest of us had had that type of front row seat and ability to have that proof in real time, 911 would have indeed been called, not DCS, and recordings would have and then turned in. Especially as their guts were singing, red flags were going up, something was occurring, even though wildly enough in that year and a half it looked like stuff was getting better, but at the same time he's raging red flags and shit like, man, something's wrong, something's wrong. Well, kids are trying to say that you're trying to help him, but you just can't get enough, and apparently not enough time, but who in the fuck would have thought of June 15th? What's gonna happen? I don't know. Nobody. Nobody in their wildest dreams. Nightmares. Nobody. Nobody. The monster knew how I felt. I thought he felt the same way at the time he was concerning this here, but not until he could scream at us about something in those last few days or one night, whatever, but didn't take it the day you started shit. You damn right I would have. You know, but it's fucked up, man. All of it's fucked up. But no, Andy didn't go over feeding like pills or anything else to little girls so they could be touched. It was a fear. It was a raging red flag. And my God, it was like, what's happening? What's going on? Is something happening? It's one of the many things. It's like something is wrong. I just don't know what. I don't know if it's extreme abuses. I don't know if it's Don's drug use. I don't know if it's this, that, and the other. You know, I don't know, but something's very wrong. Things we were seeing that we're still not gonna say, at least as far as I go. And this place has no right and is not entitled to. Not even the least. But I've always said the same thing. My guts were singing. I was digging. Sure others around the community were too. Well, those like the Marlenas and the alleys. It was just a front row seat. And this place for years has made those of us who were digging our red flags or guts singing and screaming. It made us all look sus and weird because of it, gravity and whatever. But it wasn't weird. It ain't weird. Be a community member, a neighbor, in real life to any situations, and you know. Starving, you got to scream, but ain't enough there to prove anything, you know. But all kinds of things, obvious extreme drug use of there that I thought they'd honestly quit. I thought they'd stop drinking. I mean, it was weird. Like at the same time, you think things are getting better. Somehow you see all these red flags, and you don't know what the fuck to think. You're all mixed up, you know. But I don't know. I've said it for years. This place has made it look weird, but you know, still did not expect it June 15th. Can't help that I'm built in a certain way and wired and whatever, I don't know, and I don't think other neighbors are either, and you know, and we could come out and say the entire time that was the case, like something was just didn't feel right. Unlike when you find all these other cases and you get the neighbors who are like, I don't know, I would have never got some of that. Right? Oh my God, Bob didn't see one, you know? Yeah, man, something's real fucking wrong here. You just don't know what, you know? And then we're all trying to figure out what June 15th happens. Somehow. And whatever happened, happened. But it didn't have to. Those with front row seats could have picked up call 911. I know those of us like myself, you know, came back upon the receipts and knowledge of shit. Obviously, later on, thanks to Monster and his abuses and using medicine to get about fucking more whores and boats and all the shit, right? While leaving us around an area where there was clearly peeping toms and shit like that. Using it to his advantage to go fuck whores and do whatever else, and, you know. So, wasn't aware till it was again. But then, remembering it and seeing that I was clearly told certain things were being turned in, law enforcement was involved in this, and that's how the mind fucked happened. Then people show up for 4 or 5 days, probably, you know, getting kids on, you know, scripted liners and, you know, all this other shit and whatever in case Ellie shows up and things fade, whatever, you know, you don't realize. And then after that, though, you realize, you know, like, oh, never mind, these motherfuckers are gonna hide like that. They're gonna be like, it. With no truth to that, it was just enough time to get away with whatever, you know. I don't know. But no, Andy wasn't over there, and I don't care. I mean, millions of times I gotta say this. He wasn't over there, and they go over feeding little girls drugs to sedate them, right? They always meant it as a pot. I clarified that. They never paid attention to that. And, you know, and then it was up to C&D and whatever they, you know, do it. It was a concern of mine of who all and who else children they were given just pot to, whatever, you know. And, even though they'll tell you he's a big bad weed dealer too, that ain't even where they got most of their fucking weed from or anything else. Like, y'all stupid. Y'all real stupid. And I can prove that. Throughout the years, he ain't even the guy they really fucking got weed off of or anything the most. Like, this is stupid. It's all stupid. But it's like a great deal many things. I still don't know what all that fuck stick was up to. Shit was wild. I found out a bunch of shit after, obviously, being here and away from him, and people started popping out with truths and this there and all kinds of shit that I know. And then, like, you also have other bullshit coming in play. Realize why he's leaking and giving himself away by Allie being up there constantly for free air and shit. It was case, you know, anybody around the block told me Allie kept showing up or anything, but then it turns out Allie and him were meeting at Walmart and all this other shit for who knows what. I don't know. Yeah. But I know what he wasn't. And he wasn't over there giving little girls substances to be damaged. Alright? So, miss me with the bullshit. I'm no man, but this realm, they can play those words and they can do whatever, but Monster knows parts of concerns. Right? And red flags. And so I'm just so sick of the bullshit. And obviously the acquiring of him, bringing him on, expecting reactions from me played into that, and it did. It was very fucked up, and then that was the intention and purpose of doing that, and then bringing him on, and he thought it fun times. I didn't. Still don't. And I knew they were gearing for him and to bring him forward, and the countdown on it, and it was still brutal to have done. Then from those moments, and nobody taking into account all that, and how it must have felt being the line, how these people were doing that to all of us, you know, and my children, myself, etc. How they were lying, hiding certain things, riling him up real good, hiding truths from him, pumping him full of bullshit that they built or said we said that we didn't say and didn't imply and all this other shit. You know, like, it's just garbage. Y'all been entertained though, right? And it's weird you'd think we'd all be questioned about things like that by alien feds, right? The sedated things. Yeah, we have been. Including him. You'd think if he'd been going over to actively give little girls shit that you all are making things that aren't, beer, whatever, he'd be in fucking handcuffs. But I know he wasn't doing that. And alien feds know he wasn't. not that way. Now, truth is, at least once, you know, that he sold at least one of the boys. Now, I don't know about age on him, but and that was an after thing too. And I know in that piece they play all the time. I say when shit went down. I guess a lot take that to mean like when Summer vanished. But that is not what I meant. I meant in the very last, final moments of him and I ever being in contact there, which is weeks after you all think. And he'll admit, including the back, I know I was making here lying about how long he'd been gone and all this other shit, right? That I was finding out certain shit and this, the other, and I lost my shit over that. And, you know, all these things, right? But, yeah, there's a great deal many things. It's like I wasn't aware of him and Allie riding Willens and Dillons and meeting in Walmart and shit until internet said so. And I guess he backed up. I didn't know Grandis got pills and shit until, well, internet said so. And I didn't know Monster knew until Monster said so. So, there's a great deal many things, right? One face for Monster, one for me, one between all of them. I mean, like, it's just, but, yeah, so, million times I can say it over and over and over again. And y'all can play over and over again and twist and imply what you mean, what you want to this and want to that. Knowing damn good and well what you did, how you did it, how you triggered, how you manipulated, why you acquired Monster, why you did this, he knows why he's there, that, la la la. And then that, truth bombs not so well worded, and big words were used, and Lord God, and it just forever exists. In a realm of let's build the script. Yeah, let's not. And then you forget. No. You purposely lied to the public and millions around the world. You try to make him this big bad thing, but the big bad things and the medium big bads are those like Fred's, Marlena's. The big bads are behind them, and they know who all they are. They know the real dope. But it's like they might ask the names of the Kingsport dealers from Marlena the other night or anything. Anybody? Yeah, no. Did you write them into the script? How about the real Willers and Dillers that Allie and H. Lum were well over? Didn't seem to cough up and anything else. What about those? The ones with the real fuck shit. Like the real extreme pills, heroin, coke, meth, all that shit. They were all using together. Anybody? Hmm? Or how about their own family ties and cornbread and shit like that were the real shit? Hmm? Not that shit. And even Don said it. Chad Trojan pieces this. Well, he did used to fool around with so and so's dad, right? According to him and according to Fred and all that. I mean, like, I don't know, man. And Marlene even says, oh yeah, because my dad did that and Don working for him and started, man, bullshit, bro. Hmm. Wonder why he would have went and visited after Summer vanished. You think because it was just because that one's a real tight friend, or because, well, it might know the real deep dark shit and the real players, but I don't know. But yeah, go ahead. Make Monster, whatever, make this one, whatever, but you sit here and you help out real fuck shit that had real front row. And Monster ain't it, dude. Monster ain't it. But they got to continue on this path that all the script writers very early on, and whoever that psychic ass motherfucker was on Facebook, and Don't Fuck Around with Cats video mine is, and PGs and Squalls and all those, and then McDonough's. Fairy tale the fuck up, y'all. They gotta keep on with that shit. Plus, most recent turn of let's do whatever's. It's called Framework, dude, for fucking bullshit. That's the fuck it's called. Still left wondering about busted meth bubbles on certain days, and especially those where Amy Tate and him supplied that are clearly on WJHL tweaking our asses off. That for long before Public were over here around Benny and Chasing and all them, and they had inserted on the hill, but we're clearly in front of WJHL tweaking our asses off while the boys are around them. But working for this group, I don't know. And then they come out targeting my kid too, falsely, erroneously, in a repeated effort of, and to make everybody else look a certain way, and it wasn't right. None of it's been right. Yeah. None of it's been right. Not a damn bit of it. Keep your scripting to yourself. Monster ain't the big bad. Hell, I doubt even the Fred's the big bad. Although he, and with Ziggy's help, has made himself look like it. For sure. And his dumb shit plans. I don't know what I really goddamn don't. Swear to God. But, I don't know, man. And we're going to get to a part around what Marlene said the other night that really is bothering me. It's eating me alive. It is. It's eating me the fuck alive. And it's very concerning. But that don't even mean, like, I still refuse. I'm not going to stand there and be like, Candace and Donna guilty, or Fred's guilty, or that one's guilty, or this person. I'm not going to do it. I'll never do it. I know I've heard be called guilty, but that doesn't mean they are. It doesn't mean shit doesn't gonna play. New evidence, new this, new that, whatever else. And yeah, all of them may be monsters, maybe be dope heads, but I'm still not gonna be like, and there's a whole bunch that are guilty of a whole lot of shit. That does not mean they're guilty of whatever happened this summer on the 15th. And I'm not gonna stand here and do what the others are fucking paid to do, Tragedy Pimp to do, Jose up to do. I ain't gonna do it. Y'all got that covered out there, right? While you hashtag Summer's name in it. While you scripted the fuck up with each other. Yeah, I think you did. I'll be right back in a minute. Alright. So we're just gonna carry on where we're at. From where we were, anyway. This bullshit. Michelle's a cunt, always. Dark Knight.
And she'll defend him. I think they all know. I do. I think they all know. Dawn's, Summer was a little daddy's girl. Well, not according to Melina. According to Melina, Summer was scared of Dawn. Usually little girls are daddy's little girls. They love their daddy. She didn't. She didn't care much for him. It was like Candace would threaten him. Well, your dad's on the way home. You better straighten up. And then kids knew that they better straighten up before he got there. But she shot off more from her daddy than anything. She didn't really know him, did she? Because he was always at work. He didn't know her. He didn't know what her favourite candy was. He didn't know what her favourite food was. He didn't know anything about her. Candace knew a little bit more.
I love how you are doing this whole Marlene is a truth teller and Veritas, just like you fucking lying bastards, script writing sons of bitches over here. It's funny, because I'll tell you what, seems to be the real knowledge of Marlene stops at a certain point, and then she'd be lying about a whole bunch of things, but yeah, almost as if Dawn right, whatever. But the thing is that I gotta tell you, no matter what, the truth is that throughout the years, and especially last year, wherever Dawn was, Summer was. Does that mean, like he come in here and sickly said, oh, her favorite word stop? No, man. No, man. No kid's favorite word stop. And he fancied it up like Marlena's fancying up tree branches and precious. Candace is like, I walked all the way to the goddamn door. And Age is like, I'm a hero. And Candace is like tit for tat with a splashed in the face. I'm so sick of all of it. Right? So sick of it. Now Marlena. Oh, total Veritas. Though there's already proof of her she's lying. Lying like a motherfucker. And all of you all know. You're right, Michelle. They all know. All of you know what you're doing, Marlena. And there's lies, but right now it suits y'all and your needs and shit, right? To make it like, and y'all just gonna ignore what clearly even in one stream are a million lies and all that. But I'll tell you, no matter what was going on, alright, that Summer really was, wherever Dawn was, Summer was. And no matter what was occurring, you'd see her be like, oh, and he'd pick her up, put her on his hip, just the same way you would Candace, And, but, yeah, Dawn very much, wherever Summer, went Dawn and, whatever. Now, the stop days, that shit ain't normal. That shit ain't normal. Triggered the hell out of me, obviously. But, it ain't no fancy and that shit's fuck up. Nobody's favorite words, especially a child, or stop that, stop that. I mean, they're a peacemaker, like Simmer's a little peacemaker. No, just like my own, you know. They weren't screaming, stop, Dad, stop, because it's their favorite fucking word, or because they're peacemakers, because they want, hey, stop hitting me, stop hitting, this, stop hitting Mom, stop this, right? Clearly you can see that Donna Candace beat the shit out of, and I can tell you that I never once heard the children come out and be like, Mom's being mean to Dad. It was always Dad's beating the shit out of Mom, and Dad's being mean to Mom again. I don't care how y'all want to do that shit, but that's what I heard, and that's what Libby say, Just like Don could hear Monster beating the shit out of me and terrifying the kids this the other, and I'm sure stop coming out of their mouths too, and stop beating Mom. Stop hitting my brother, Dad. Stop. Stop ain't a cute fucking word. It ain't a peacemaking anything, it's because domestic violence, man. But the thing is no matter what, especially when they're young, Like summer. What's normal? Still their parents, still their family, and they're still gonna come out and be like, hold me, pick me up, being around and near. And after certain drastic events, there might be distance here and there, whatever, and hell, consider Marlena was apparently present on days where she'd watch the children get thrown down and beaten. Fuck, I don't know. Those could be the days where it was clear in their minds who had done what and this had done whatever, and they shied away from him. But either way, makes you wonder. Veritas my ass. We're rolling on what calls me. I just, y'all gonna just ignore all that while they feed you this bullshit and they use it for their framework scripting from the beginning? While they work for the worst monsters, and I do mean work. 75% troll, blocked and bashed, come back to target and annihilate witnesses and those seen as inconvenient and all this other. That's what the fuck all these people did. They want you to see them as heroes, true detectives, and all this shit. That's what they did. They manufactured evidence, they pulled criminal shit, they pulled real crimes. They have for years, they will still, and if you let them continue this, they're going to continue the mind fuck, and they're going to, I don't know what to tell you, man. This shit's sick, and as sick as it gets. There's no iller place on social media and on earth than true crime on YouTube. And Marlene is full shit. And Michele over here going, well, Marlene knows this and all, and Dawn didn't know favorite candy's this, and they didn't know this and there. You know what? I'd go back to Marlena saying the other day, apparently, allegedly, that Summer's favorite color is pink. But no, wait, it's blue. And then everybody changing the hearts from purple that have always been there because of another neighbor, stick up the ass type, who always kept an eye on the kids as her as best as possible and was a type for boo-boos and bottom nipples and otherwise. They're the ones that come out with color purple first for Summer. Marlene over there with the favorite songs is there, and that's not true, and it's just all fucked up, man. But y'all gonna go with that? Looks like Marlena doesn't know much either, man. She was basically there to fix brownies one time, make herself look like a hero right now. All this other bullshit. Y'all just gonna gloss over all the shit that's glaringly obvious that she's full of shit about. Go with it, because your tragedy pimp's profiting off of it at your own gullibility. Yeah, I don't know, man. But yeah, sure. No.
But then, said that Summer's favourite song was Welcome to My House by New Breed.
Why did they say that Summer's favorite song was My House?
I don't know. I don't even know what that is. What is that? That's crazy, because it was her Paw Patrol song. And then she liked,
And what's wild is a few minutes later, Marlena knew that song quite well. And she's like, oh, those lyrics, whatever, her own kid. Like, I can't even. And then it clearly, it's where her kid was. All the music was present. But then she's suddenly playing up the hero, Mother of the Year bullshit with the, oh, that ain't no lyrics for a little one to listen to. And Paw Patrol. Doesn't everybody go for the Paw Patrol? But yet Candace and them have told you Elsa and, was in Frozen and all that were in play and all these other things. And Candace didn't say it was her favorite. She said she liked that song too. Dawn said she liked Godzilla. Yeah, but here's Marlene. Paw Patrol! Paw Patrol! Paw Patrol! Favorite color? Also that. Man, let's be real here. 5-year-old, every 3 seconds you could ask them their favorite color and it would change. But either way, no. Nope. So she's not even aware when or what was really said or by whom. It seems like a whole lot of internet studying about like Fred and Laura and the rest have done, combined with bits of this and bits of that when they weren't pissed off at each other and she was allowed back on the heel or squeaked back around and kissed ass for a few days in order to leave hers behind and jet off again. And then, I just, what do you do, man? Right? Do you call it out? Long enough to make a brownie one time or something, and long enough one time to go someplace fishing, and then the rest of the time spent comfortable with leaving other children behind. But bro, what? Yeah, okay. Doesn't know Grandis, but does know Grandis. But wait, Grandis only appeared 2, 3 months before, but she never met Grandis. But this, but that, but she knew Grandis got my bitch, please. And then she's like, oh, Grandis got my. Well, how you know that? Because even I didn't know that. Means there was faces and masks in play, and you knew. Then you're over here feigning rage at some imaginary bullshit they feed you about Monster and Appeal or there and saying I said and I never said any such goddamn thing. That's just fucking wild. But you know, all that shit was already present on 110 by those and by you and your peoples and the real big bads. You left your kid there just fine, dude. You thought Don was big bad, but you left your kids there? Allie's like, oh my gosh, a puff bar and alcohol. Huh? The fuck? Fred's all like, yeah, me and my kid and my daughter, we were down in the shed and that weird guy was doing weird shit and giving my daughter substances and, everybody forgets that shit though, right? Huh? Everybody? While they annihilate others who never let their kids hang out, who didn't hang out themselves over, who weren't users and junkies and this and the other either. Sticks are too far up asses. And they'll excuse it, and then motherfuckers will be like, well, we just wanted to let them talk and stuff. But no, they're paying them to come online, add extras, which convolutes everything. Including court settings is the other. That's a very good way to destroy shit. What they've all done. Which is sort of their intent and purpose with it. But when you pay to have others Jose shit the fuck up, it does a whole very real detrimental job on everything, as I'm sure others have intended for it to do or wanted it to do. It's like, I don't care what's happened June 15th or otherwise. Don over in lockdowns a while back going, if it wasn't for YouTubers and Sarah boy, woo, we've been locked up. Y'all proud of yourselves? I don't know what the fuck. That could be just fear driven or how shitty they looked and their fear of being locked up whether guilty or not. But yeah, y'all made them feel that comfortable and whatever. With all your chaos and your bullshit, targeting witnesses and Jenny and Adrian chasing going and scream shit and this shit and that shit, 75% trolling shit, script writing and all that shit, That's what y'all done. You probably promised Fred some shit as he's done all the shit. Y'all, you probably promised some Marlena shit. Well, y'all really. Till it's time to eat them and whatever, but y'all are just gross. But anyway, let's listen to Marlena some more, right?
Mm-hmm. She only liked the theme songs to the cartoons, but her most one was Paw Patrol. It's quite melodic. Maybe a 5-year-old would sing along to it, not knowing what it meant. Anyhow, at least Candice knew that Paw Patrol was Summer's favourite thing. But it seems Marlena knew Summer.
Hi there! Would you like to receive a gift? I'm a missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day
Summer's favourite thing. But it seems Marlena knew Summer more than Candice. Could Marlena be lying? Yeah.
Sneaker from the UK. Which Chloe knows Marlene is fucking bullshitting. And they all know. And they all know she's been paid and the cash up for it. And they're asking her that and they're listing her spot and they're triggering and they're feeding her bullshit and clips this and telling her lies that. And if y'all notice, PG and them are pulling that same fake ass back chat bullshit too on Marlene and all that. Noticed it? You notice why they're pushing enough to her already paranoid ass that she might fall off wagons and might make her feel certain ways. That what they're probably doing in real time is really making her think she's. I mean, obviously she's got problems with somebody because they busted all the goddamn windows out of all the shit and everything. But Marlena is part of whatever the fuck's going on right here. However, I'm gonna bet while Marlena's paranoid ass mind's running amok, and if they can get her to fall off the wagon, they're probably pulling about the same fuck shit they did on me, which was, the fake police force and all the other bullshit, but they heightened traffic. And if you notice what PG stuttered on the internet, it's really that Marlena's having problems with an ex. Rough time, but what I mean is rough and rough and all this shit. Oh God, more DV. And then a Scott appears, swearing on his propaganda and his new revisionist history that we're going to get to. But the thing is, and that CZ's wildly enough concerned about too, and with the Linda shit, I just wonder if it's overseas. But anyway, what you have is, I would bet, um, just like me, we're in a heightened sense of already this shit's occurring, going on, right, whatever, right? And I'd bet you anything, they've got motherfuckers, other than locals, they're paying enough dope money to go buy or do whatever to Marlene or make her think men are climbing in trees and shit. And that way she's real good and triggered and heightened senses and manipulation, and just like Chase and McDonough and Tiffany and all them, we're having done here, right? By the Grindstaffs and the others and the Cams, I mean, all the motherfuckers playing that shit, right? And those getting cars closely resembling monsters, though Monster was here really on the ground and contact everybody and doing all the fuck shit. And him and Becca were stepping foot on properties and doing things while proclaiming we're the big bad guys. And then they were inserting around certain others he had never before and wasn't friends with before in order to get near Eldest, and all this other manipulative ass shit was occurring. So we had a heightened sense of it, and it's like, oh my God, what's going on? Wow, this traffic, why this, why that? And I'm gonna bet you they're doing the same thing to keep Marlene in a paranoid ass state. What you gonna bet me? What you gonna bet me? Well, clearly Marlena, out of her mouth, is the one stalking all of us. But allegedly, supposedly looking like she is, the one being stalked and flipping script, and they may or may not have had her pull what has really been pulled a million times. Reporting bullshit to police and shit like that, and so courts and all this, and whatever might not believe us, we pick up the phone, or we pick up this, or report whatever, or go in and try to get orders and shit, and I gotta tell you, we're way ahead of this group and Marlena at this time. So that's just gonna be what it is. Hate to tell you. Fact. So, because some of us been knowing some shit since the way back, and especially since, I don't know, March last year. And damn sure done Octoberish and stuff. I've been telling y'all for months, some of us had evidence, putting all kinds of you locals with all these tragedy pimps doing all the fuck shit. And we absolutely do. Enough to bury you with. And I mean that in not like actually bury you with. God forbid you take it back. She threatened me. But that method of getting motherfuckers up, we'll just call it athy type shit, is, and the key shit, and you all calling it, even the tragedy events calling in, is so Ellie and all these might not take anybody actually reporting y'all serious, or about goddamn YouTuber, if we hear this motherfucker's name one more time, or whatever, right? And it's a way that you all use these people, it's a method and a tactic, So, I do hate some people had to go make, allegedly, supposedly reports in person, or just call 911 or whatever it is. I don't know. But I thought their family and all these others they knew personally were threatening people with all these years and making others scared with and all this shit, you know. You think they could text a motherfucker or mm, meet a motherfucker outside of prying eyes? You think? Maybe, I don't know. Guess that's too bad for some. Anyway, so, whatever. Point is, along, yeah, so, it's a method they use. That's why you'll see the Pennies and the Lindas and all them and everybody else throughout this in receipts some of us have shown and put out. Always asking us what person or detective or courthouse this is happening at or whatever's happening, who do we trust? It's like actually contact them and silver tongue them and do whatever and try to flip script, do all the bullshit. Fuck with these lines, you know. And then the real big bad tragedy pimps trying to hide their crimes and what they're doing in Summer's case. Can then have others come along behind and try to discredit or turn in shit and play flip script shit on all of us. And as the Audreys and the Atheys and the Lindas and everybody else wants to play goddamn games. Right? And misuse and use courts and justice systems and DAs and judges to play their goddamn games and get by and get away with. It's a tactic. It ain't funny. Nobody should be doing that to law enforcement. And clearly, you can hear Marlene is over just stalking the fuck out of all of us while pretending she's the woman in stalked by us. And ain't anybody told her yet, though. No, that ain't gonna fly. Or why it wouldn't fly. And that if she has indeed fly, it's definitely gonna be false report, you know. So it's fine. Anyway, and then she comes on and Jason's like, oh my gosh, and encouraging Violet, oh my gosh, she went right at Andy and Josie, and then that night feels more emboldened, and then Marlene's of our conversation just pull up and blow all our brains out over what she's been fed and told or saying to the public that I said about pills or giving a look if I don't know. Bitch, what are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? Bitch, you were the pill having bitch. Your people were the pill having motherfuckers. You knew Grange was, and you ain't mad about none of that? You sat right up there with them with a needle, bowl, bubbles, whatever else. You were cool with that, and you want to be like, oh, Andy was selling bud. And she said that. She said Andy was only selling bud. And then she goes down the line and can't keep consistent with it. Like, bro. And Marlene also knows that even Andy was not the main for pot either. I know this to be fact. Fact, Marlena. Fact. I got receipts on it. Anyway. Girl, you are full of shit. This place is full of shit right along with her. Hell, sometimes there'd be months and months in between, or even a year, and they'd be like, hey, you got a joint? I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, fact, Marlena was definitely around when the real ones. Man, Marlena, you just gotta stop, girl. You gotta stop. But the Jenny and Adrian and Chasing crew, they're real good at trying to get people killed, murdered. They do love saying things like, go cut the power to and go tow the camper down the road and set it on fire. And goddamn, look at all the fires around here and shit that have happened. It's real weird what they've encouraged. And then look at, all this bullshit. And I find it weird that these motherfuckers every year would stand there and be like, oh, this heightened set. First few months after Summer vanished, it was this whole car bombs are going to take place at Warriors, and the next time it's, oh, there's danger, and these people are threatening us. And then what happens is last time the horse stables get set on fire, dude. And is y'all been the one being like, and then people's hat like, what the fuck is going on here? I just don't even know. But what I do know is that they set off nutters and Fruit Loops and QAnons and Wayfarers and anybody really that could do harm and cause damage and do all this shit. But, you know, you got these bitches working with Jason that have really tried now their own mouths to be like, this could get someone or children murdered. And then they went about doing it. And it started with Piper and Andy and these and that and the other and all the way down the line, Scott and Pennies and otherwise, right? Started with scripters in there anyway. But right on down the line, Ziggy, Fred, the rest. And then what you have are Jenny and Adrian many a times encouraging violence. Go kick that button like you go like to kick Jody Sue's face. Shay putting out shit and fires and stuff. Humans without soul associated with all of them and sharing this together and countdown on camper on fire and memes showing the camper on fire. All this other shit, bro. And here she is again, encouraging Marlena and violence towards. And then Marlena the other night goes with the whole blowing brains out shit. Totes weird, man. And then all of y'all just gonna sit there and not say a word about it, huh? Knowing that could get somebody killed by setting off some freak loop. Or that it might not have been a call out to cornbread. Anybody? Since half of these motherfuckers have been out here half the time are using this platform to target others around dope cases, this, that, and the other, tampering and around, get by with whatever the fuck's going on and other similar things, terrify other families, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. You cool with that? Of course you are. Because Justin will buy some non-slip grips, or y'all swear you were always on pro team, whatever, and you never said a bad word, blah, 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 and you never did. You didn't participate, you didn't say a hateful thing, you didn't propel it forward, you heard it, you didn't watch it. Alright, you know. You didn't turn it in, you didn't whatever, but it was okay, you didn't. And you'd be full of bullshit, all of you will. But it's okay. It'll be entertaining to watch somebody enter running or s'more come out in body bags. Right? Or you'll ignore it, or it'll just be added as another name. Right? To the list of all the sus deaths around Summer's case and all the years. Yeah. It'll just be added like that. And y'all be like, my goodness. Yeah, it'll just be that, right? If that at all, it just depends on, I guess, who dies or what. Y'all don't care. Right? Blood on blood on blood. Fucking promise. Anyway.
She could. But you know, this is not the first time that Melina's been out talking. She's not done the lines of the panels, but she was on Lip's channel a while ago.
Yeah. We know, Michelle. You did videos on Marlene and how she's full of shit in your life during the all this. We know. I don't know if those are hidden now on Marlene's channel, but yep. You call her out in the first, now you're like, oh no, she's truth though. We know. But I do remember she went around threatening creators and sharing, even when they redacted her name in certain emails and shit where she was contacting them on money and this the other for interviews. Fuck you and no, but Lips did pay her here and there, give her cigarette money and shit, so Lips recorded her and this there, but then eventually put it out. Then she tried to use that as absolved case up in a way ago in order to try to get away with the crime she was committing against her real neighbor. And then I got recordings saying she lied to the judge up in that. So I don't know what to tell you about all that. And she lied to you all, obviously, and whatever, okay? But the thing is, you know, you also have this. I mean, and fuck, Smiley did the same goddamn thing using Summer. And while she hit her own domestic violence situation, while she made fun of mine, this, there, and everybody else's and Candace's and encouraged Dawn to beat Candace, turns out Smiley's having the shit beat out of her by her own husband. Then and now. And all her kids are meth addicts, and this there too. Ain't that something? While she proclaims to be whatever, you know. Ain't that something? And tries to do all that fuck shit on Summer's not. Are you serious, bro? Of course. But yeah. All that somehow wildly exists over the years here. But yeah, Michelle, we're well aware. And that you already giggled at Marlene, but all of us are also aware Marlene has a habit of threatening the fuck out of folks, including those police, ties she claims she has, and otherwise, and yada yada. And I don't know about you, but I got recordings of Marlene saying she's got evidence on other crimes and being warned of exactly what was going to happen to other people who died within hours of it, and that she's not turning into police either. So yeah, she just seems like a real, she's so precious, if you don't call 911, I will type, don't she? But according to her, even for those closest that she loves the most, she's withholding evidence from police and not telling them. Ain't that something? Interesting. But that's fine.
And, this video by Killer Lux is an interesting one.
And that Michele is building up a piece of shit like Killer, who really gets propaganda out to the real nut jobs who can straight go Pizzagate on a motherfucker like PG types and shit can. And cause somebody be killed is just beyond me. It's wild. I don't know why any responsible creator would give any limelight to those like the Shays or the CZs or the Killers or any of those. I just do not understand why analysts. Oh, you know, dirty-handed bullshit. I just don't know. Probably because Killer probably pumps out the most bullshit on some of us, like Andy and myself and others, right? Gotta get eyes looking over where all the content is that fits your all's fucking scripting and framework right now. And for all the years from the beginning. Like that's something. Fred versus Andy versus blah blah. And ain't none of that a real big bad. And I know Andy was at work. I know where the fuck myself and my children were. I have Fred, and but I still don't think he's. I think he's done a hell of a bang up job with you all for money or threats or whatever the fuck to make yourself look like. But because of that, you can't tell one way or the other. But Fred's Fred, man. Fred does some weird shit. He always has. I warned y'all, but when I did, what was I called? Kravitz this and whatever that. And I'm still in base speak, man. It's the thing. I've never cared who else speaks. But could y'all not let them be to speak on their own without speaking for them, handling them, leashing them, collaring them, paying them for the interview? Could you not have just could you not have added shit and asked them to add shit? The convolution. Could you have just let them speak? Couldn't you still? Instead of all the bullshit. If you really wanted the truth. Or pieces without tainting and hurting and destroying. Yeah, you could have always done that. Could have always. But that's not what y'all are about here. It's just like look at PG do. The same thing's been done to the rest. They hold hands, they speak for, they speak over. Watch Marlene get off narrative and PG be like blah 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 to get her back on and to hint hint wink and delete her just like Ziggy led Fred and just like Monster people led and Candace's, they tell you they'll be on panels that night, but then it's mostly the creators that speak. It's the same shit y'all are watching over and over again. These people around Summer's life are not able to speak for themselves. They're true. It's added shit, extra shit, whatever they know will sell shit. It's horse shit. It ain't right, man. But I've never cared who speaks. I still don't. More than Mary, whatever the fuck. I don't care. Damn, they ain't no need for all this built scripted framework bullshit. This shit's terrible, man. It's fucking terrible. It's entertaining. Gets you all whatever your fucking needful things are, I guess.
He got this clip of Melina about Don saying to.
And she went to Killer for this clip that clearly has lips icon on it instead of lips herself tells you why she's probably putting views and advertising for killers, because of what content he mostly holds over. Do you get the fucking fuckery of y'all yet? Why didn't she say, hey, this is over on Lip's channel? Why did she tell you to go to kill her for it? When Claire's got Lip's thing, I mean, come on. She knows better. She's doing it for a reason. Y'all be naive and gullible if you want to.
Her dad, Ricky Crawford, who's now dead, that he'd sacrificed Summer. I don't mean sacrificing her on an altar, but why did Don go to Fred's that night, like 10 p.m.-ish on June 15th? Why did he go to Fred's? Why did Andy say that he'd seen Summer's dead body? Why did Andy say that Summer died on Saturday? When Jodie Sue said...
And let's just address the dead body thing here for the bazillionth time. Penny, Latasha, Enoch, Scott H, the rest of the crew there, fake crew, all that stuff under Chasing and Jenny and Adrian, Skirts and TMs, whatever else. Hid this shit a long time ago, but it is over on my channel here. But you can hear when Little speaks and I speak and whatever, but nobody ever said that Andy seen Summer's dead body. Nor did Andy ever say that. But they hid that shit real quick when Andy came into play behind the scene, real good, and they knew they were going to get him, and then eventually be able to bring him out if they could tamper with courts, and him and Becca could lie, and they could all coot together and do all things, and then bring him out full tilt to use to silence me that was already calling him out by that time. Yeah. They hid shit pretty quickly. But, Andy never said he seen Summer's dead body. Michele knows this. This is fact. There are pieces that still remain, though they hold narratives and titles and look what Judy made her daughters. No. All we were speaking on was a form of abuse. And that was Monster swearing him down, Candace and killed Summer, and that she was out there somewhere, whatever. He was certain it had to be, and the motherfuckers were pieces of shit, and, they were responsible, and whatever. And he was doing it and screaming at us, all that shit, because he knew we were traumatized, hurt, bothered by it, and really to create chaos and an argument with him and be able to run off, because that's what he always did when he would run off and stick his fucking dirty dick in some dirty whore, or run off for 2 or 3 days and then come back to whatever it would be, creating an argument or beating on or doing whatever really badly, and then he'd run off. That particular night, whorebag Becca over there with a meth grip, she been pushing for a bit, really. Really, it seemed like after Summer vanished. Probably because I don't know. Wonders never sees how many fucking dirty, crooked dope bitches came along and really pushed in and rode dicks out of Ben Hill, will it, right after Summer vanished. But that one seemed to be put in his pathway near certain cornbread and up near work and terrifying the piss out of him, quite frankly, for quite a period before Summer vanished. But that's beside the point. Hard telling what really rode his dick out of Ben Hill, his broken one, but the point is, that particular night, there was law enforcement, all these other things, and he was screaming at us because he knew, and obviously Summer vanished and it bothered Little and I and Sarah, and whorebag Becca over there had been really pushing since Summer vanished. She'd also gotten, in my car I paid for and throwing shit away that's important to me as far as my grandfather's funeral goes. And I noticed they've been arguing some days for all this other shit. But the cliche ass bitch really dropped earrings, with her giving his broke dick a suck with her meth mouth, and probably why half of it was fucking infected her. I mean, it's just how it is. Truth's truth, man. It's what you get when you stick your dick in nasty ass goddamn garbage and a cancer patient with no immune system in between, and none of those fucking nasty fucks giving a shit if somebody dies from their goddamn meth mouth. Shark looking fucking hammerhead asses. But y'all hopefully help buy her a new set and grill and some dumbass looking wedding and whatever else. But anyway, and that whole wedding, I got that motherfucker on recording saying he's only marrying her to get at me. Ain't that a hell of a reason to get married? Maybe one day I'll play that part. Maybe sure, give a fuck. Anyway, I don't really give a shit. The point is, That night, he was all like, la la la, and trying to light shit up and abusing the shit out of us, because that's what monsters do. They can tell you're vulnerable in certain ways. They really hone in and twist the knife, just like these motherfuckers do here, as you've seen them do and act, and get an abuser there to keep doing it, and they do it, and they elicit responses that way and trigger people that way. What better way than with an abuser, right? But, yeah, that's all he was doing that night. Whore bag. She had dropped an earring in my car I paid for, but he had her mind fucking the thing. He was paying for him, blah, blah. And I'm sure she's seen messages where he was actually wrapping up my money and taking my shit and then behind on shit. And then he'd have to fucking pay something. And then by that way, she thought he was really paying for it. He really goddamn wasn't. Just like everything else, she thought she'd scoot right in where properties were his and this his and his lives to her all that time. Turns out none of it was real. But she thought her 40-something ass who's never had anything, didn't raise her own babies, they're all running around jacked up and knocked up, and her perfectly fine with him being around real abusers who really attempted to murder his own partner and children throughout the years. She chose that. And y'all been okay with them using dope and shit around those kids, and y'all been like, oh, the saints, and whatever, go marching in. Anyway, she thought she was really going to have something in her life, right? But turns out Monster was abusing her, motherfucking her too. Either way, that night it was like, you're gonna let me take the car, and you're not gonna say goddamn word, and I'm gonna clean up floorboards. Same time, you have fun fest, all these other things going. And he was like, I want to go out because I want to go out. No one to spend money on me. But what he really wanted was to take that fucking whore and her fucking kids out while leaving his own behind, never bothering to ever take them out for anything, especially on his own goddamn dime. Hell, just a few days before, he beat the fuck out of me and wanted me to pay my money to take him out on our son's birthday. When summer vanished, I was still wearing those goddamn bruises that I took at the bottom of the goddamn driveway where the kids could clearly hear him screaming at me and beating on me down at the bottom and became concerned and wouldn't stop that. But I took that fucking beating so it wasn't as close to them. And I told him, yeah, let's go to Gatlinburg. Let's go to Gatlinburg. On my son's birthday. Yeah, let's take you to Gatlinburg, you fucking sorry piece of shit. But I was still wearing the bruises from that when summer vanished. Trying to figure out that night how to cover them up from law enforcement so they wouldn't know anything was wrong in our household. Goddamn right I was. That's all he was doing. He wanted to run off for a day or two, do this here, bang that fucking whore. That cliche ass bitch was trying to get them all caught so it'd hurry up the timeline. She thought she's moving to something real nice and good. That's all it was. And he wanted to take other kids out just like he'd been stealing from my kids, their movies, all of our things I'd bought and given to her and her fucking pieces of shit and everything else, just like perfumes and everything else. That's all it was. Another form of taking from us and never doing for us, what we did for him for all the fucking years. All it was a form of abuse. And that whore right dead center in it pushing. Who the fuck does that? What kind of fucking bitch does that with any morals or class or conscience or anything? Oh, I got cancer here, let's fuck. She has no immune system, let's do that. Let me suck your dick with my meth mouth. Now, believe me, I still got videos showing both of them go back and forth, snorting shit, doing weird shit, shit. Point is, and proving she wasn't the only one, nor has she been, and all the things. I got all the things. But the point is, who comes in and does that? Whether there's abuse present or not. Who does that? Who fucks somebody else's anything anyway? Who picks a dude they know beats on women and children? And is there playing TE and typing for him in Messenger? Because that was one of his favorite things to do, is have his dirty whores do that. And I could always tell when it was them instead of him. And he'd be making them think his favorite way to manipulate is always having them message and try to work out his relationship problems to the big bad bitch at home. It won't let me, you know. Well, they didn't understand or know what we had endured that morning before he left, or the real truth, or anything else. They just seen us being like, hey, we're in safe territory, so while he's gonna bitch about whatever it is and share our feelings with us. So that's all they seen, right? You know, but it made him feel helpful, and it brought him in spite of the flying. And here, help me in my relationship. I really love her, baby. And then he could pull a piece of pussy. It was one of his favorite tactics. And I could always tell it was him, just like I could her. asterisks for curse words and shit. Bitch, please. Our emojis changing to bread and bananas and shit. That looks stupid. Or my kid, him about wrecking with the kids in the car because he was busy texting her. When another phone would ring in the background, one of his hidden ones to talk to her, and he'd tell me, "Oh, it hung up because the call came in." That ain't the way shit works, dude. I know, and I knew that. It's stupid. All right. The point is, all it was another form of abuse, and it was pushed in by her and him. Simple as that. But we were abused in that fashion, and him screaming and everything at us to further traumatize us with what we were already traumatized as, just so he could go stick his already broke dick back in what broke it in the first place. Right? That was it. What did he fucking do? And he didn't give a shit about Summer then, not to use her as a form of abuse towards us and her vanishing. He slept just fine at night with that shit. He didn't give no fucks. Shit, he got another dig in at us. Till our little girl was like, "Stop, Dad, stop," and pushed him out the cabin doors. His eldest stood there and was like, "Just stop, just leave us alone, just leave us alone." And then he could run off, and he did that night. And then you've heard the calls here where Little was calling me, "Dad's running up the door, Dad's doing it, Dad." Yeah. See, we have the proof on all this shit. And y'all failed to listen. But you think feds and others haven't been here? When y'all did the hoaxes about after Penny, Latasha Enoch, they put back the proof of what Lil said, and then they fed it to Monster, get him good and riled up, make him think all the things had been said, when he knows clearly what he did, and he denies doing even what he did, which was just a form of abuse and using some revenge to do it, just like he did in days leading up to making workplace people and others believe all this shit around Summer's thing. He's always used Summer. Always. As far as, script writing of his own. And, Jody Sue cares so much he used it to beat me with on many nights. Jody Sue cares. No, get your fucking ass in here and hold me, Jody. Just hold me. Stay your ass in the cabin. No, bitch, I actually give a damn. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna risk you waking up and me not being there. And after I put you to sleep, boo boo, I'm gonna slip back out again and I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna wait for Summer's voice and I'm gonna wait for whatever these movements are now. And I'm gonna keep you all safe, you asshole who sleeps just fine. I'm gonna keep my kids safe because we don't know who's responsible. We don't know if somebody's gonna revisit. We don't know who's in here or around the area. Predators come back often that take that much risk. Fuck you, say I'm staying in that goddamn cabin, you piece of shit. That's all it was, man. And they hid these pieces. But do you think we've not been talked to by law enforcement or feds? Especially when you all chose as tragedy pimps to do the hoaxes and shit? When the nanas and Yenifers were doing tags and pulling shit, and then you all called it in when one of you ran the tag, and you're like, "Oh my God, that's him," and you really thought he was here, and then you called it in, and the tragedy pimps did going, "Andy's living JC in the camper, and Summer's dead body's there." And feds had to come and be like, "Look, girl, we know it's bullshit. We know it's bullshit, but girl, they've called all the services. They've done all the goddamn things. We've called them off." I was like, "You want to come in and look? Because obviously, it's bullshit." Alright. Nah, we're good. I'm like, okay. I'm like, "Yeah, we've called up all the things, too." I'm like, "Alright, then." And Monster never said it, but they've hidden all the things from me that show the truth. And that we never said that. Michele knows this, too. Michele knows that was never said by myself, and that we've never said that, period. Not Little, not I. And, but it fits their shit right now, right? And if you think in any realm I would listen to that motherfucker or anybody else tell me they'd seen Summer's body or anything and not turn them the fuck in instantly, you gotta be a certain special type of stupid. If I could have pinpointed exactly who, what, when, where, on June 15th, they'd done be in prison somewhere. And I'm not fucking around with it. Ain't nobody hiding for, covering up for, cleaning for, none of that shit. Only ones I can name doing that are those like PG who have admitted doing it. I can tell you there's a whole host of people in here you've heard from, the types that might be run to first. Like those who apparently watched Summer OD and didn't call 911, and those who watched the kids be thrown down a beating like Marlena. They never did shit. I don't tell you, motherfuckers. You want to keep buying bullshit, scripted bullshit, framework shit? Go ahead. Do it, I guess. Shit ain't cool no more. It ain't. It wasn't cool to begin with. It wasn't cool living around it. Wondering why in the hell this stupid shit was being asked or where it come from out of left field. And then later on when you come into the drawn into, lured, baited, bullshit, I don't know, into this fucking realm, and then you realize, wait a minute, that waterfall shit that's like I always learned stuff that was Fred and Laura. No, wait, this shit was coming into the real investigation from PGs and the squalls. This stupid shit we were asked came from what? And you put the pieces together and you realize how this realm and you motherfuckers played and shit that we were here in real life but couldn't figure out why. But then you become aware. And then you get real pissed the fuck off. As someone who, I gotta tell you, it was like watching an outer body thing. It's like standing there, man, and you know shit's going sideways, shit's fucking weird, everybody's playing games, you got mistrust reigning supreme, you got weird shit happening, you got, and you're just like, okay, something's real bad wrong here. And just, it played a role in how all this felt, maybe what we said, what we did, all kinds of shit, who we trusted, who we didn't. Played a role within the community, people coming forward, I'm sure. I'm positive of that. It played a role in a great deal many things, and we were seeing it live in real time. We just couldn't figure it out until we knew already without the world telling us certain characters and they were playing certain games. I know I knew very early on certain motherfuckers were playing some games. Mud, Jello, this and the other. They weren't outsmarting us, so they were just playing Mud and Jello, which was normal for them. But then you wonder, how far does that go? How far will it go? Who's gonna figure it out? And like, you just wonder. Just left standing there in awe of it all. You don't really know what to do with certain things. Who to trust, not to trust. Anyway, fuck you, Michele. The dead body shit never happened. End of story, and she knows it. And then, let's see what else.
That's what Andy had said. People assumed that in Summer's dead body. Why did Andy say that Summer died on Saturday? When Jodie sees...
And as far as I know, I've never heard Monster say that Summer died on Saturday, because Monster's seen her after that point. And I'd seen her close to that point. And I'm pretty sure we actually both seen her the evening before, but because those memories are so closely tied and everything, but they're the last two her being at the door towel, and then swear they're down there after, during the dog stuff at a certain point. And I feel like it was even when the cop was there, and Candace asked me what was going on, and the boys, and Summer there, and it's there, man, I don't know, but no, I also, and she says that I say that too, listen.
Said that that's what Andy go to Fred's. Why did Andy say that he'd seen Summer's dead body? Why did Andy say that Summer died on Saturday? When Jodie Sue said that that's what Andy had said.
And I never said that. I never said Andy said Summer died on Saturday. I have said that's what Fred said, because that is what Fred said. Fred come down there after he was all shook, worried whatever the fuck was going on certain days, and he tried to feed me that shit. Oh, something happened to Summer on Saturday and blah blah. And I was like, excuse me, motherfucker, even I know better. And then he changed it to something else and something else. And hell, most of the shit you see here throughout all this is actually a Fred said thing, right? filtered out to psychics, it's the other local YouTubers, dopehead related YouTubers, other things, via pipelines. It's that shit that persists. The shit about the squalls and the PGs and everybody else, right? But no, Fred was the first to ever try to feed that out. I don't think Andy's ever thought Summer vanished or anything else before June 15th, because I don't even think he's stupid enough to. Anybody want to give me a sign out there that I'm still live? I'd appreciate it. Because, just more fuck shit that don't make sense on a perfectly sunny day. I like the other one, and I ain't gonna play no more fuck shit. And I'm gonna tell you, it keeps happening. I'm just gonna keep going live. I don't give a fuck if I gotta take unknown, unconnected, never touched you, tragedy pimp, stolen up by devices and hit goddamn Wi-Fi somewhere else. You hear me? I don't care if there's 0, 5, none, 43,000, much, whatever the fuck. Sick, you sons of bitches. Alright, let's see if it shows up. Yep, it does. So on both, I can see supposedly that I'm lying. But that was the case here earlier, so I'm very untrusting right now. Shit, that should be impossible. Today. It's weird. What the hell was that? What the fuck? Hold on. I'm not. Alright. So I think I'm back again. Yeah, shit. Bro, what the fuck? I don't know. What the hell's going on right here? How? I don't know how to fix that. I can't sleep. Oh, shit. I don't know what to do currently. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Anyway, so I think I'm back. We'll carry on. I don't even remember.
People assumed that it was Saturday before June 15th.
Saturday. Yeah. Saturday. Nowhere ever did Monster say to my knowledge that he thought Summer had died Saturday. Or anything else. And I hate that shit, okay? I hate it. Y'all know it's fears. I don't want to think about it. I just can't. And it bothers me. I hold hope and faith. And I'll continue to. It's hard enough in my own mind. I mean, I'm not an ignorant bitch. All possibilities, right? But it is still, I don't, y'all say it so easily. Nobody should say that easily. But you'll rarely hear me say that. I'm not oblivious to all possibilities. But I know that it's hard and it's a struggle, even as everything's in my head and heart every day. To work through puzzles and the fires matter to go and to confront those all possibility things. And I don't want to think that. I don't. I just, an outline makes it worse. I eventually got to where I can internally, but I don't, it's, I'll carry faith and hope until Ellie and feds and real experts and card teams and judges and everyone else say. And even then, I'll have faith and hope in her and it out and everything with judges and courts and the real men and women who have really worked for her. Because you make no mistake. No mistake whatsoever. They and her brothers and those who love her should be the ones. Not you fucking tragedy pimps. Do you hear me? Who have annihilated her entire goddamn community and fucked these men and women who have worked for her for the best of reasons with the best of intentions. As they've given their blood, sweat, tears, traumatized nightmares, shit you can't even fucking imagine. How dare you? Best thing I can tell you is to leave it the fuck be. You can go back on your years-long frameworking of this variety and erase every bit of your shit. Stay perfectly fucking mute till the real men and women, courts and judges, say, so Summer's light can shine. Her story can be told in the right way by the right men and women who do it for the best of reasons. You lay it down. You leave it the fuck alone. You drop your framework, your goddamn scripting, your clout chasing, your needful thing shit, and you erase every fucking thing. And you go really absolutely mute. And you stop fucking around in Sebastian's and Layla's and Holland's and any other goddamn case that comes along. Stop. Shut the fuck up. You leave Summer's line alone. Fucking monsters. Who've destroyed an entire community of people who care very much about her. You've destroyed Nate. Tagged her name in it like you really give a shit. And you ain't the ones to solve or be or do anything. It was always going to be law enforcement feds. And those closest to, and get this news. Hold on, look. And those in and around a real community that held pieces most likely. That were going to be the way in which that worked. But y'all destroyed, annihilated, fucked with, targeted, did all the terrible things to make them not count. This here, I mean, y'all are sick. Yeah, I won't back off, will you? You won't erase all your shit, will you? You won't stop what you're doing, will you? You've done it for far too long. Makes you too much. Does whatever for you. Good human beings. They'd stop. And they wouldn't make you forward to anything, I'm just telling you. You wouldn't be in an awful goddamn hurry this week to do whatever, blah, blah, blah. Either. Stop. For once, let the real heroes in Summer's light shine. Hide your shit for all the right reasons. For once. That just suck. And how do you not call it out? But, you know, and that too is too much. I can agree to that, but it's. You sit back and you let you motherfuckers destroy, decimate some more. Pretend these real men and women don't count who have given their all for years. Especially leap over your fucking about in on purpose with intention to destroy Summer's case. What do you call you out for? I don't know what to do. Sure is one went through hell. One nobody ever wants to be put in.
What if it was the Saturday after, which was the 19th, the day these footprints were found? I really do think that they've all been lying in their own ways, and they all know. But was Summer taken away and then brought back?
And now she's all like, oh, but wait, what if it was a Saturday after, like, when the footprints and all this, blah, blah, blah. Michele, the 19th, dear Lord, but anyway, the point is, there just goes that shit. What if Andy meant the days after and that Saturday and did it? No. No, you don't. No, you don't. I don't think so. And, what if, and what if, blah, 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 and Raiders, whatever, we ain't doing this. The only person I ever heard say shit about Saturday was Fred. Fred. And that was in real life, in real time. His neighbors and his kin to one another and related to and knowing each other their whole lives. It was Fred. Like much of everything else, Fred. Fred the first talk about, you know, ransoms or whatever the fuck, or debts. I said, you know, Don owed whatever, and it was close to him. Y'all kept trying to raise her, and it was this, and it was Jason's head that, and dogs this, and concerns this, and then, boy, I gotta tell you, him and Marlena really fancy-fied the fuck up out of that whole thing he told me, right, which was some convoluted version of a bunch of different biblical shit and different religious shit that meant that Summer was dirty, had to be cleansed, blah, blah. He said Dawn told him personally the first night. And then him and Marlena just go full tilt after her daddy dies. And they're like, oh, sacrifice, but it was told to the dead guy. How convenient. Fuck did you just say? All the weird fuck shit was coming out in real time by Fred, even to all of us. That was Fred. And then it grew here because he was in touch with it. And that was, and everybody's like bro dog in the road. While out here, Dawn was like, I'm gonna kick in his door. It was just real weird. It was a real weird environment, gotta tell you. Yeah, but you introduce a Fred in any situation and goddamn, instant, extreme chaos. Mud and jello, right? Shit, maybe that was always the intent or something behind something, I don't know. Either way, the point is, it's all Fred, man. Fred in the Saturday, Fred this, Fred that. It's like in real time when I was like, Fred, no, man. we've seen her since, and obviously feds aren't gonna lie. They aren't gonna lie about when Summer vanished or last seen, and we know because they're local. She was indeed seen on the 15th, and feds ain't gonna come here and mind fuck the world when they're looking for Summer who's really missing. You know, and if they're and it's like this stupid shit. How's it falling out of Michelle's mouth? Damn good and well if they had any idea that or didn't see Summer or proof of that she really was okay and then vanished on the 15th, and that Candace and Dom were lying about her this there, they'd already be in cuffs, dude. That many days even without being reported? Hell no. Hell no. Hours? Maybe. Days? Absolutely motherfucking not. They'd be in prison. And well convicted by this point. Are you stupid? Why is Michelle saying this dumb fuck shit? And then she's covering both bases like a good psychic. I mean, you'll note that she does love the Seraphinas over like most of these tragedy pimps. Don B, Don B and Ryan dupes everybody, catch me if you can ass, fake ass motherfucker, and the rest, Everybody around here, Sweetie Pilos, it's right up Seraphina's ass, but very early on, Michelle did live letting the meth funds of the Jenny chasing Adrian crew and the behind the scenes motherfucking hacker meth fund on operate and function on our platforms. Did love letting Seraphina's trolls torment us in there, and Seraphina couldn't get me to cooperate with us, so then people followed me around Michelle's group being like, if you don't talk to Seraphina, you're guilty as fuck. And Seraphina in my inbox going, here's this case I solved, and I was like, you're a dumbass. If you think I believe that, you're an idiot. No, lady. And then her asking me shit, well, who's this there? And I'm like, bitch, you the psychic, you tell me. And then I went cooperate with her, and their trolls and other peoples followed me throughout. Michelle's and everywhere else threatening me, and then putting out the first pebbles to make me look like, because I went and talked to Seraphina because she's a fucking fraud. I also knew she was linked by that point to Sweetie Pilo and the We Can Leave You Hopeless that were calling in real time here and all that in response to what they'd found online, which was ex-pseudo monster MIL's fucking goddamn post out, and everybody, began to full out hunting while Candace and Don were pumping out all the neighbors' info to YouTubers and otherwise with very little disregard for anybody's anything, and we were not given a pamphlet. All we heard through media and otherwise, well, social media sucks. We thought it was just that basic bitch shit stuff we were seeing on Facebook. Never would have dreamed it was this realm. But yeah. But anyway, she's covering both bases like a good psychic. Ain't she that way she can point back and be like this, that, the other, whatever. I tell her she's stupid. Because then what? You're telling me somebody dropped Summer off days later and she's wanting you to go back to the Andy and it's done takes. I'm going to tell you it don't fucking apply at all. Y'all be stupid if you want to. Keep scripting up if you want to based on McDonald's and whoever was doing it before and that psychic ass motherfucker and the whole don't fuck with cats fit I have over here. You go ahead. And the Hatters and the this and the that's and the Wendy's in the background. I ain't in no mood any longer. You hear me? With your fucking flip-floppy rolling heels, these simple hand-having asses. We ain't doing this no more. Man, I mean, I'm sure we will, but we ain't. You feel me? But that's why she's doing it, Notice that if it ain't one, it'll be the other. She's hedging her bets. Alright? Well, later on, anyway, it turns out, But, no. So you tell me if Summers dropped back off like Raider supposedly said, because I guess he's Veritas now too, whatever. But, we all know he ain't, or it's Twyla. And they're all about that, and uselessness. But the point is, what happened to Summer next? She was dropped off. Where'd she go? You're telling me with a whole road and everything just swarming feds, law enforcement, card teams, specialists, drones, fixed point, all this other stuff. She would drop back off. And if you know where certain rents are, it don't make no sense. And she didn't gravitate towards any of that noise. Searcher still at 4 on the ground. You told me she wasn't going and geared towards all the noise of, or she didn't recognize certain houses, right, Chasing? Because if you have a distance, you'll no longer recognize them, anything. That, she just vanished again? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, no, man, I don't think so. That's just me, though. We'll see, I guess, in the end, but I'm just, no. She just missed again. What are the odds? I just don't see that. She wouldn't have yelled, screamed, hollered. According to some of those prints, she would have been fully out where she could have seen man, all these things. No. Nope. And then she would have been tired, hungry, etc. Same would have applied. She would have gotten tired and went lower in a valley where more houses are. She wouldn't continue to incline further back in, and then days and days more even gone by before. Hell no. Hell no. I just, no. I don't care. Maybe we'll see in the end, I guess, but I guess if you want to be a psychic and a Michele, you just hedge all your bets everywhere. And then you make people look guilty as fuck and sus as fuck and whatever narrative and framework you want to do. And so people don't listen to them, but they listen to you all and yada yada yada. Do what they're doing, I guess. Right?
As the law enforcement theory was, law enforcement aren't the
How do you know it's a law enforcement theory? Because you bought Raiders bullshit, or because he said, how do you know law enforcement wasn't misleading him because they knew what a tragedy pimp piece of shit he was? I'm just asking. I mean, they did have to put out a whole news piece asking and basically shaking that motherfucker enough to turn over what he promised to turn over if he was allowed back in there. And he didn't do. And didn't touch base with them correctly and all that shit. And it took them putting out a whole ass news piece with Coop and everybody else calling for them to turn over for Raider and then be like, oops. Yeah, oops, my ass. So what do you mean? Law enforcement said, no, that's according to Raider, and I'm sorry, and I've heard Twilight and all them bullshit enough, and all the real shit, I'm just not. No, we ain't gonna do that either. Law enforcement didn't say, you didn't hear that? Did any of them come out and say it publicly? No, they did not. Did Raider, for money, on duty runs and otherwise? Did Twilight? Yeah, they did that. And back searched over the same basic bitch areas that were quite clearly nothing was there around. They did that. They'd already been searched for Bino and then come back bullshit for you all. The Goodwill tier money system on. I ain't having it. Dear public, when we're in town, he says to all the newspapers and media outlets, don't take pictures, don't tell people we're at. And so he get his ass right on here immediately and actually say all those things. Well, if he's about summer, he wouldn't have now, would he? If he was all about that secrecy, no, he just want to make sure nobody sees him before they cook. And before he get his ass on duty wrong, strays of all the funds and fuck you all over. No, we ain't gonna, no, not in hell. Fuck that shit. Fuck that. No. But carry on.
talk about this stuff because this is all evidentiary. I'm not going to talk about it. But I really do believe that these footprints exist. We know that.
Yeah, you're right. Law enforcement ain't talking about it. It's evidentiary. What is? Who's told you what's evidentiary and what's not? Law enforcement has it. How are you making these leaps and bounds? That can keep you off from feeling like you're entitled to or you should have all the things or access to, though, does it? That all the real men and women have worked on, given blood, sweat, and tears for. All the real community hold pieces of. And yeah, right, Michele. Don't say it this though. Don't tell the rest of the tragedy pimps, y'all, but no shit. No shit. There's a good chance that around any open and active investigation inside the community or those who are closest to these things, everybody might know a little bit of something. Everybody might hold a little piece of something. Some people may, some may not. And then law enforcement's going to go talk to all these people. And they're going to get all the little things they can. And then they're going to go back and they're going to figure out how to play. And they're going to burn fires, puzzles, and their selves dashed. And they're going to try to figure it out. And they're going to get evidence to back it with this. Holy shit. Is this new news? I'm pretty sure this is how all investigations, since investigations ever were a thing and became one in history, pretty sure that's how it works. It's called real detective work and real investigations. That's how it works. No shit. You don't say. Many people could know things. Maybe even things they don't know they know. Right? And then real law enforcement, real detectives who really give all of everything to it. Figure it out. Oh my god, isn't that on like the ID channel or whatever true crime bullshit you Karens watch? Isn't that how every investigation works? And turns out usually people around, they hold little pieces of this there and it all comes together to make the answers and all that for law enforcement. No shit. Oh my god, I think we call that an investigation. I think that's what that is. But instead, you give out the idea that many people knowing many little things is suspect. It makes them POIs or it makes them whatevers. Oh, look at them. They indeed all know. They know things. How in the fuck do you make basic bitch investigative detective work somehow sound sus to the world? No shit. How do you do that? And how do you believe it? Michelle's over here like, Chasing's right. They all know. Actually, Chasing said all of them hold pieces and certain. No shit, Chasing. On the live that Michelle here hopefully advertised for you and that I drug you over. Because you're stupid. And you're a criminal and you're a fuckface. You and Jenny and Adrian and all your people and all your crime. I'm just done with you. Both of you are making that sound sus. People around the area holding pieces and parts of this area that you all been after in the most nefarious, criminal, organized manner I've ever seen, destructive manner I've ever seen, that real detectives and real agents and card shit have never used as methods of gaining in their life. All they gotta do is ask, man. Yeah, could they lie? Could they manipulate it? Sure, but not like you motherfuckers. They do shit in nuanced ways. They do it with class and dignity and purpose and the best of intentions. They ain't out here pitting no shit. They ain't out here paying the monies to add shit on to Jose's or Fred's or anybody else's. They ain't doing none of this shit. They ain't going and annihilating people with fake scream tests and doing this, that, other, and twisting words and doing bullshit for years. Trying to get people murdered. That ain't detective techniques, you fucking flying bunch of cunts. What the fuck's wrong with you people? Now you're down to this, to where you're like, even making the basic detective investigation 101 sound weird and sus if people in and around the real lives of victims, survivors, fighters all hold little pieces of something that then real detectives put together. You're making that process sound sus, and you're making the people who might hold little pieces, whether they know it or not, and they don't know which ones can or not in this area, and some do, but it's like, y'all are making that sound sus. You're making the investigation process itself sound like somehow it makes people sus. Or like that means everybody on the goddamn road or in the community is guilty. And people will buy this ludicrous shit from you all. Y'all are literally so sorry you are making the basic techniques of an investigation the first things they do by getting all these little pieces from the community and the others close to these things. You're making that sound sus on those who hold these little pieces. You're using that as a way to target more motherfuckers. What the hell is wrong with you? You mad because the real feds didn't make up fake ones or something? Or you mad because they didn't have to, like, come out with fake screams, this and that? They now want everybody to forget that you were trying to harm, hurt Summer's case with their fake evidence like Tiffany and AB or this, that, and all the crazy shit y'all have gotten up to that real feds and card team and law enforcement do not have to do in order to investigate or to get answers from people or find the little pieces. Y'all did all this fucking shit for years and you hurt community justice, elongate you fucking assholes. And now you all want people to believe that because people around might hold little pieces, they're all sus. You're really gonna, and people are not gonna catch on maybe a great deal that that's what technically you're describing. And that you're making people look guilty because of that. That is the wildest shit I've ever seen, Chasing and Michelle. It's the wildest shit I've ever seen. What the hell is wrong with you?
Mr. Phillips, the neighbour from here, had no horse in the race at all, and he talked about them multiple times.
And what the fuck is that? Who put Michelle in charge? Michelle, did you suddenly get hired as the TBI spokesman or something? Are you a Melton now? Is it Michelle Melton? Who the fuck are you to determine who somebody is or is not and no dogs in a race or not? The fuck? Now you got the ability to clear and this. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you, lady? And why is that? Y'all get to pick and choose who looks what way and who is and who isn't. You figure it. And why are you saying this feller's name? Why do you have to? Because you don't care about his life or his reputation or how he's connected things. Like, y'all ate this dude when he first came out. You remember that? Called him a liar too? I do. Whole community's seen that shit. Alright, in the groups and shit. Like, really? Like, why the fuck? You know? But either way, why do you have to say his name? You don't have to. Why don't you keep him and his family and others safe till it's all figured out? Right? Till law enforcement says. And then who the fuck are you to pick and choose who is cleared, who ain't? You ain't nobody, bitch. Better call an ass motherfucker from a UK village notorious for that shit who trespasses on everybody's shit that ain't yours using fucking dogs to manipulate the masses. Over there doing all the dirty work because you know, just like this group knows, it's harder to tap you and those like AB and Aussies and whatever else for your fuck shit. You can't do this legally in your own countries, but you can pick up U.S. cases and make more U.S. dollars on it, and still knows, and that's why all of y'all do that, but you also know you're harder to reach, afford lawyers that can do international law and hold y'all accountable. The creators knows too. That's why you're usually the worst to do things to. And to do them for this group. So yeah. No, homie. No. No. Who the fuck are you gonna ask again? Anybody raise your hands. If you can figure out why Michelle is now in charge of who counts and who doesn't, no dogs in the race. And why she's out here still trying to make people clearly who have been said by law enforcement not to be part of Summer's investigation or and also not a suspect. Why she's still here doing it after years. Years after knowing. And she has. She's been fully aware the whole time. Why she's still making people look that way. And calling them that despite what law enforcement said. But here she is still with the Lawson said this, that, and they're picking and choosing which words matter, which don't. Just like all your tragedy pimps. I'm sorry, did some of y'all pick up those job applications from Pruitt? Like Smiley and others? Did you fill them out? Are you true detectives now? Did you get, Leslie's job or something? Or Melton's, anybody? I'm confused. No, you don't. You don't get to do this. And quit saying everybody's name. You don't have to say everybody's name. We gotta do the right thing for once. Stop that. You entitled ass, won't everything fucking tragedy pimp pieces of shit in order for destruction to reign supreme, clout, whatever. Y'all are just infuriating. I ever told y'all how I feel about rings? I don't like them much. Not a big fan. I don't like monsters much either. I have a lifetime of showing that proof and evidence that being wired don't like them and see them pretty quickly too. And you know, those goddamn rings. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of manipulation and mind fucks either. Or the destruction of real human beings, or the destruction of real police or law enforcement. Yeah. Or the hunting of them. Not a big fan. Think y'all figured it out? You'd think. It's tragic, really.
In the early days of the case. But these scintillates, man, honestly. Why is Fred telling on himself? Why is Don telling himself so many times?
Why this? Why that? Here, let me parrot Chasing's word from our video. So right? What do you mean why is Fred telling himself the sense telling him? Actually, you don't. And look, I'm just telling you dumb bitches right now. I'm trying to waste my time right now. But like when I'm drug chasing in bed over that video, and she turned cowardly. Because she can drag me and do whatever me in my real life for years, but woo, she don't like when content's being used anyway. Point is, you were stuck around on the monsters, and I don't care what you think you've gleaned or this, the other, or whatever you fuck you think you would. I'm telling you that certain monsters weren't even in or around certain things. I don't care what they wanted to tell you. I know. And they're fairy tale versions of whatever and whatever. I mean, I don't know. I would just probably stop and think about your framework a little.
Don go to Fred's that night? I don't know. Was Summer sold? Why was she? Did Don have a drug?
And then what do you mean Fred told on himself anyway? You said there were sin there. He was never like, oh, the sin was there because of me. No, that's not. What do you mean? He did it for Ziggy, all of you all, and that was after the Nesbits and them started really threatening him and Laura. Because remember, he wouldn't speak much to Ziggy. He always had Laura do it. Until he got himself in jail, and then y'all started controlling and cornering him, and Ziggy had her claws in real good, and paying for this, and paying for that, and books full this, and books full that, and y'all were chirping it out behind the scenes, and everybody was feeding him the shit to say on the lives, and the phone calls, and all that bullshit, and the narratives, and the garbage, and blah, 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 blah. What do you mean Fred told on himself? Sure about that? Why are you making it sound like that? It's weird. And then there's Dawn with the picture telling us.
Yeah. And he agreed to sell Summer to pay off the debt. But how's Fred connected to it? How's Andy connected to it? I don't know. My head's reeling.
Andy ain't connected in any way to whatever the fuck happened this summer. He is not. He is just not. And that's just how I fucking feel about it. I don't care how much I hate that motherfucker. and how much I'd love to see justice for these kids and I. He's a goddamn monster, but he's not gonna help vanish Summer or any other fucking child. And that dude is such a pussy. One of those cops went, boo! At him, and he back showed he can cough up whatever, dude. So would a whole host of others that y'all ain't quite figured out yet. And probably why a bunch are staying quiet. But the point is, no, motherfucker, he might lie to him about the domestic violence. He might bullshit through it, lost on about that, and tee and think he's something special with whore bag over 5,000. You know. But that's just domestic violence shit. He thought he was getting away with something. He's got gas to fire. That whore ain't nothing but a fucking piece of shit, narcissistic, narcopath, helpful abuser mate, too, while she's getting her dumbass abused, clearly. Hell, look at her sitting on panel with no goddamn dignity or self-worth, motherfucker, wearing my clothes. Like, you are pathetic, bitch. Like, making money, though, to go on the trips and do the things. Pretend I'm the big bad. Stealing money from my kid's mouth, just like you help take our movies for yours and perfumes and all things and drop cheerings. Like, you pathetic as fuck. Scandalous bitch. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. So the point is that, like, no, man. He may be a lot of goddamn things still. But Andy is not going to help or be connected in any way to Summerbat. There's just no fucking way. Unless something connects back to Cornbread that was piss ass terrifying him. Other than that regard, and that was even up into a couple days before Summer vanished, but he still would have not had shit to do with Summer vanishing. The only thing that might factor it might, but I still don't think so, is this whole Cornbread chicken and shit. Right? That, just the linkages it takes with certain people who might be known to Summer and the big bads like the Marlenas and the Freds and otherwise. And, those they're hitting on it, trying to keep sliding, targeting around other cases, going for all this other shit that's happening that you all don't know. But the point is that, no. I very much believe and firmly believe that things are twizzled together that ought not be, and things used to do certain things that shouldn't have been, and people coming forward, all of a sudden this group blackmailed people, made their families afraid, in order to get them whatever. Crystal's one of those, many of the ones that have done that, scripted shit, going along with, first way back shit. Point is, and more than a few of these locals doing it. But, yeah, the whole thing is that, no more than the way that Cornbread touches everything and everyone around here. You know? No. But, he's many things, man. But he is not gonna help, vanish Summer or any other child. Or, be able to, I mean, I don't even think that motherfucker could sleep at night if he knew he was, no. And, that dude, let me tell you, he was more worried about his dick. And so, like, you know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, like, all the shit, man. That dude was worried about pussy. He's worried about all the dope shit with dope bitch and all the other bullshit and finding pussy to let him away with all things. But then that pussy started pushing and pulling him and and then he knew he got a psycho one that was really going to out him no matter what he did. That's why he was like, if you don't let me quit this job, it's going to destroy your lives. Wait. And well, that's why he hoped he could get away from her enough time, because it was never really throughout our lifetimes his intention. He waited until he was almost caught in enough proof with her. Hell, he doesn't know how many times I had the proof and I still didn't. I didn't let him know I had, and whatever, but he's an idiot. But his thing was, and it's part of how he got off on it, was taking it right to the brink of the edge, right? Almost getting caught on it, and then he'd skirt away from him. But he found himself a psycho one, like I always told him to do, and then she was not even happy. He was gnawing his own arm off to go because he would spend his life with me in a box in a cage and keeping me like a guild of whatever clipped wings. And It was me and because they always have to have that. But when they know the end's coming, they have to have another source to jump to anyway. It's known about narco paths, no different than anywhere. But that one was damn sure pushing. They found one that definitely suits him just fine. Perfect pair of abusers, those are. And would let him by with all the fuck shit. Like you can clearly see Mayor bragging he's on this, on that. I would not have tolerated that in the least. It's harder raising him, keeping him in line than ever was children. Hell, my kids are easy to raise as opposed to that. I mean, motherfucker, and I shouldn't have had to, man. Right? Jesus. Spent so much time wasted on that motherfucker, dude. Like, good riddance, bitch. You know, but they make a perfect pair. But anyway, the point is, no, man. I mean, Pruitt or even the most basic cop or road cop would be like, hey, bitch, what'd you do or something? He'd be like, ah! You know, he's a punk ass little bitch, dude. You might lie to him about DV, especially when he's backed by fucking backhand. He thinks he's got a goddamn brain. And man, he has never acted the way I've seen him act in court and shit. And until this place got him fancied up and and you can hear others like his landlord and shit say him and Becca both were acting fucking a fool in court settings and shit. You can hear advocates others have around Little and I say he was like fucking crazy. I wasn't lying about it. Because he was allowed to get away with that in Hawkins and other courts, but one Hawkins courtroom, his landlord shut him and Becca both down. Man, I've never seen him act such, and of course, he wouldn't have with me. Like, I did actually make him behave. Now he's just wilding the fuck out. The bitch will let him. She's pathetic as fuck. And shitty as he is. But anyway, the point is that he's a punk ass little bitch. That's why only when he gets off, he's a weak fucking motherfucker like most monsters. Right? They're only strong when they hurt women and children and vulnerable and elderly and whatever the fuck else. But, in domestic situations, or go pew pew up public, or do whatever, right? People undeserving, but. And that he's capable of. Absolutely is. Public shit, right? He loves public attention. Loved beating me in public. Always. From the first time till one last. He loves it. Loves enacting plays and shit in front of coworkers and others too that ain't true and lying on whoever's abusing and all the shit, you know? Ernie is in a mood. But man, no, but it fits Charles whatever from the beginning. Yeah, I can see him being involved in a lot of shit behind him. And he had no motive, man. He would have no motive in the least to do any such thing. And he would not have helped other people do that. You think he's gonna go help Don or somebody else or Fred's or anybody? He hates fucking Fred. Despises him. His whole goddamn family does. It's like a family war between them. He ain't gonna help no goddamn Fred do no fuck shit. He hates that motherfucker. Whole goddamn family's been at war with him like for years. He despises goddamn Fred. Right? He didn't like Don and Candace. Hell, he liked them less than I fucking did. Supposedly, allegedly, anyway. But yeah. You think he's gonna go help those? For what? For fucking what? He had no motive to do anything this summer. Nor did most of anybody else y'all out here blaming. Y'all want to make it like property this, that, the other. What the fuck? And this is stupid. It's stupid. And if you think that motherfucker's smart enough to play anything or do whatever the hell, you're an idiot. Or that he's a pussy, dude. That cop went boo. And he really would cough it up. Right? Like, why are you buying this bullshit? They're all monsters. But that one is not going to vanish a child or helping that. There's just no realm in which I see that possible, feasible. He's capable of things. That ain't one of them, though. That ain't one of them. And I can't even imagine or fathom a motive in the least. What's wrong with you people? Alright, guys, I'm here. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Fuck. I got wood all over me. Anyway. I thought I dusted off a little bit. I guess I did. Anyway, take a small jaunt, let's say. Black Dog Zeppelin, yeah. Shit. And then I had to carry in some wood real quick. Do some shit. Alright. But, yeah. Thought it best that, I got while they're going real good. You know, so anyway. Oh dear. And Ernie's on one, as you can see. And you motherfuckers be making me smoke today like crazy, so it is what it is. I can't take any more, whatever the fuck strongest some bitches those are today, sorry. I'm going with these for now. And then, you know, the bougie. And that's about out. Supplies are in one. So I get enough for a few days. I can stay in the goddamn box away from all the fuck shit out here around the streets. Fuckery. People pretending their bills, stalking, whatever. Anyway. All the goof bag bullshit. Anyway, so. Man, what do I do with that? Oh, there it is. Left titty. Alright. Yeah, those are shitty. Ernie's in a mood. But yeah, so had to carry in the wood shit, away, you know, and do all those things. So, yeah. And I decided to do some more normal people drinks, cause shit, YOLO. And I'm gonna regret it, cause I had an orange drink earlier and my coffee in it. My kidneys are gonna hate me tomorrow. That's all I'm saying. Probably for the next few days. What do you mean? No, we only exist on water. Normally so. So. That feels like the night. So I am back. Oh. Alright, guys, I'm here. You wouldn't believe it? True, it's true. Anyway. We'd basically finished up the One Piece. What the hell did I do with that? No, Ernie. No. You leave your big brother alone. Stop it. And I mean, I hate it for people. You have to fast forward until I reappear on screen again. I do. It's such a fucking effort, isn't it? Anyway. Yeah. So we finished this bullshit piece. And then, really don't know, attention spans and all that. Should I shut this one down and do whatever again? Nah, I'm not going to. Not right now. Might for the next one. Might. Alright. Anyway. Some unnatural ass views y'all be having. For real. On these things. It don't even make sense. Does not compute. Yeah, I got some real building to explain. Alright, anyway. So we're going to start on this one. Lord, I'd hate it if it were different times on the UK and anybody was... Is this already pumping? It's almost been 24. It's fine. Alright.
You remember, Grandma told... Good morning, everyone.
Alright. Let me see here. Might connect it. think. God, why does everything taste like ass? You can't explain it. You can. I think maybe federal guidelines and shit are being dozed the fuck away, and they're just like putting dirt or something in all the brands. I'm not sure what the fuck these companies are selling us tobacco anymore. I just don't know.
Michelle, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the video. It is Tuesday morning, the 8th of April. And we're going back to Northeast Tennessee today and the Summer Wells case. Over the last week or so, prior Beach Creek resident Melina Crawford, who knows the Wells very well.
Prior? Is there fucking...
She knows Jody Sue a little. She knows Fred Hill.
No, she really doesn't. Now, the other one, last one, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
She knows the players that Fred Hill has implicated. Chad Arnold, Cotton Simpson.
She's more related than he is. Fuck. Chad's only smart woman. I swear to God. Swear to God, man. And it's wild Marlena's sitting there while they're running rampant with her own family's people and her own niece's father and all this shit, man. And just annihilating him. She ain't protecting the least. Like, it's fucking fucked up. It's fucked up that Fred targets too, and especially when there's Jason playing heads and seeing. It's wild to me. And that both are doxing their own community members, all this other shit, forcing others to come and defend out shit nobody ever wants to. And trust me, there's a whole lot that could be and still ain't be. But, I mean, like, seriously, the fuck? I don't know. I just, the fuck. And doing it to all the wrong, I just.
And she's had a lot to say. She's been on Prayer Garden of America's panel every single night. I think bar one. It's been a wild ride.
Now I wonder how concerned her family is. Joel are maybe pushing money in, and they might end up with a call in the middle of the night. I wonder. Hell, even after all that one's up to and doing and all the fuck shit, even after all the year and her and Fred and playing firmly shit and all the fucking shit, I still don't. I want everybody to stay intact and alive and well. You know? Even people want to throwing down is one thing, but dude, everybody needs to stay alive and intact and all the things. And well. In case they hold the pieces, in case they're up, in case this, I mean, for summer's sake, everybody needs to stay the fuck alive, man. Everybody, there's been enough lost around summer. This is, yeah, fuck off.
Right. So I'm partway through the live stream that happened overnight my time, and I'm just going to play you a few minutes of where I'm up to. And it's talking about how summer could have been taken from the hill and whisked away, shall we say. And any theory that we put together regarding what happened to Summer Wells, we do have to take into account the things that we've been told.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Fuck did she just say? Fuck did she just say? I know she didn't. Oh God, now they all want to be wee-wee-weeing again. Oh, it's always a bad sign when they're wee-wee-weeing. They're usually like, nuh-uh, we're just all YouTubers and we can it's like, what do you mean wee-wee-wee? I ain't not about wee-wee. With the covering both bases and the 1,000 of them and calling people whatever the fuck you... What are you talking about, wee? What? Y'all ain't done shit for this shit for you. Fuck you. What did she just say?
My neighbour has been taken from the hill and whisked away, shall we say. But whisked away by who?
Whisked away. I love the language inspiring it. Is law enforcement come out and said this? No, they've not. And your 5 billion other pieces, you have annihilated that. How many days and nights have you heard these motherfuckers go over and over and over again? Ronnie Lawson and Barrett all him and the car team say there's no evidence of, no evidence of, no evidence of. Now suddenly you're to believe that all of them suddenly are like, Summer was taken, she was whisked away, and it has to be in your face. Really? Serious? No. Nope. Nope. These are bad signs, man. These are bad signs.
And any theory that we put together regarding what happened to Summer Wells, we've been taken from the hill and whisked away, shall we say. But whisked away by who? And any theory that we put together regarding what happened to Summer Wells.
And anything we put together. Motherfuckers, you ain't been putting none together but your wallets and your crypto shit and your scandalous shit and your money laundering shit and your criminal empire shit online shit. Alright? It's been real law enforcement feds who are doing all the work, and they're still doing the work. And until they come out and say something, until they come out and say whatever, and they let Summer's light shine where it should have been shining all along, and until they, or judges, or courts, or brothers, or loved ones speak, till she herself speaks, somehow, someway, through these beautiful hearts, minds, souls who have worked for her for all the right reasons. Don't you say we. Y'all ain't been doing nothing but stopping those folks and standing their goddamn way and annihilating the community and justice system and tampering with these courts and these same officers and same feds and playing games and fuck you mean. The fuck out of here with this shit. Fuck out of here with you, anything we put. Y'all are fucking sick. Stop it.
We do have to take into account
Did you see him back
the things that we've been told by neighbours who are...
Oh, you do have to now take into account all the things. Even by the ones y'all are feeding and paying to add in extra shit and lies and goddamn garbage, just like you have from the beginning, so that it fucked up course. Maybe you stopped justice, maybe kept Summer from being found, maybe this, maybe that, because that's paid you, it's kept it going for years. Yeah? Jose's and shit that ring a bell. Jenny, Adrian, Chasing, McDonough, Josh, Justin, Marlena, Fred, hey Ziggy. Anybody? Fake panelists, the fake this, the manufactured evidence that, the hoax calls, the share shit, the fucking up the red truck shit on purpose shit. Any of that ring a bell? Any of it? To any of y'all? When Michele decided to turn tide with Scott H. and Linda's and Seraphine's and everybody and just annihilate the fuck out, and now you gotta listen. The fuck? You gotta take it all into account. You mean even the shit you've added and extra up and asked people to do for you that didn't give a damn one about Summer and the Aquasets? You mean that? That really helped. The hoaxes that took real law enforcement's time away. Oh, the dangerous bag of dildos. Let's not forget that. You know, right? Let's not forget all. I mean, like Summer's body is what did it have? A pond that doesn't exist and all that bullshit. Oh, Summer's body's in the camper and Andy's staying over Jersey City again. Hoaxes and all this bullshit. The first wall debate. Let's not forget all of it. That was real helpful. Oh, let's not forget the fake screen test bullshit. Now that counts again. I don't know why. Let's not forget what all of you have done. So are you supposed to listen to all the bullshit you've added in? Can the public discern what's bullshit and what's not? Can they pull the cat hair out of the taffy and shit you all have embedded it in and everything? No. Can you? Not really either. You stood in the way. This is before any of us are really public. Scripting and writing and building and bullshitting. And you've had locals playing in it and all this bullshit. You know, like Lindas and everybody else's. The Yennifers and the Naners and whatever else is, That's what you've done. That's what the fuck you've done. 423s, to this, to that. The Amy Tates, the Pamelas, the whatever the fucks, the Squalls, the PG. No. Jenna's sent in, this, that, and the other sent in. No. Are any characters, was any of that necessary? Are we supposed to take all that? All the bullshit? Wasn't it? Can the public even hope to begin to untwizzle all this? No. So it looks like law enforcement's having a hard enough time with it. Why do you think that is? You think it's just because of us there speaking, or you think it's because they added on extras, or hoax shit, or you all doing shit, or flooding these courts and shit with erroneous shit, and tampering shit, and you're trying to get shit, or hoping on a mistake, or this never be made until blah blah, and like, FOAI in it until maybe something was said this there, it would be any of that, or why you used your goddamn jobs and hospitals and finance places and state level jobs and shit to do illegal shit and pull shit and do real criminal ass shit. You're under investigation. It might still be for shit. Alright? Any of that? Or are we just gonna leave it out? You never gonna tell the public about any of that or what depths you went to? What parts are we supposed to listen to? In order for the public to do that, well, they'd have to have y'all give them a list of what all the fuck you've done. So they could take it away. Right? Not count it in. Wouldn't they? Boy, y'all ain't gonna do that, are you?
No skin in the game at all. The footprints. And also this kind. The things that we've been told by neighbours who have no skin in the game at all. The footprints. And also the sentinels.
And there she goes again with that shit. Like I said before I came down. Now Michelle's the judge. The TBI, the FBI. She's Michelle Mountain. She's Michelle Earhart. She's Michelle, Daniels. She's Michelle Bobo now. She is the judge. She's the DA. She's Michelle Armstrong. She's whatever, right? She gets to tell you who counts and who doesn't. They're the, judge, jury, and executioner, didn't you know? These goddamn YouTubers. These super detectives, And, they get to say who's a suspect, who's PI, who has no skin in the game, who this, who that. Or you could have fooled me. I watched that poor fellow with footprints get eaten alive. So did the rest of the community by God. Man, that got called liars instantly. Because law enforcement didn't say you're a fucking liar. Who the fuck are you people? Right, here she goes again with that shit. Y'all stop that. I've shut it down because it's chilly. I'm not playing violent peekaboo with you, I'm not gonna do it, man. You are in a mood and you're using claws, bro. Claws. I'm too old for all that. He got me good then. Because he thought I was his brother playing Pop Goes Loose with me. I was like, ah! That was my hand! Bleeding out. Like, somebody give me the styptic pencil and some fucking stitches.
Fred Hill has told on himself that there was scent on his driveway, and he said that came from...
Why do you coin it that way? Fred's told on himself there was scent on his driveway. Your wording, it matters. Have some courtesy. Fred don't, obviously, and fuck that dude in particular for all the bullshit he's gotten up to with y'all and this there, but I'm just saying. Hey, y'all know. Feds, law enforcement come out. Get a hold of accident on paper. We don't know. Do I care? No, I really don't. I really fucking don't. But, no, we ain't doing this. YouTubers get to say shit. You feel me? Feds get to say. Law enforcement gets to say. Summer, her brothers, some way get to sing. Y'all suck. But we know how y'all love silencing people and taking their view and just using and whatever and then hashtag pretending y'all care and it's there and you know we know. We know what y'all about. And it's sick, it's fucked up, it's if y'all cared at all, you'd stop. You'd stop. And you'd let Summer speak, law enforcement speak, brothers speak, courts really speak. That y'all inserting and tampering a nose too when the time comes. You'd stop. So that those who worked hardest for her, those who love her the most, can let her light shine. And so her story comes out. In a good, non-tragedy Pimp way. Not a salacious way. Not a terrible way. Not a gross way. Not a twisted version way. By real humans with real hearts and not monsters like you. Summer deserves no more monsters in her life. She didn't deserve the wounds she was surrounded by either. She doesn't deserve more of that or monsters attempting to put out her light or silence her. Let her and law enforcement tell her story somehow. Not you. It really rolls my fucking stomach, dude. Y'all are unfucking believable. Sick bastards. Sick bastards.
Don's car. Okay, alright. Oh dear. Well, the Battle of the Beach Creekers continues. Shall we talk about it?
You mean the scripted ones, the emotionally charged ones? You all are the ones pitting people or adding or asking to be done and this there and it's and then there's you just made up bullshit scripted goddamn garbage. So sick of it, dude. It's like every word you speak, I just want to be like, "Grr." I'm gonna put this on. I'm just gonna put this on because I'm cold. It's cold out there, y'all. And my other one's covered in wood for right now. So. And I'm chilly. I kept the windows open long. I should have. You got cold quick. Oh, and I love this jacket. I know it's basic. Just got it for me. And it's so comfy. So anyway. You know what? heightened sense of drama, the music, the piratey shit, played by real pirates who are really gonna rob you fucking blind and take you for a ride on the high seas and make you go overboard. Get right into their bullshit. Bro, that is my straw. In all fairness, I'm not gonna use it. They're using it as a blade. Or if it makes you happy. And I guess I'll pick that mess up later. He does love the straws. And I love him. If he wants to play with it. And this is fruit punch Gatorade, so hopefully this is not as bad as a soft drink. Oh my goodness.
His name's Fred, and Fred, don't put the word up to him. You say my name again, and he'll kill you.
Right, sure did.
Okay, so this is the live stream. I told everybody Donald and Candice were still together. I don't know what that's about. I've not got to that point, maybe.
Yeah. And like I was saying earlier, when the Wild West stream happened, right? That y'all missed this shit. I don't know what the fuck it is any of y'all's business where any of us are at any point. I cannot imagine how you all think that's going to solve Summer's case, or that y'all are continuing from day one till now to act like feds or law enforcement others are not well aware of where we are at all times. Or that you're entitled to know. Or whether anyone's together or doing whatever together, and fucking not fucking dating out of box. What the hell is it to you all? Why in the hell is it like? I don't get it. I don't. I really don't. I mean, I do. Don't get me wrong. Because you see them stalking us all the time and them normalizing it to you all because in the back, when you're seeing these pictures of us or being told we're at certain locations, this is happening, that's happening, they should tell you immediately somebody on the ground near us is committing crimes. They're stalking us. For tragedy pimps, well, they tell you we're all history on it not being stalking. Even when people come out and say they're stalking us, you can hear Marlene is obviously one stalking every goddamn body. Has been for long anyway, but yeah. And then trying to flip script. I mean, that's what you're listening to. Do you want to know why they do that? You think it's to help law enforcement solve something? No. No, it's not. You know why they do it? A, because they get off on it. And some of these cul-de-sac motherfuckers, it's as close as they'll come to high seas excitement ever, right? Like, ooh, an active case, I'm local, I'll jump in, I'll do this talking for you. Jennifer Hernandez, or whatever, right? And others will do it for dope money, do it for whatever. It's a thing that happens around every case. But y'all are watching real crimes being committed. Stalking is a real fucking crime. Okay? It's aired every night in front of you all. You're like, oh, it's fine. Pay the creator for crimes. Right? And y'all are okay with that. Do you know what it creates? Do you know the ramifications of it? Well, it puts us all in danger. It keeps us trapped. It keeps us and our families afraid. It keeps us from, when they dox our vehicles, they dox this, so they continue this, whatever. Yeah, la 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 la. It makes it hard to live any sense of normalcy that remains to any of us. To go out without damage possibly being done to vehicles, or and it's so we're also spotted throughout towns or wherever. When we go anywhere, others might see us and then report back to tragedy pimps or be able to follow and see we're taking pictures and hanging arrows and live content for their money. It's so that we're unemployable while they're like, oh, look at them throwing out a cash app. While we have all the rights to their names and pictures, or we can do whatever. It keeps us to where we cannot survive we cannot do this, access care that, blah, 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 this. I mean, there's real ramifications to what you see as entertainment. Also, I will tell you what I know happened in PG's last night. I was not watching. I was giving a synopsis. What I know is that they're putting out all kinds of vehicles again. Now, ain't nobody's, what happens with that when y'all put out all the wrong shit, the wrong houses, the wrong cars. You're putting innocent people in danger. Some Pizzagate, Fruit Loop, fuck nut by those that follow those, like the CZs and the fucking killer looks and the thises and the that's and the shays and PGs who are the worst of the worst, who have already been calling for us being cut apart and justice being served. And you got Marlene out here doing call-outs for her brains to be blown out. And, fuck, look at what I was having with the fire. That worries the shit out of me, considering it's this place that lifted off the idea of all these fires and shit. And then look at all the fucking shit that's happened. And I still, right now, do not believe it's a coincidence that those stay. And maybe eventually we'll hear about it public. I just don't know. But there's something real funky, okay? But, this is what occurs. And you're also putting innocent people when you dox the wrong cars. You do this there. What if some Fruit Loop out here sees those cars or those vehicles or those people, wrongly ties them into whatever Fruit Loop shit, because those like the CZs, Killers, Shays, Little Lot, all the propaganda you feed out, hit certain brains all spongy for that shit, and then they leap the frog right into hell, and then they can go kill somebody. Because they have some woo-woo fruit bat, blue dot and bullshit. Or they see a vehicle and they think it's one of us and they take the calls out from like Marlene and there's somebody should pull up and just blow their fucking brains out. And then the next night on panel, their docs and vehicles saying they're one of us. What if you get somebody in that goddamn vehicle killed or murdered, dude? Well, Jason's over like, woo! Gosh! Wish and violence against those who is great rock on! When Marlene tries to play the victim, it's bullshit, dude. You are creating real danger and threats to real people and a lot of innocent people. You are keeping any of us for any sense of normalcy. Who cares what we're doing in bits and pieces or who's together with whom or any of that either? Does it matter whose bits are where? Does that solve Summer's case? Absolutely not. Seriously. Give us box, trap, and that benefits tragedy pimps too. Because it keeps the meat in place, right? That way they always have content and come out and where to stalk us and where it falls from and this. They keep us from any new life, freedoms, anything like that. They keep us from even basic medical. And that's not a fucking lie. Watch some of these tragedy pimps right now that karma's hit fucking hard. Wouldn't be the first who have made fun of it, tormented cancer, and I'm just like, but they're all, I'm like, But y'all stood there and like, man, every time we go anywhere, you got motherfuckers pretending to be doctors. You got motherfuckers pretending to be us. You got motherfuckers pretending to be services and this, that, you're all kinds. You got them calling back and forth, pretending to be us, to try to get info. You got motherfuckers using their jobs to pull records, feed them out to this one, that one, the other. You got a bunch of these motherfuckers under investigations for it. You can't even go, you can go into one of these local ones and they've got one of these motherfuckering, and then as soon as you're there, it's word to the tragedy pimps. You can't even stay to get life-saving transfusions and infusions or palliative care. You can't access certain things you need. You have to stay perpetually in agony just to keep from any setups, fuck-ups, blackmail, all this other shit they're doing. Meanwhile, any tragedy pimps that experience they're allowed to live freely, access care, do whatever. They can go whenever they like. They can be away from their families for extended days. No danger or harm to them. No thoughts of threats or somebody might do something to their children, their elderly, or this and the other. They feel safe going for care. And meanwhile, some of us have motherfuckers jumping out in oncology and palliative care and shit. We have motherfuckers, and they know their goddamn business. And then you know that, like, there they are. And then they know that people have been left alone. And, well, it's time to rip out IVs and go, against medical orders and be like, peace out, bro. To make your way back so that you can protect your family, your loved ones, and your children. Right? You lay in place for 2 days listening to your little one going, Mama, you okay? After these fuckers know your medical conditions, and they end up having a fucking heart attack, bro. And you lay here for fucking 2 days, and you try your hardest to get up. Mama, you okay? You okay? But then you try so hard, push yourself up. And then eventually you do. Eventually do, for them. Your Baptist voice ringing in your head. You shake it off. And you get back on lives. So that nobody knows anything's wrong. You watch the ABs make merch. Jigsaw puzzles of how your systems are acting and reacting to shit as stuff goes down. Your lymphatic, what's left of it, can't process all the shit. You watch as the shares make fucking merch, making fun of your domestic violence, beatings as your abusers running around the streets, making you and your kids look sus. Don't care what the creators do as long as they pay him and his fucking whore $400 as they all tamper with you, get golden tickets. It don't matter. Fucking brutalized. Some of us with the fucks that matter, man. We're used to that our whole lives. We'll survive, we'll walk it off. For now, one day I hope to see you all held accountable for it. Made to pay for it. But it's the thorough trapping of all of us. It's the doxing of all the vehicles or anything we travel in to keep eyes on us no matter where we travel about. Can't go to simple movies. Can't do this. Can't do that. Not 5 minutes away from our family's in danger. A break-in's happen. This happens, or the calls for violence might come to fruition, and somebody in your family might get hurt. Especially some of you motherfuckers are playing things firmly around. Yeah, just to keep us in place, to keep us as content, right? To keep us all from living in any way. So they can make money. Millions, so they can commit the crimes, so they can do this, so they can do that. Y'all watch it as entertainment. That goes community-wide. Y'all see them dox an entire community. Try to get near other witness. You've seen. And that's enough, but I'll tell you there's even more that they've gotten up to y'all don't know first fucking inkling of yet. That is atrocious. They have destroyed, decimated so many. I don't find it cute. But there is no reason that any of y'all should know where we are, who's with who's where, what anybody's driving. There's no good reason in it. Y'all watch it right. That's a crime. What they're doing is criminal. And you pay them for it. And it has no bearing on Swimmer's case or gonna solve it. Feds and law enforcement are well aware of where all of us are at all times. Y'all don't need to know. Y'all think you do. Or the creators make you think you do. Or you feel entitled to. But you're destroying entire people and innocent people. And they dox innocent people ain't got shit to do with nothing, man. They've fucked up so many lives throughout this community and otherwise. It's unreal. It's unfucking real, and y'all been entertained. I just don't. And I can't. But that's what the fuck it is. There ain't no good purpose in it other than annihilation, money making, needful things, bullshit. And it's crimes committed right in front of your face. It means danger, threat, harm to those they dox, do shit to. They name their own vehicles. They do this, they do that. It means real danger to everybody as they're, doing the dangerous shit. I mean, like, watch it. I don't know what to tell you. But there ain't no good reason. Any of y'all need to know where Candace and Don are together, or who's together with who, or whose bits are where, and whose boots, beds are under, any of that. Nobody needs to know what cars anybody's driving. Nobody needs death certificates, birth certificates, medical this, whatever that. Nobody needs property deeds. Y'all don't need any of that shit. None of it. You never have. But that's what the fuck's going PG, but, you know, anyway, PG, I got to have stuff together. Who cares? Who the fuck cares? Who cares? Who cares? What's it matter? If it matters, feds know about it. Y'all need to know? No. No? You don't. Anyway, we're gonna carry on.
But they are talking about Summer, Candice, and Grandma getting home. If you remember, Grandma told Anza Daniel from WJHL that she took a nap.
Great news, Spectrum Internet customers. Now you can try Spectrum Mobile risk-free for a full year at no cost to you.
She took a nap. So Grandma was basically taking herself out of the situation. She took a nap when she got home. So we don't know whether that was before the planting of the flowers script or after. It's another reason why the planting the flowers is...
Well, no, according to Candace, the nap was before, and Grandis then woke up and was like, "Oh, we gotta plant these flowers." So actually, Michelle, if you've been paying attention, it was there. I don't know, but I guess that's whose words you listen to and what you pieced and part in. But according to them, it was before the flowers. There's succulents and cacti.
Less likely to have happened. Look, I've always thought, well, maybe they did. Maybe they did plant flowers, but it wouldn't have taken more than 10 minutes. A few little cacti in pots. It's not going to take very long, is it? Maybe Summer did help. Maybe she didn't. But...
Oh, wait, you mean they were in pots? No. Nobody tell Marlena, because when I listened to there, and I was going over yesterday, she's like, there wasn't no garden up there. There was never no flower beds on rock. Marlena somehow thinks that's what was meant. So Marlena even, like, all her studying and Joseing up, y'all couldn't get her right on that either. Marlena really thinks there's flower beds on the shit. I don't know. From the first till now, that's what she thinks. That's weird. Ain't it? And she's calling everybody a liar, being like, there's no flower beds in this there, la la la. Liars. Yeah, it's because there never was. They were in fucking containers. The whole world knows that. But Marlena and the Lion crew, Jose'd up crew, she's out here swearing Candace is lying about something that was never said and never was, and the world even knows better than that. Wow. Oh, that one. She's hot on the facts and shit. But everybody's like, oh, and Michelle's like, well, we gotta listen to her. Like, do you really? No, you can shut this shit down. Carry on.
It seems that the timeline, the 3-hour timeline, has been squeezed into a really kind of small amount of time where Summer could have disappeared. Marlena has said that Candice called her at 4:37. Summer was already missing, and Summer had been gone 20, 30, maybe more minutes.
And we went over this before. Marlena came around this time saying Candace called her at 4 to 4:30, but said she'd been in like 20 minutes or so. And she fucked that up, didn't I do? But see, they got her twizzle up to at least a 4:37, 4:47 now. Like we've talked about in this one and the last live today, that one. That would have meant, like, literally as soon as Candace supposedly, allegedly pulled in the driveway. Because I mean, like, that's weird. Right? But either way, where are all the other calls? So the only thing about it logically, Marlene was like, you call the cops or I'm going to, but no 400 other calls being like, hey, did you find her yet? Did you find her yet? Did you find her yet? Did you see Marlene on the ground searching for her after that? coming in hours before. Nope. Nope. There's a scanner feed. And the dispatcher named Marlene like, oh, wait. And then what? Marlena just magically left out that call on the way back. Said the first time she heard from him was after 7:30, and the cops went. It seems like there's a whole lot of fuck shit. I'm not gonna. We've already been through it. Tired of it.
So they only got home at 3:20 because we know what time they passed the intersection of Mill Road and Lone Star Road, and we know how long it takes.
How do you know? I mean, some of you might know she preferred me to it, but the thing is did law enforcement ever give an exact time that did Unmasked could never produce any confirmation of it. They were just told that in any bullshit situations, whatever, but I don't know. But if it's true, then 309 is whatever, and whatever. Then yeah, 320 max, which doesn't make much sense with Marlene's. After some pointed that out, and then it became at 437 or 447 or where the fuck it is now. Can't make it make sense, man. And then where all that you think you call back to be like, just find her gate. Because if you ain't calling the police, then where's call the police? Why then is there not another call till well after 7:30? And Marlena seems to think even now that police weren't there until I don't know. Okay, y'all. Sure.
Them to get home about 8 minutes, according to Google. So probably do it faster if you know the roads really well, as Candice does. So they're home by 3:20 at the latest, unless they stop anywhere. But where are they going to stop? Anyhow, by 4:37, Candice, according to Melina, is calling Melina.
They could have actually stopped a great deal many places. How the fuck would you know? Could have been tractors in the way. Could have been this in the way. You know, blah, blah. You don't know. You don't know. But as an estimate goes, sure.
To say Summer's missing. Now, because I've done a few Summer Wells videos over the last few days, because of all of this stuff that's come out, people have been in the comments telling me their theories, and I appreciate everybody commenting, giving me their take, because, after every video I say, like,
She doesn't have a brain of her own. She needs to know things, and everybody's always like, I'm not comment. Whatever, and then she goes and she parrots a chasing or parrots whoever clips this and does her 5-minute walk and gets her funds going in, whatever, P.O. boxes, and yeah, real hard detective work this one puts into shit. Sure does.
Any thoughts in the comments below? That's my little outro. Look, we don't know what happened to Summer. All bets are off, honestly, because, nearly 4 years later, stuff's still coming out. And these people ain't ever going to tell the truth, in my opinion.
Look, these people are never going to tell the truth, in my opinion. Where's Marlena's picture up there? I know she's hiding behind an avatar, but I know y'all have pictures of her. Anyway. It's funny, you just get to pick and choose whoever. Right? Where are your fake panels, your fake fuck shit? Where's Jose's picture in there? How about a Hiltz? An Alley and A? Where are all those? Where are they? Where are all the other paid-ass motherfuckers who pretend to be locals and all you fucking fuck faces around YouTube in Summer's case who pretend to be searchers and this, that, and the other on panels? And where are all the goddamn YouTubers? In my opinion, y'all ain't ever gonna tell the truth, right? And, you really paid for half of those motherfuckers to lie and bullshit. So what the fuck you talking about? In my opinion, these people aren't gonna do. You literally paid half them motherfuckers on that goddamn panel to lie. You paid them for services rendered. You still doing it too. The fuck do y'all think's happening right now? Oh, y'all know. Oh, y'all know. Fucking bullshit, dude. Don't you, in your opinion, none of these people are gonna tell the truth? The fuck? You mean you're gonna pay most of them to fucking lie on purpose and that shit. And you're gonna pay other ones to get in here and abuse and try to get rid of people who are calling all you motherfuckers out for yours. And you're gonna like eat the rest, try to do it. I mean, I just annihilate the ones that won't cooperate with your fucking tampering of them and the rest. Because they don't roll with you like that. I mean, they don't. No. No. And then you dare turn around and eat them. It's people you've had doing this shit. And there's clear evidence of it. How they're manipulated, trained, threatened, this, that, and everything like. And these are so not the only ones. You know? You got 6 of them on there. Where's my face on? You got 2 people that have been called not suspects in the least. Or part of it. Like, up on there, and you're all like, who the fuck are you once again to say whatever? Like, this is it. It gets so repetitive, doesn't it? And it's so hard not to just do it over and over again every time I say something.
But I do think Summer made it home. I don't think she was dead, as I think Prayer Garden thinks she was dead. I just don't see it in the Milk Jugs photo.
Prayer Garden, much like you lying fucking whore, has done all the things and said all the things and sworn up and down all the pictures of Summer and everything else, her brothers dressed up as her, or other children, and yeah, I mean, she's put so many lies on Summer's name and so many fucking impossible thises and that's and made everybody look some type of way and done all the extra for this group, man. It's like, and I can't even believe it. She's as bad as the rest of you. I know. PG throttle. I mean, that bitch can't even stay consistent from stream to stream and not even in the same stream or 5 minutes on whatever bullshit she's putting out. She can't do it. PG's changed to whatever fucking doped up brownie fart in the wind she's having. You know? Or beer burping, giggling bullshit she's having. You know? Yeah, fucking break.
I don't think she's dead. But beyond that, I believe she made it home because of the scent alerts and the footprints. I can't get past that. You're going to have to explain to me how they happened if Summer was already dead in the Nut Jugs photo. So whatever happened to Summer happened after they got home. And it involved Summer's scent and Summer's footprints appearing on properties that Summer had no business going to. How would Summer...
Wow, hot take, super detective. Now in this video, you're like, yeah, I had to have it after she gone. But while ago, it was this Saturday bullshit, and the next Saturday, and all that, I don't know. Of course, you'd think law enforcement feds ain't gonna come out of the world and be like, yeah, she arrived time, not last known location, which is bullshit the whole world. While we're looking for a real missing child, they're not gonna do that. They're just not, man. No way in hell, I think, are they gonna do that. So, I don't know, man. Yeah, they're super detective. Chances are what happened after she arrived back home. No shit. You don't say.
Of, walk by herself, just for the sake of it, all the way over here. That's 0.8 miles. Now, it's not the distance, it's the fact that this is in the woods. It's in the woods behind Mr. Phillips' house. These footprints here on Mary Sexton's land, these are the ones that you've got to have paws. This is a high ridge. This is steep. Someone wouldn't have been able to get there on their own. And then
are you stupid? Michele, have you ever been here? Do you even know that? Have you watched the first video Do you know where actually Mary's is or anything? Like, and you're saying it's steep, so therefore, if you only ever walked in flat fields in the UK, or you another can't run a hill, can't run whatever mountains, right? What the hell? I mean, Summer's own driveway is steeper than trying to get him. Are you stupid? What kind of fucking genius level motherfucking super detectives are you? Have you ever even looked how the flats go right up there? Oh, damn, Michelle. Michelle's gonna tell you all about it, and she has a cursor going over Google Map, doxing the fuck out of neighbors' names and shit. It'll sound good. She tells you it's impossible for some reason. It's too steep. It's too this. It's too far away. Blah, blah, blah. Actually, Michelle, have you ever been on the ground? Have you ever seen Candace and Dawn's and where that's at over there? It's actually not that far. From house to like you could spit, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you people. I really don't. Hey, but if it sounds good from some bitch in the UK who's never set foot here in Burley, out of all the videos she's took in, she's not paid attention or thought about it and can't calibrate quite how that might work. I mean, I don't know. And then telling you it's too steep, how the fuck would she know? She bring her British ass over here? I mean, she's made enough to. Did she ever fly in? Look at it from ground level. Did she pull a beanie in somebody else's pants or even a sad ass Cam Nally or potato pulling or whatever the fuck it was they did? Seriously? No. But she'll tell you anyway. Make it make sense. Oh, shit. Can't. But if some British bitch with 2 or 3 dogs tells you so, it must be so. And much like chasing with a turn's a turn, and well, words come out of your mouth, that's where you make sounds at. And Michelle over here just telling you that something is so because it's this thing. Yeah. It's like watching all these motherfuckers for years. Like Curiosity, right? A couple others, they come here last time. It's their first time in, the line, they're like, oh shit, for all these years I've been feeding on these niggers thinking all the wrong things because I thought the front door was the back, and I had the way it was shaped wrong because I was watching all these stupid videos like Michelle's telling me this and I couldn't quite picture it in mind. Now that I'm here, understanding, boy, did they correct it. Did it make up for all the lies and years where they didn't have an understanding? No, they did not. Instead, they went and found all the wrong strip clubs and all the wrong things because they helped Summer. They did all the stupid shit. Right? But they told y'all for years it was this, and that's impossible, that, blah, blah, and you can't, and saying, you know, they just whatever. They did whatever, and they're still doing whatever. Y'all are some type of fuck, bro. Some type of special fucking pigs you are. Alright.
These scent alerts that Fred Hill has talked about. Scent alert down here on his property. You know, and a dog apparently alerted on one of Fred Hill's vehicles. Fred Hill's telling on himself. He's telling on himself. Okay, we've got a scent alert on the Gawley's property. I don't know whereabouts. It could be further down here even. I don't know whereabouts that was. And we've got the scream.
She doesn't know where that was at, but that's okay. She can't find it, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't blazing. And okay, and then here we got the scream that now suddenly matters. But for years, this bitch is going about how Jody, she's lying, her kids are lying, well, they leave us out, you know, we've been through this today. Yeah. Now, Lawson said I'm banded, and she's lying. My buddy's Jenny Adrian chasing that advertising last year. God damn it, they did screen tests, even though there's evidence that they're always they were lying bitches, and they never needed to even go in the first place. But they only did to pay Monster and get access to eat whatever and more content and blah blah, right? And so, yeah, what are you talking about? Stop that! Stay in your lane. Scream dozing out. It's unfounded. That's what you've been on for years, goddammit. Years. Once Scotty Britches got you up to that shit and it was time to flip script and eat whatever alive and do this and Monster come on and say, fuck no, y'all stay on your side. Stay in your lane. No, 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 no. You clip it and clop it and play however you like from Lawson, newspaper articles. I don't give a shit. Y'all stick with unfounded, doesn't count. Y'all have always put more emphasis on that than anything. Still not sure why. I mean, I don't know. But I am. But the point is, um, imagine in World Lynch, June 15th, an abundance of people seen and heard far more than that. It's wild y'all never target the shit out of those things the way you do the others. You know? Y'all just stuck on this screen. Probably because other people wanted you to be. And because your small brains always thought of it as kidnapping, this, the other, and then all you hear was them going, well, there's no sign of it this time, or all possibilities on the table, though. You left that part out, didn't you? For whatever narrative you want to do through the years? Hell no. Hell no. Don't y'all dare go back to the screen. And Lawson said that shit was unfounded. It's unfounded. He also said it led nowhere, much like the dog trail. The dog trail quotes. Sins, whatever y'all want to say and do. Right? But now suddenly, the dog trail counts again. Ain't that weird? That's counting. And you never heard this place play clips really where Lawson said that led nowhere. And you always hear him say driveway like he said that. What the man actually said was, well, where stuff changes over from like gravel to roadways and that, you can lose scent. That's what he said. He said they had a pretty good scent going for a while, but sometimes on certain materials they try. I mean, he was giving an example, pretty much. Who knows where and what. And which time, which dogs, which this, because I can tell you the first one's out. I don't care the fairy tale and the monsters. They weren't actually watching, didn't know, and there was a whole bunch not actually present yet. But some of us told to stay in place were and seen and heard. And I don't know what to fucking tell you, motherfuckers. So unless law enforcement's told any of you tragedy pieces of shit on the ground exactly where scents went in and around, all this, well, sorry. Monster was too busy going up on one team where he was told not to go. And hell, look for them, right? And Fred wasn't in the road yet. And, yeah. Dawn and Candace were obviously busy calling Marlena and all them after 7:30 in the alleys, and Dawn was doing whatever the fuck up there, but, no. And as Dawn, if you go back to his first versions, he was told by searchers he overheard, and then it was that he was told, and then it was that he seen himself. And according to them, actually, you have it in different news articles. They're talking about entirely different dogs, separate days. Fred's also talking about separate dogs. I mean, I don't know. Could be anything. But unless law enforcement's told you all specifically where these scents led, where they're hit on, and y'all know all the little things about why they might, and why they aren't, and why they cut me, and all this on different things and different, I probably would. Yeah, probably just shut the fuck up. And even those witnessing these events could be entirely wrong about what our own eyes or ears were even seeing here. That some of us were ground level and had to remain stationary when we're at and had no choice but to see these things. But I can tell you a whole lot of your preferred yoked meat bag monsters and paid fors were not there and weren't. And I highly doubt law enforcement's told you all jack shit on you know. But y'all go ahead and you script right and you do whatever. You get as close to Seraphine as you can. Just put all the chips out there to where you can be like, ah! Knew it! You good little con artist pieces of shit.
That Geordie Sue talked about. Was the scream real? I always thought Geordie Sue did hear something, but Geordie Sue's covering up for these people.
Excuse me, you fucking tragedy pimp, UK fucking con bitch. Y'all, please, for the love of God, just go give that fucking whore bag some views on any video with my name in it, especially after 2 years ago. And any of them. But no, she's lying. And notice she always leaves me single. Most of them do, because it's easier to try to discredit one person than 3 or more about a scream. Just like it's easier to make me look sus for searching, though they're witnesses to me just being a fucking witness. It's easier to leave that truth and fact out for all these years and just in order to annihilate me. Right? Same shit. No, Michele. You ain't always been like, now you were first when it was convenient, and then it was time to flip. You became anti-scream, especially buddies Jenny chasing. I mean, I know you know. Do not tell these poor people out here in the world that you've always thought I heard something. Don't you dare.
Who knows? That Geordie Sue talked about. Was the
Listen.
scream real? I always thought Geordie Sue did hear something, but if Geordie Sue's covering up for these people, who knows? Who knows?
I ain't covering up for nobody. I guess you should see Prayer Gardens of America about that, because she is still yet the only motherfucker I've ever heard say they were covering up for the Wells. I mean, I've watched shows like Jenny Adrian Lockdown come back trying to annihilate witnesses. I've seen a Mullen admit to 75%. I've seen all fuck shit right here. I've seen y'all do the dirty work of monsters. They're afraid for one reason or the other. Bitch, you gonna miss me this I'm covering up for her. I ain't covering fucking nobody, nor have I ever been. Alright? Never. And bitch, I ain't going to prison for no... You really think we were tight like that? Like, hey Candace, bro dog, I'm gonna cover it for you. Fuck. Like, we ain't down like that. And there ain't nobody in my life. I don't care if you my mama, my auntie, my mammy, my kids, anybody. Like, I ain't gonna cover the fuck up for you, dude. I'm not built that way, man. Now look, friend gets into a car wreck and it doesn't hurt anybody. It's just like them versus a deer or something, and that will help go tow their shit in, slid onto whatever, and something like that, or you know, yeah, like I wouldn't say covering. It's not really covering up to me, but it's like so you know, just cuts down and fuck shit. Yeah, I like stuff like that. Yeah, would it you know, like. Well, that's about as far as it's gonna go. Really. Might go tow your ass in if you know, you wrecked your shit out in the middle of a back road and nobody's dead, hurt, and it didn't involve any other parties or something. That's about it. Little shit that nobody needs to be doxxed for small dope shit, and I might keep my mouth shut and be like, man, those people are just like little weeds or whatever. Because that shit, who gives a fuck? Stuff like that, man. But do you really think in this world? I mean, of course y'all do. And I ain't giving my life, and I ain't going to prison for no fuck sticks like Candace and goddamn Don Wales. Now I know Jenny and Adrian and Jason and Prayer Garden and all you desperate weasel YouTubers might, but bitch, I ain't it. I ain't it. I ain't with none of these motherfuckers, and I'm sorry. We all built different. I know you son of a bitch and YouTubers over here use children and bodies and dead women and dead children and vanished ones and everything else to make you money, and you sleep just fine at night, and you will get people killed like the Jenny and Adrian and everybody, all you son of a bitches try to do, and you'll sleep just fine. You'll be the Tiffany Marie's, the BKs, the Jenny's, Adrian's, monsters, whatever, Pipers, number down posts, pushing people to suicides and fuck shit. Y'all evil. Y'all are no better than murderers and shit. I can't stand it. I don't like it. I'm not built this way. And I know goddamn good and well that feds and others who have beautiful compiled folders on all of us probably a long time. Then specialists and analysts know goddamn good and well who holds the personality types that would be able to stomach shit like that. Or their personalities would say, hey, they're the type to cover it for. And I'm gonna tell you, they're expert. Yeah, and specialists probably realize that I'm not the fucking type. And bro, I ain't like that. There's no way in hell you especially would ever get me to cover up for to help a Fred or a fucking Laura or a Candace or a goddamn Dawn or a Candace Senior or fuck. And you do something to a kid, I'm gonna fuck you up like that, right? If I had seen what the fuck Marlena or fucking Allie or any of them or True and them were saying, yeah, I would have fucked somebody up, and I wouldn't care what kind of hell. I've been immediately on the phone. I would give anything to have had the first front row and the first second to it like they did, so I could have had a piece to have something. But those masks were on for me, right? For them. I didn't have a front row. Had I, maybe June 15th. I would have given anything to have proof like they had at their fingertips that they knew about. Right in front of their eyes, and I mean anything. Especially as red flags and warnings were going off and got screaming and dude. Mm-mm. And I'm sure feds have gone through my rooms and rooms today and seen where I was digging. And I told them I was like, man, something was wrong. I just couldn't figure out what. My tabs on those devices are still open. Times and dates. It's in all the rooms and data they have. I just couldn't find anything in time. That's how I knew about the house and the Dawn thing before the world did. That's how I knew about his son before the world did. Before even Summer vanished. It's like, man, even that was an alarm bell to me. It's like, if the sun exists, then this, and then that, and chances are, but I can't find any records on for this there. Man, if the sister, if this and that and the other come out and play, there'd been proof out in the world that then maybe, and if there'd been this and that, but man, there wasn't. You can only dig so far. You can only wait till. But nobody expected a June 15th. Out of all the things I expected in this world, would have never, still, if you talked to me 10 seconds after 6:08 even though they were still, I could hear Marty calling for Summer. I just assumed she'd answer a minute, be found still, man. I would have told you it was not possible a kid would not vanish down there. Definitely not. So I did, no way in hell. I would have laughed in your face. Nobody in that community would ever think a child from it would disappear. Not anyone's child. No matter how deep in cornbread or otherwise, nobody in that community wouldn't have laughed at you before 911 calls for Summer and police came in. They would have laughed at you just like I would have and told you you're fucking stupid. Nobody would ever have the balls. Nobody would ever dare take or do harm to a child, and they're absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. We would have laughed. Red flags, guts screaming or otherwise. June 15th is something nobody saw coming, at least, I guess. But, front rows, though, with the front row tickets might have, but Hell, even they say in the earliest versions of them before fully tragedy Pimp that you don't take kids down there. No kids disappear down there, man. Nobody have the balls. Man, you think your all's neighborhood. I mean, for all the crime and all the goofballs and all the bullshit in there, man, that's someplace you don't fuck around. These children have always been, through all the years and decades, man, they could run, play, be mountains away, next door neighbor stream, all the way down Beach Creek, and you could know that your kids were, you know, give me right, they make their way in, or you go holler for them, or hell, you might have to, in worst case scenario, get the neighbors together with their hunting dogs and be like, hey, go fucking get it, you know, like, but nobody takes kids from in there, man. Nobody. But because of all the perfect storm shit and everything else, I don't know what made what possible and how it happened, and who knows if summer is taken or not. Feds still say all possibilities on the table, and I'll stick with them. We don't know. There's no heard from law enforcement and feds. But whatever happened this summer shouldn't have happened. Should not have happened. She shouldn't have just been gone or vanished or no interest. Whatever happened should never have happened. No matter which, all possibility it was. But, yeah, man. No. I'm not the covering up type. You can fuck off with that shit. And still yet, always maintain. When these goddamn feds or anybody else, they want fucking polygraphs, they want waterboarding, they want whatever. You know? And I give it day or night, anytime. And they are well aware of that. And, you know, I'm sure Monster would probably, I don't know what, you know, I just don't even know what to do, but, you know, the thing is, man, no. You just keep fucking with all the wrong people and building all the wrong shit. I just don't know. It just behooves you, I guess. But yeah, they ain't nobody covering for, I mean, as far as I go, I can speak for myself and my children. And I know none of us are covering for anybody. And the scream went imaginary, didn't pull out of our asses, didn't make it up for anybody. It's real. Is there an explanation for it to the public yet? Nope. Could it end up being that it doesn't count at all? Fuck yeah. Could be. Could very well be. Is that okay? Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I just want to know. And we're waiting on feds to say. Not tragedy pimps to say. And all we can do is know what we've been told in the background and otherwise, and know things and hold tongues and wait and hope for not nuanced language and all that, and things are there, but it doesn't mean anything's anything. I mean, all things could be nothing, right? We don't know. Don't know. And I've always said that. Not everything from everybody can count. Not everything can be a thing. A whole lot of things could be wrong. Eyewitness testimony is just that. It's notoriously full of errors. I say blah blah. But you know, all of it is what it is. It's up to the feds and law enforcement to say. But that shit really happened. Like kind of stuck in a, if a tree falls and nobody's around, or if a bear shits in the woods territory, right? But you know, you wait on feds. You wait on Summer's voice and her line. You wait. You wait on the real men and women to say, the real men and women who have given everything and their all for Summer in her case. You wait on them.
No, they're getting all of this down, aren't they? All of their little stories down for the cops when they turn up. And Candice didn't call the cops.
Now look, they're all getting all their little stories down from the cops and the cops. Bitch, I didn't lay eyes on Candace or Summer all June 15th. I didn't see fucking Candace until after 6:09. I didn't contact her in any way. I was not off of our property all day, nor were my children. You gonna miss me as they were all getting their little stories together. And there's proof that are in the reams and reams of data. And I know I hold enough inside of devices to prove where my children and I were and what we're connected to. And that I had two going. I was more occupied that day with even while ignoring Monster for large blocks. And y'all made a deal with that during these texts, right? During those time periods, I was clearly ignoring his ass because I knew he was sticking his dick in gross meat. I was on two devices, right? Still doing property shit, this shit, figuring out what the fuck Dobbs was up to, figuring out tags, didn't make all this other shit. And all these other things, you know? And that shows. You think my kids would have been on their devices and mine, and plus the kids and I were together, and it shows that our devices would have been hitting each other. We were sending memes with her, even in person, together. We were connected, you know, and plus you have cameras present, right? You have all that shit. You have other witnesses being witness to the fact that witnesses only. But y'all leave that shit out, don't you? Yes, you did. Alright? And just like, wasn't nobody in contact. I did not see Candace, or Candace Sr., or Dawn, or anything else. Period. 609 plus. The fuck out of here with this stupid shit.
Cops until 6:26. So if Summer was already missing, she'd been gone ages. By 4:37, why did she wait 2 hours? Okay, let's listen to a little bit of this.
And then you all are just leaping to this goddamn conclusion. No, after all, even once I listened to some of the pressers I had in real time, because we're living real shit, I might need to listen to those, but, clearly, Leslie answers Bobo, and definitely implies very early on that there were hours in between. But no, this there 10 minutes, whatever, blah, blah. Some of us, you know, that's a fucked up part of it, right? Y'all want to say that we were all scripting this here in 10 minutes, blah, blah. Then why was my ass right in front of searchers who were TAC-9 and whatever else? And I'm like, bro, no, that ain't right. She's not been gone just 10 minutes. Hell no, she ain't. Like, what? Then why did I tell the first, the third or maybe fourth cop in? Why did I stop him and go, hey, man, I heard this shit hours ago? Right? Well, that immediately shows I wasn't down with Candace's 10 minutes. I told the cop I heard this shit hours prior. Right? Other neighbors, other witnesses. And then there I am. When they're doing the TAC-9 and the whatever the fuck, so I'm like, bros, y'all didn't arrive till the call. After the things took y'all a bit to get in her, so she's damn well not missing just 10 minutes. But, you know, I could hear them calling just a minute or two even before I walked down the fucking hill. So she's been gone before 6. Y'all working on the wrong timeline. Yeah. Oh yeah, all us got our shit and stories together and covered up for one another. Huh? No. And Candace and Don were all like, hey, pebble in the pond and shit that didn't make no sense right off the bat. And more than willing to try to use people's shit when they thought it counted before they became aware of when exactly the timing after these things occurred, and it, oh boy, because they didn't know the timing of. See how it works? So that tells you right there. And listen to Candace say, oh, well, the scream must happen when we were looking for some. Excuse me? But she didn't know the time of the scream yet when she was recording with what crazy crime chick. So yeah, you've already got evidence in front of you. Nobody was cahooting and getting stories together. I'd assume all the timing of all the things would have been a little better and more cohesive, wouldn't you? And then you wouldn't have seen the pushback from CNN others and shit when they figured out that, that involved certain people's whatever, right? I don't know what the fuck everybody's doing. I don't care. But I know nobody on my end was cahooting with that over there. And nobody was covering up, blah, blah, blah. Now, the rest of the fuck sticks can speak for themselves. But hell, you have them in here. And suddenly, along the way, Candace over there fucking up on PG and with BK and going, she came down the driveway at 4:30. And it was like, what the hell did you just say, Candace? Huh? Yeah, what? And then she was like, oh, and she called herself for all she fucked up. It's like, hey, what the hell? And then you've got all this weird shit happening, man. And it's like, what the fuck? You know? Now, I don't know if she come off of that fucking driveway at 4:30 or not. I don't know. You know? I know something went up that fucking driveway certain times. A couple times that I know none of them were unknown to that property because not one of them drove like an unknown. Right? There's a flash, and then whatever went up at 5:30, and then there's all these other things that day. Car door slams, whatever, you know. What the fuck's wrong with you people, man? And I mean, see how those pieces come together to show you that C's lying for some reason. Well, she says a scream initially happened, but they were already looking for Summer. Well, her story is Summer had only been gone 10 minutes before she called police, whatever the fuck that was. And later on, you have that fucking bullshit with Benny and PG, and Benny keeps pushing her, and she goes, maybe like 4:30 or something, Benny, when I come down there. Huh? Well, those two can't be like, you know? And, wait, what? And so it leaves her hanging alone as cahooting with her fucking self and changing shit up or leaking shit. They all cahooting over there. Whether it's just out of fear or whatever, being seen as or arrested just because they look so shitty. I don't know what it is. It's up to feds to say. But whatever scripting part of shit, it's all been like a 110 Fred, Laura, more like a type of fiasco fuckery. You feel me? Tragedy pimp bullshit. But hey, if a tragedy pimp says it, it must be true.
I did go to Ziggy's channel, because Ziggy is now married to Fred Hill.
Oh, God.
Fred Hill's now living with
She
Ziggy.
went to Ziggy.
To see whether Fred had commented at all, and the last live she did was 3 days ago. I did listen to this to see if there was anything from Fred, and Ziggy said that she'd not listened to the things. I don't know. And then Jodie Sue has been ranting.
She stayed very quiet while the liftoff is happening, giving space. While all y'all cahooting and doing in the background in extreme ways. Last week or two especially. And look, why am I talking? Ziggy, I want to see if you have anything to say about it. Oh, but if I have a live and it's like 4 hours long, like Ziggy should listen to there, no dear, or even 7 or 12, whatever, it's a rant. Notice the change in language, or shit. She goes through mine here in a minute, I believe, in this piece, but she could listen to Chasings the other night that was over 4 hours long on her porch. It wasn't filled with really anything that she tells you in that video is really, ooh, it's concerning. Well, anything really concerning in there except for them, you know, cahooting and all y'all helping cahoot with in a well organized manner. Being monsters, yeah, paving shit, fucking up more shit. Point is, weird. The word change, right? Jason's talking for 4 hours, Ziggy for 4, 7, 8 hours, 14 lives a day. Oh, she's talking, Fred's saying, oh, but when you touch on Jody Sue, it's that I'm ranting. Huh, okay. Might be a little cursy. Might be sick yell. It's just because you don't like it. Can't help it. But I love the word changes, which make people think certain things she's ranting in. Bless her. As we destroy all things, and she keeps calling us out, she's ranting. Yeah. Can't imagine why, homie. Ranting. Love it.
The last one I listened to was this one. But she's done 3 long live streams since, 7 hours. The Tennessee Shake, Melina, Fred, Ziggy, Kathy, PG, etc. Oh, this is a short one for Jolly Sue, 3 hours. The Scam, Grift, Con of PG, Ziggy, Fred, Melina. Nearly 12 hours. Oh my word. I just don't think I'm going to be able to listen to all of these. Oh no. Oh dear.
Oh no, oh dear. You did though in the past, remember when I was first meeting, you'd listen to me, you'd clip whatever, and you'd act like you come to all these hot takes, but they really matter, just so you can 15-minute video it and walk with your dogs and get people for bones. Yeah, you did that, Michelle. You could listen to those. And back in the day, most of you remember I'd do 3 or 4 lives a day. Do whatever, right? She can listen to all this fun. She can listen to Chasing for 4 hours. She can listen to Ziggy's streams. Remember in the beginning when Ziggy was the one doing 12, 14, 15-hour streams? No shit. True story. Y'all listen to those just fine, didn't you? And she put out all the knowingly fake shit. Yeah. Listen to those just fun. Random shit all of you knew was fake as you cahooted. Got your stories together and did whatever. Hashtag 7 style. Oh, but if you can use this as a way to giggle at Jody C and be like, oh, I can't listen to these, so that means you can't either, dear audience. We'll just tell you what she says. She's ranting anyway. Who wants to listen to that? I don't know, right? It's weird. Huh? Whatever. Do I give a fuck? Not really. I just want to point out the difference. And if she can watch a Ziggy and a 4-hour chasing, that's 7 hours she's paying. But all these are just too long for her. She can't scan for her. She can't do things. But she used to do it just fine, didn't she? She used to do it through Ziggy's as well. Another credit. Oh, she did. Right now, what's this being used for? Oh, that's right. You see it? It's a thing. Carry on. It's part of the mind fuck. Manipulation.
Alright. People should pull up and blow their brains out, says Melina Crawford. If anybody's listened to all of these and wants to give me some time stamps, I'm all ears. Dear God. You know.
She's lazy. She's gonna need you to do work for her, just like she always has. Like the Jennies, the Adrians, the Scott H's. She's gonna need those pick-me motherfuckers that go do the dirty work and actually get the clips and tell her about the things overnight. Bitch don't do shit. Right? She scans through till she gets, oh, and then she pairs whatever, and she lifts up whatever channel, and she's basically a big advertiser for the others and herself. And She's what she is. She's a copycat. And no real thoughts of her own. And she's a big one. Helps the others and boosts and does whatever. Propaganda specialist located over international and into where it's harder to reach and touch them. That's why she giggles so confidently.
Unlike Jodie Sue, I do other things in my life. Alright, let's listen to it.
And you can listen to 5, 6 hour long videos. But unlike Jodie Sue, I do other things. Yeah, it's because you're a big motherfucker and you get money in all of our names as you run it and you target and you do all the bad shit to real people in their real lives and based on bullshit and whatever narrative of the day you want to feed out or whoever you want to lift off or build up to get up the shit is you all cahoot and you know what the fuck you're doing. Yeah. Either way, man, I'm boxed, so I got some free time. Right? And I do take breaks and I do have a life outside of so. But I love the narrative. We're still with that after all these years. Love it. Love it. Congrats. Carry on. And whatever you say, Michelle. Let's be true.
A little bit of this. So this is Prayer Garden of America talking to Marina, and this happened overnight my time. And that's the only legible thing.
And ain't she got like multiple channels to run and all this, plus communicating with all her little ferrets that get her all the things. And then she also listens at night to everybody to see what she can get as content. And she would no, I'd say as a total, she probably intakes and does more things on YouTube and other social media platforms a day than I do, even if I'm live for 12 hours. I get so sick of that bullshit. It's all most of these tragedy pimps do is Discord this, calling that, cahooting this, listening to every live stream available, blah, blah, blah. Because this is everything to them. Anyway, carry on.
That, was a little bit of this. So this is Prayer Garden of America talking to Marina, and this happened overnight my time. And that's the only legible thing that, was reported to law enforcement that, and Grandis admitted to law enforcement that, yes, she did take a nap, which, I don't believe she did. I do not believe Grandis ever took a nap. I think what Grandis did is get her ass dropped off on Ben Hill Road. They gaslighted and smokescreened those boys, to come out to the vehicle, see their sister, so Candace could, gaslight them that Summer was at some point in the house. Yes, I did holler for you to watch her. Yes, she was here and she disappeared. But what actually happened... Okay, so Summer didn't get out of the vehicle. Now, the boys told Sheriff Ronald Lawson, and they will have been interviewed multiple times by forensic interviewers who are, their expertise is interviewing children.
Hey, can I tell you?
No shit. You don't say. Wow. Oh my gosh. If it takes any of y'all, Michelle walks to tell you that. It's fucking far worse over here than I thought.
About my church. It's the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And I love this church because it teaches me expertise is interviewing children.
No shit.
So you've got 3 chances to get a true picture of what's going on, because you've got 3 little boys. Right? They'll have been interviewed individually. But on the night of June 15th, 2021, the boys, I don't know which...
They will be interviewed in, like, just far too much there, man.
Maybe all the boys told Sheriff Ronald Lawson that they last saw Summer going out the basement door, going out the back door. I think Summer did get...
Is that what Lawson said, though? Is that really what Lawson said they did? Here it is.
Rural terrain and limited communication. Summer Wells is missing. She's 5 years old. She's 4 foot tall, blonde hair. Last seen wearing a pink shirt and gray pants. According to her siblings, she just walked out the back door and then disappeared. So we don't know where she went. If she went toward the road or in the woods. Very mountainous terrain, very steep terrain.
Mm-hmm. And by the
Rural
way,
terrain.
this falls into y'all line about roadblocks and shit too. They were behind him there in the
Limited communication. Summer Wells is missing. She's 5 years old. She's 4 foot tall, blonde hair. Last seen wearing a pink shirt and gray pants. According to her siblings, she just walked out the back door and then disappeared. So we don't know where she went. If she went toward the road or in the woods. Very mountainous terrain. Very.
Yeah. But the thing is, but the boys are supposed to be upstairs, right? While he's plays, you know, they say, "Oh no, mom, she went downstairs to play with her toys," right? And then what they said to me was entirely different than all that. You know? How do they see her go out the back door? When Candace says they were all upstairs, whatever. They said she went to the basement. Alright. Ernie's doing all the Ernie things. Of course he is. Alright. We're gonna carry on with this now. I don't know where the hell I was at. It's fine.
Out the car. I think the boys did see her. They saw her outside. Now maybe they were then trained to say they saw her going down the basement, but what they'd already told Sheriff Ronnie Lawson is different than Candace's story. What Candace told Marlena is different than Candace's story, you know, the script. What has she told the film crew behind the scenes before she would ever be in?
What film crew? Which one? And also, y'all forget there were statements made by Candace prior to the WJHL interview. There were indeed, and by Candace Sr. Apparently. They hit those very early on around here too, and they do when it's convenient, and they don't mention them when and where, whatever. But, and like I said, the boys told me a different thing. And, I was unaware for the longest time because, unlike the rest of the fuck sticks, I wasn't studying no social media. I wasn't all Jose or anything else. I was unaware that Lawson said that first night. And I wasn't much into watching the news because, oh man, you just ain't. If you're living it, breathing it, and you're out there dealing with the feds and interviews and day and night search crews, day and night helicopters and protecting your family, wondering who and what predators are running amok and who's done. You know, I mean, you're just in chaos, man. And you know, we also didn't have signal ticket to be doing all that fuck shit with, so there's that too. But yeah, just for me, it's like, man, you living it in real time. The fuck do you need to just cut and watch that stuff? So until around this realm, I was unaware for the longest period that Lawson had ever said that the person. I thought it was new, and he just said it when I became aware of it. And that's why I was like, well, I guess it's okay to say what the police said then, right? But believe it or not, and Michelle I know knows this. I know others are, but and it may be where Marlena's got what she was told is by studying others or hearing other whispers in the community. But others are where Candace had many stories that day from many different people. On where summer was last, on what was happening, on. Yeah, it really seems like Candace got her shit together and everything, whatever. That's what always got me. It's like, man, if she was, that's what I never could compute in those first days of me. It's like, man, if she had all this time, then why in the fuck is she still so fucked up and trying to, and everybody's getting different stories and everybody's whatever in this, and you know, I just don't know. One day we'll know. But everybody seems like got different stories. About Summer's last known whereabouts and this and the other and blah blah blah. Everybody. Mm-hmm. I know when she ran into me that whatever the fuck she told me is like, this bitch don't even know what the fuck. I'm like, if I can make my way around to the boys, just look for Summer and I might ask them because they're probably the ones that know. Candace here apparently has no fucking clue, you know. She probably didn't have an eye on her. I mean, it wasn't that far fetched. You know? So, guys, bitch, don't even know. It's fine. I'm sure the boys will, though. Or, you know, as I another vector search, we'll come across her, we'll find her. You know, everything will be alright. That's my thinking. But I do know that whatever the fuck Candace told me is like, alright, guys, she ain't got a fucking clue, man. Right? So, but she had many stories from many people that day. Ernie's in a mode. I get Ernie kisses. This is a hint at Mama. Bait. Mama. Bait. Okay. See, you don't care for Rent. He loves me anyway. Don't you, buddy? Don't you? He just wants to touch me. You want me hold it, cradle it, cuddle it, while I yell at the people's. Alright. I know you're not as manipulative as a dog, but you're pretty cute. Okay, buddy. There you go. You snuggle, that's right. Okay, but how are people gonna take me serious when I'm ranting with your foot there? They can't do. You can't. I can't be taken seriously if you're too cute. Stop. Stop. You make me too happy, you know, Randy. And I can't stay. I can't keep my game face on. You're gonna do this. You're an asshole, Arnie. Y'all. There. Alright. Oh dear. I thought about putting him down and he felt it. Ernie, I'm right in your sensitive little ears. I can't rant correctly and risk your hearing. Come on, buddy. I know. Your little sensitive ears don't need to hear all the cursey words. All of them, okay? You do. Alright. Can Mama do the thing? Can I get my game face back on? You wanna do your game face too? Oh, he just wants to stick his nose on me. Okay, it's game face time. Don't make him think we have happy. Alright. You make me look like a softie. I can't have that. I'm just gonna start an Ernie only channel. What are you doing? You want this way? You want my mama's lap? Can I put you down? Can you put yourself down? Here, move this way. I'll move my purse. Come on. And I know I'm gonna itch. I'm allergic, but I love him a lot. Alright. Oh dear, Ernie, did you do that? Ernie did a PG. That's fucking terrible, Ernie. It's payback for putting him down, bro. You see the shit I deal with every day. It's no wonder I've dealt this much cute. Carrying on.
Interviewed on camera. Ansley Daniel from WJHL said that Candice last saw Summer outside. She was inside, Summer was outside. Now it's not on camera, she told the film crew. But Ansley Daniel heard it, Ansley Daniel talked about it. There was a live stream, it was when Don was in jail, and Candice was on with Benny Keys, and she said something like, I wish I'd gone outside with her. Do you remember that? I'm going to have to dig out that clip. I know I've got it somewhere. So everything is screaming to me that Summer was outside. The boys did see her. But there is a scent alert going down the driveway. Sheriff Ronnie Lawson has confirmed this. Scent going down the driveway. I've never been that enamoured by this scent alert because, Summer lived on this hill if she'd kind of wandered down the driveway a little bit, or down the dog trail, maybe the day before, then that's where that scent comes from. Or was she walked down the driveway by Candice, and then someone picked her up at the bottom? Now, Candice gets home 3:20, and then shortly after that, Fred has always claimed that he was taking cars to the Scrappy. He told the world that he saw Andy coming in sometime after 3:30. 3:47 is now given a time that Andy was on the road. So was Summer walked down the driveway, picked up by someone, and then taken away.
You might find that weird, Marlene, is like a call it now 4:47. Fred's like 3:47. Weird. Is like 7 a favorite thing? What the fuck?
Sometime before 4:30. But then why would Fred then say that Chad Arnold, who was at Fred's place when, Fred had gone to the Scrappy that he didn't go to, that he admitted he didn't go to, been saying for a long time that's where he went, that's where he was when Summer disappeared, but had to change his story, say he didn't go to the Scrappy, he was elsewhere. Conveniently.
He didn't have to, he just did. He did all the things, and he did them with and for you all. He got Laura up that fuck shit with texting Andy and finally messaging back for the dippy thing, and then the email setupy thing that him and Ziggy been doing, all bullshit in the last few months. Come on. This shit's gross, dude. It's all with and for you all, and you scripting over shit is what it is.
Exact 3 hours. Fred wasn't there. So did Fred pick Summer up? If so, where did he take her? Now, Fred has implicated Cotton Simpson. If you remember, when he was in jail and he was having those phone calls with Ziggy, do you remember what Fred said? That Cotton Simpson had disposed of her dead body in a cave or near a cave, near a waterfall. He gave Ryan Fiennes truth. Do you remember all this? The real runaround where Ryan was...
No, the real runaround was that chirps were going off, Fred was being told what to say, and at moments you can catch Fred clearly having knowledge of a man getting into business and all this shit, and then the barrel things to him behind the scenes, and all this, he seemed to know exactly what. And that we're following Seraphina's pins on us. All these things, man. Y'all ever seen Fred's notebook? Which isn't really is whatever, but it has Seraphina's direct line in it and all that. Anyway, the point is, now, you can catch all of you all doing in cahoot and all the things. And him knowing what to say to Ryan as they visited the breweries. And, oh gosh, says Ryan, I feel like there's a barrel present. Oh wait, Fred suddenly was like, there's wooden barrels on 125, and Andy and Jody Sewer saw us, and there was no wooden barrel. Like, whatever. But you can catch him, Coton. Talking about the runaround. He didn't give Ryan no runaround. Ryan finds not jack shit truth. Dubay has been giving all you all the catch me if you can for years. Though he's only new on the season, right? He was also, brought about and built up by those like Jenny, Adrian, Jason, etc., like Great Del Mini. He had been around here for years prior, him and his wife. They definitely come from the psychic shit and the woo-woo shit as well. They've been under other names. We all have proof of this. It's horse shit. They're all full horse shit. Okay. And talk about a runaround. Y'all been thinking for a ride. Oh, Ryan's got you one ready over there. So did the rest of them. But yeah, you can catch the little things. It's just like they'll tell you, he said Cotton told him, but that's not what Fred said. Freddie said he had just learned about this while he was in there. Confused. And then it was that so-and-so thought all this other shit goes down, but there's so much of that Cotton shit. Y'all tampering in that too, and other locals. But that too's unreal. that'll include Prayer Garden, Ryan, Jenny, and Adrian. Probably not. Got proof and evidence of it, or I wouldn't goddamn say it. And other locals, and Fred's Paws, and that plays into all these other things. And fuck shit, bro. Last repetitive names, things just keep appearing. I'm just, there's so much. And that I just keep on. But, yeah, talk about a runaround. But make the world believe it's Fred giving the runaround alone. Fred's Fred. He always will be, no matter what. But for whatever reason, Fred does this. Fred does it, regardless. Okay? Granted, he does it worse than things he is involved in. There is that. But this time, it's worse because Fred's got you all backing it, right? It's worse. So who can really tell whether it's Fred being involved or whether it's you all make it right? I mean, it's all the things, right? But Fred's Fred. Like someone's told you from the beginning, right? And hell, if anything, I'll assume once Z acquired him, told her days, like, man, Fred's gonna fuck with you hard. Knew he was. It's just how Fred is. She did it anyway. Unbeknownst to me, Fred had already been in contact with all these motherfuckers for a very long time. And then all the things happened, and Fred just got super extra. And I wasn't paying no attention for the longest time. I just thought, Fred's over fucking around with him. I couldn't. And I didn't listen to him. Yeah, or Z, I just stayed in my own lane, like over in my area, whatever, and I didn't generally then listen to or make effort to go to other channels the other ones were on. Like, I didn't go, wherever Cadence, Don, Fred, I didn't go listen. I don't want to hear the others. I did not want to contaminate myself in that way. I knew most of them when I did hear and clip stuff and pieces here and there. It was like, man, whatever. I tried to stick with the real shit I knew in real time. And not contaminate or crossover and just whatever. So. And you can see clearly when I really became aware of what Fred was saying because I had a medical event happen and left blood clot shit like because I hit my head so hard and fell to my feet because what he was saying concerned me slightly. I mean, that's how long it took me. And I was alive and shit when that shit occurred. Man, it's like, holy shit, it shocked the fuck out of me because I hadn't listened to him or Z. I didn't know. That was the extent he was going. I was unaware. But I'm still glad I didn't until the time periods I did. Because I did not want them to contaminate me or things to cross over or anything else. Didn't want any of that. So despite it all, I'm glad I didn't listen until it was time to listen to some of what the fuck they had to say. I still do not make my way around the streets wherever any of them are going, what do they say? For the most part, I don't really give that much flying shit. I'll stick with real time. Real shit. From then. Not where the fuck they hear. Every now and then there's pieces worth ferreting out or pulling cat hair from taffy type shit, but I don't spend all my days doing it. Alright, but according to Michele, it was Fred taking on a good runner in. No, it's all them, and the Ryans, and the Jennies, and Adrians, and Chasings, and the Michelles, and the Scott H's, and the Tiffany's, and the Bennies, and the Pennies, and the Lindas, and the fucking Roos, and the Lips, and the Heathers, and the Lady R's, and the fucking We Can Leave You Hopeless folks, and the Seraphinas, and this, that, and the other, and the Crystals, and everybody else leading you the fuck on, and Mary Chase. Right? While they destroy. And they're all in cahoots. And you can catch Fred and them at it. You can catch these little psychic moments when you know that it's going to be a man visiting, or it'd be this, or suddenly Ryan was pulling Seraphina's dots and laughed they were visiting breweries and they needed barrels. Fred's like, oh, barrels! Ooh, barrels! You know, they knew. It's designed that way. Yeah. Yeah, let's say that.
Talking to Fred Hill, saying, I'll go and find this cave. Fred just gave him the runaround, and Ryan got sick of it. He spoke to members of Cotton Simpson's family. They're absolutely gutted that Cotton has been brought into this. Now, Marina
Yeah.
Crawford talked about.
Yeah, some of those who very much care for Cotton and that I care for deeply and do not want to hurt anyway, and I wish people leave them alone and respect them. I hate that I even have to say it, but there are others around that don't seem to give a flying fuck and wanted to jump into possibly Boswell's, and then they found a way to jump into Summers, and then whatever, and they're not respecting their own loved ones, and they're damn sure trying to use cotton weaseling around us and Summers, and to fuck with us, and goddamn who knows what else is, and I don't know. But it's been done, and if you think it was just that, oh, Ryan cares for it, no. No, they're all up to fuck shit with all this, and they don't really actually give a shit. And then PG lifted all the headbox thing and all these vague threats and the panel usage to threaten others and to target Fred on the ground at certain times, fucking around with and making other people around caught and terrified, and doing all the things, man. But it's all a big bunch of shit, but it flows into certain planet things too, don't it? Certain cornbread and shit, wildly enough. Certain things. We believe Ryan really cared. When neighbors, crooners were like, hey, people really love that man and leave him alone, whatever, and people even around them continued to fuck with us at a degree probably unimaginable to their own family who care a great deal for Cotton. Probably unknown to them how far that's really went. And that you tragedy pimps use those people to do shit several cases deep and to try to do things or to get things from all us and Summers and fuck with us for a bunch of goddamn pick-me's all up on some massive major dope related to certain things and last night. I'm sick. It's hurt so many people and enabled so many. It's just terrible. All of it. Now you combine that with what y'all done at the same time in Sebastian Lila Hall Ends across Tennessee and so many others. It's mind blowing. And then y'all want to offer out that you give a shit. But other community members have asked you to stop it. You're like, ah, fuck them. Fuck it. Like, y'all just do whatever you want,
Cotton in this live stream. Let's listen to that bit.
The one I would have to really be worried about would be Fred and Andy Bernard.
And Cotton wasn't sober June 15, 2021.
I can't tell what she's saying.
The one I would have to really be worried about would be Fred and Andy Bernard.
And Cotton wasn't.
Did she say the ones that really have to be worried about is Fred and Andy Bernard? Yeah, okay. Now, Fred's notorious for shooting a motherfucker, not fighting like a man. Andy don't fight like a man, period. He wouldn't fight a man, and he ain't gonna do no shit. But yeah, alright, Molly, whatever you say, bro. Yeah, they're big bads, alright. Now, Fred, I mean, he'll kill a motherfucker. All of them will, you know, they're exceptionally and notoriously dangerous in domestic situations. To partners and this and whatever, but, you know, I no man. Fred, at this point, I don't even know what the fuck Fred's done, but I'm not gonna call him guilty of anything. But I know that monster of ours. That motherfucker is not gonna do anything. To vanish or to help vanish a child. Just not. So I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about or in what context, because Michelle made sure not to play that for you, but.
Cotton wasn't sober June 15th, 2021. Cotton wasn't sober back then. He was, he was a meth head going full blast at that time. And there's a very good possibility that, there's a very good possibility that, I'm not saying that Cotton got into it knowingly either. I mean, could Fred pull up? Could Fred pull up and say, hey, man, I'm not going to have the scrapyard was closed. I'm not going to have time to drop this damn car now, but can I park it here? Can I park it here for a couple of days or whatever, come back, get it, and scrap it later? And Cotton would have said, sure, go ahead. And then Cotton could have said, went out looking at the car since it's going to get scrapped anyway. He could have been looking it over and seen something that he shouldn't have saw, right? Like, what the hell is this? And then he could have been scared because, this has been on his property for a couple of days. He could go to prison. He's already, been in a lot of trouble with the law. He don't want no more trouble. So he just tells Fred, get it the hell out of here, right? Get it the hell out of here. And then Fred has to get it the hell out of there, but guess who knows about it? Exactly. We don't know what went on.
Unless Fred Hill was paying him in dope to hold that car there.
Or that.
Right, Cotton lives. Or he lived, because he's no longer with us.
What the fuck? You gotta be kidding me. I mean, Cotton, who is so feeble and doped up or not. I mean, the one who got stuck down in a hole and a fire bat killed him, that Cotton. It wasn't Michelle's last video. We just listened to this whole theory on how Summer was dropped back off, and Ellie says, and Raider, and she believes him, and then she was carried, whatever the fuck, and Prince, and all that shit. Well, then where does that leave room for this whole Fred stored a car for days that might have. You could only take what they mean to be Summers in it. And then Cotton sees whatever, and he's like, get this the hell out of here, and all this. Well, then how in the hell does this fit Michelle's last theory video of but she dropped back off. But now she's going to play this piece and blind it. This car, this story writing we've all heard from fancy-fied fucking PG who's always telling you tales, right? And, man, do you know what scent dogs and evidence would fucking be there if it had been days left out and that? Oh my god. You'd have to tell us all the trailers, everything. The fuck? You ain't gonna be. Hell no. Hell no. And no shit, they don't just crush cars and never look at it. And then the cars just don't poof and vanish after they crush them either. They're stored, stacked after they're crushed, all that shit. And those places do check inside those cars before they crush them, by the way. They do check. And they look at them to make sure, weight this, whatever that. You ain't filling them with goddamn concrete or no bullshit. Add extra weight to them. They check that shit. They check them coming through the scales and they do whatever. And as they come on property, But those cars are then stored at those locations. They don't just poof vanish after they're crushed or otherwise. And clearly, feds have already been there. There are receipts out on that. I mean, like, well, other people have access to verify. But yeah, wouldn't matter where Fred had taken cars on which day or whatever else. The point is that sure they've been checked by feds. This nonsense class story that, much like Ziggy and Fred, Fred just went along with whatever Ziggy wanted. Marlene is going with whatever story PG is building, right? Those will change 3 times in a stream. All of us know that. We know how PG's endorsed for just making this Mary Hallmark from Hell story every other stream. And she waxes poetic and just tells this fucking goofball ass shit. This is goofball as fuck. Michelle's gonna go with it now, but wait, the last video, from like a day before, the trail counts, footprints count. No, Raider said she was dropped back off, and and what? Where the fuck does this fit on? Why are you making people listen? And it's so nonsensical. You know Michelle ain't this dumb. You know she ain't. That would have left so much evidence trail, and the cops would have been all over. I mean, they would have found it at whatever scrappy, you know. And also they're fucking, and they would have made sure, immediately Fred took cars off on whatever day it was this year and didn't leave one. I mean, this is ridiculous. And I did say he come back in and out for multiple trailers that day, I guess. And yeah, said one was parked at whatever other house, the dopehead house that he got the bike from, but then remember he also got a bike off 93 and somebody broke down. And then he actually parked whatever wherever. And then he's changed stories so many times. I mean, and so if you wanted abundance to pick from to fit a narrative to then fit this bullshit, I guess you could do whatever. But man, logic, this and that reason, I just don't know. And then they'd be wondering where missing trailers were at and cars were at, and it wouldn't matter where a car would go, but man, you just like toss trailer and all, and then I just, what? What the fuck? And then you're blaming on a guy that can't speak for himself. And didn't you just say that Ryan said, if it was a hard feeler, that his family wanted to be left alone? And that they really were hurt by all of this? And then what does she do right behind that? She plays this fuck shit. Now Ryan does say it's hurting the family and bothering us. Here, let me play this little tune from PG and Marlena for you, though. I'm gonna hurt the family, dig the knife in, But a second ago, she was implying that she cared. She was a real human girl. She's a real boy, gosh damn it.
An accident in Laurel Run Park. Cottonleaf's Way's over here. It's about 5 miles away. So sufficiently far away to be out of the way. Now, the scrapyard is in Kingsport, and it's like the other side of Kingsport. Is it possible? It's a good theory. I can't discount it. It's an interesting theory. But if someone was in that car, she had to be still alive because of the footprints. So, at what point, if the...
Wait! A second ago, you fucking said that, well, he's seen something in the car he shouldn't have. And he'd call for it and tell him to get the fuck out of there. That was not implying she was alive, Michelle. Now you're like, oh, but, she had to be alive in the car because they dropped her back off. Because Michelle just remembered the last bullshit she fed you in the last video. Oh, fuck. Do y'all pay attention to this shit? Y'all go, wait a minute, Michelle just lied to us. Then she just, within seconds, and then went back to what fit the last one. She forgot where she was going. And hold on. I mean, seriously, hold the fuck up.
And then he could have been scared because, this has been on his property for a couple of days. He could go to prison. He's already, been in a lot of trouble with the law. He don't want no more trouble. So he just tells Fred, get it the hell out of here. Right? Get it the hell out of here. And then Fred has to get it the hell out of there, but guess who knows about it? Exactly. We don't know what went on.
Unless Fred Hill was paying him in dope to hold that car there.
Or that.
Right, Cotton lives. Oh, he lived, because he's no longer with us. He had an accident in Laurel Run Park. Cotton lives ways over here. It's about 5 miles away. So sufficiently far away to be out of the way. The scrapyard is in Kingsport, and it's like the other side of Kingsport. Is it possible? It's a good theory. I can't discount it. It's an interesting theory. But if someone was in that car, she had to be still alive because of the footprint.
Want no more trouble. So he just tells Fred, get it the hell out of here. He could have been looking it over. Sure, go ahead. But can I park it?
Sometime after 3:30. 3:47 is now given a time that Andy was on the road. So was Summer walked down the driveway, picked up by someone, and then taken away sometime before 4:30. But then why would Fred then say that Chad Arnold, who was at Fred's place when, Fred had gone to the scrappy that he didn't go to, that he admitted he didn't go to, been saying for a long time that's where he went, that's where he was when Summer disappeared, but had to change his story, say he didn't go to the scrappy, he was elsewhere. Conveniently, the exact 3 hours, Fred wasn't there. So did Fred pick Summer up? If so, where did he take her? Now, Fred has implicated Cotton Simpson. If you remember, when he was in jail and he was having those phone calls with Ziggy, do you remember what Fred said? That Cotton Simpson had disposed of her dead body in a cave or near a waterfall. He gave Ryan Fiennes truth. Do you remember all this? The real runaround where Ryan was talking to Fred Hill saying, I'll go and find this cave. Fred just gave him the runaround and Ryan got sick of it. He spoke to members of Cotton Simpson's family. They're absolutely gutted that Cotton has been brought into this. Now, Melina Crow...
And the family's been spoken to, and they're absolutely gutted that Cotton's been brought into this. Yeah. That is not going to stop Michele, though, is it? It's not going to stop her from airing a gobbledygook horse shit bullshit, playing the PG and Marlena piece that is the most absurd shit. And then also casting this realm of suspicion over Cotton herself, is it? Though she's clearly aware it's gutting the goddamn family and hurting them. Because other members of her family and otherwise won't be playing fucking games. And Fred and Laura won't be playing games. And then bringing somehow Cottons to cross over into Summers and shit. And Jenny and Adrian and Ryan and Chase, all of them played in it. Right? PG included. And, And all the same dope. One day. There's a reason I keep certain recordings and other things to myself, and it's so I don't gut anyone further that I care about. And that I do know are gutted and also afraid and terrified by things and fuck shit and shouldn't be being done like they're being done by their family and fucking around with and crossing shit over and other things, because it ties back into Summers, unfortunately, and what's being done around my family and my children and everything else, and what's been done by cornbread and fuck sticks and tragedy pimps and those like all of these creators here. and designed to be so. So, there's a reason. But man, some days I'd like to anyway. But, yeah, Michelle's clearly aware there. Family's gutted by what's being done and brought it. But that ain't gonna slow Michelle in the least, is it? From giving out some absurd shit and bringing him right onto it and playing this fucking horse shit by PG Marlin, is it? Shit that defies scientific based evidence collection, all this other shit, methamphetamine, shit that the feds would have and checked out and all this thing. It ain't gonna keep Michelle from going full steam ahead now, is it? Casting her own doubt cloud and putting God in the middle of shit. Hell no. She knows it's hurting her family. What the fuck she give a shit? Her dogs need bones, bitches.
Talked about cotton in this live stream. Let's listen to that bit.
The one I would have to really be worried about would be Michele and Amy Bernard.
And Cotton wasn't sober June 15, 2021. Cotton wasn't sober.
And a lot of people ain't sober. You ain't sober every night, PG. Marlene probably ain't. I mean, the point is, and
back then. He was a meth head going full blast at that time. There's a very good possibility that,
who, wildly enough, and I wonder myself if other people didn't have him treasure hunting, let's say. Right? Some Mary Myth stories from Lauren and the Freds and whatever. Cotton was just upset because he had court the next morning, never made it to, and I believe his date of passing was also on his daughter's birthday, and my heart breaks for her. It does. It's a terrible thing. It's weird how many around certain people never make it to court the night before, too. It's weird, but this horse shit right here. Michelle's gonna full steam ahead on the fucking.
very good possibility that I'm not saying that Cotton got into it knowingly either. I mean, could Fred pull up? Could Fred pull up and say, "Hey, man, I'm not going to have the scrapyard was closed. I'm not going to have time to drop this damn car now. But can I park it here? Can I park it here for a couple of days or whatever? Come back, get it, and scrap it later." And Cotton would have said, "Sure, go ahead." And then Cotton could have said, been out looking at the car since it's going to get scrapped anyway. He could have been looking it over and seen something that he shouldn't have saw, right? Like, what the hell is this? And then he could have been scared because, this has been on his property for a couple of days. He could go to prison. He's already, been in a lot of trouble with the law. He don't want no more trouble. So he just tells Fred, get it the hell out of here, right? Get it the hell out of here. And then Fred has to get it the hell out of there, but guess who knows about it? Exactly. We don't know what went on.
Unless Fred Hill was paying him in dope to hold that car there.
Why not?
Right, Cotton lives. Or lived, because he's gone.
And I have a question. Wasn't Cotton just newly released from jail too, right before Was he not in jail when Summer vanished? I can't remember. I don't know what it was, but I know Cotton just been released not long before him. You know, he violated protection orders or something. But anyway, hold on. It might be best to actually see. I know his are a little confusing, but I know I have them. How many of these already? But so I get up here, it's granted. 2019. What the fuck is that fee? What's that one? No. Do protection. Alright. Damn. Mm. Damn, they taking that one all the way off the list? Couldn't blame if they did. Certainly could not blame them if they did. No, no. Why is it on the right? That doesn't make sense. It's been moving all the shit around. Good luck. Alright. Oh dear. 12, 27, 21, 2020, 2019, 2021. That was an 802. So let's see what happens. That one. This Oh, wait, he was. That one should have been closed in. Yeah, there's the one, 216, 20. That was closed. He passed. He didn't make it. He was in trouble at the end of 21, right after Christmas. Filing date 802. Filing date. Status date. Good luck. Alright. Scheduled. Whatever. Shirties. Now they close that one. Quickly. Alright, man. And hearing. Okay. Either way, there's so much there, but the point is that it seemed like he was occupied with other things at the time, and I, you know, but he had at one point served time and then been released, and then orders taken out again. All these other things were occurring, and then he had court the next. I mean, like, so he never made it to that morning. So anyway, I don't know. But what I do know is this is a built bullshit. This is a fairy tale up told at the drop of a dime by a silver tongued fucking bitch who's done it for years. Fairy tale time of the worst variety of RPGs. Can't believe Michelle's playing it, going full steam ahead. Though it makes no sense in the realm of anything. After she makes sure to note that Ryan's talked to the family and this is gutting them. Nah, she's full steam ahead. She doesn't carry shirts. Fuck it, right? Fuck it. She'll put out what. It's different if she lets Marlene and PG do it. It's not really Michelle. She's not anybody. But she clearly knows it's hell. What? Why? And then she must have forgotten that it didn't match up with the last bullshit from the last live, right? So then.
With us. Had an accident in Laurel Run Park. Cottonleaf's Way's over here. It's about 5 miles away. So sufficiently far away to be out of the way. Now, the scrapyard is in Kingsport, and it's like the other side.
Out of the way of what? Michelle? Out of the way of what? Are you privy to where all law enforcement visited? Or who all they questioned, or who all they knew about, or who was close to this, that, and the other, and who blah 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 and doing it? Are you aware of it? Have you been given a list of who all they questioned, visited, and this, and the other, or whatever equipment was used, wherever, or search, I mean, like, spot searches were, or any of that, or any of that, or other neighbors' calls to, hey, come check, I mean, any of that? Were you given a list? No. I'm going to say you weren't. Nor were your buddies cahooting over here in this well organized criminal organization. So who's to say Collins wasn't looked at, this wasn't checked, that one? Who the fuck are you again, Michelle? Michelle Pruitt? Michelle Earhart? Michelle Milton. Smiley hands you over her job application, Pruitt Center. Who the fuck are you again? What do you mean out of the way? Sufficiently out of the way. Out of the way of what? How do you know how far is out of the way? Or where people didn't go anyway? What, you mean outside the helicopter, or drones, or aircraft like that? Or you mean dogs, or whatever? But you do realize cops went much further than they questioned people all across the U.S. I mean, are you aware? Are you aware of this? Were you given a list? Huh? Hey, did Cotton's family ever say that he said or they seen a trailer with a car parked on or anything else? And where'd they give that to the Ryans and Jennies and Adrians and all them dragging the shit in with other families that shouldn't have done all the fuck shit? You'd think that'd be something noteworthy they would have said. If Fred parked a car there and then they would have been histrionics and they'd call the feds and you could damn sure bet that people being questioned. I mean, if you know what you motherfuckers have been doing in the background, well, you can see sort of what kind of bullshit, but I don't know. You'd think that'd be something Cotton's people would mention, or at least, whatever. Um, um, and I think those questions, at least some on that polygraph, they ask certain ones or whatever. Fred came out. You think they would ask him on polygraph, hey, did you park a car at Cotton's? You think people mention it. You think they'd be worried by now somewhere if that were the case. I just, seems like the real family really cares about him. They were like, hey man, this is breaking us apart. But it doesn't stop y'all, does it? Y'all can know that and still continue full steam ahead to give up horseshit by PG and Emily. I can't make how people buy this bullshit make sense. Like, do you ever stop and listen? I wonder why this shit don't match her last shit. Why she's bothering giving somebody PG in this gobbledygook story. PGs are normal, you know, notorious for every live stream. She always telling some sort of just off her tongue fucking fairy tale. She does love that writing and weaving from that devil forked tongue of hers. And the writing and typing the hillbilly sicko script out for Don and Candace and such and helping them cover. It's weird what PG does. And we all know it this many years in. Obviously. So, why's Michelle doing it? Why she know family's in pain and wants to stop, and then she does this? That makes no goddamn sense.
Kingsport. Is it possible? It's a good theory. It's a good theory.
No,
I can't discount it. It's an interesting theory. But if someone was in that car, she had to.
How can the hell could you not think about that a little harder? And go, wait a minute. It's because you're a tragedy pimp, you fucking scandalous bitch.
Is still alive because of the footprints. So, at what point, if this happened, and this is just a theory, if that happened, at what point did they bring Summer back? And how did they bring Summer back?
But that's not what they're implying. They were implying Summer was deceased. And you're saying it's a good theory, you can't discount it. But to fit your bullshit from the last video, it was nonsense, and used all over the place, and paired and chasing, you're like, well, that means Summer had to be alive, though. So you did actually discount it. You're like, ah, this has to be bullshit. But, hey, maybe the car was parked there. What? Left there for days with Summer alive and then brought back? But in hot weather, and she wouldn't have perished from heat or anything. Were there armed guards on the goddamn car? Was Cotton in the shape he was in keeping guard? Hell no. You just counted the shit and played it for no reason, then throw it back to your bullshit in the last video. And say, no, she was alive in the girl all those days. Something like that. This is a good thing, and I can't discount it. But wait, she had to be alive in it for all the days, and then they brought her back. So that would imply more people involved, and more mouths to run, and more evidence of, and more people to know something. Yeah, it's not. Why did you do any of this? What is this shit? Fucking lunatics.
Why did they bring Summer back? Remember, there'd be cops crawling everywhere.
There were.
So maybe, in the dead of night, someone drove along.
What do you mean the dead of night? What do you mean the fucking dead of night? You said the days that the helicopter was flying, night search happened. So that dead of night? When y'all think the footprints and synth period and all this shit was Summer and were found? And all this other stuff? You mean the dead of night then? And Summer was just dropped off right in front of all the search crews and the helicopter and all this shit as Raider because you believe him? I'm confused, Michele. Or wait, do you mean the night before? Or that same night? Even, you mean all the aircraft in the air and the drones and shit that flew in that helicopter? Do you mean even on like one of those it was pretty quiet day? But there were still detectives and everybody else crawling everywhere and real searching. But you're going get your shit together, woman. And there was no dead of night. Aircraft was almost continually in the sky, or drones, Fed level ones, and fixed by all shit for Summer. 24 hours a day. Search crews constantly throughout the day. One after the next, team after team after team after team, day after day after day, and detectives and subject matter experts and card teams and feds and state police and all local surrounding agencies getting all the little pieces from everyone. Drones and helicopters and all these things in the air almost. What dead of night, Michele? You just said, well, I'll go Raider and this and Prince that and all that. Well, I just. And then you ever dropped off an area and what, missed by thermal imaging, ground penetrating, search crews out clearly in the dead of night? And certain nights you put it back as counting the other one. What the fuck, Michele? Even your own shit is easily discounted. You're full of shit, bitch.
Here, got out here and walked Summer back. That's where you got the footprints. Because we don't know what direction.
And they walked Summer back? Then why aren't there footprints there right along with Summer's? They'd be heavier after all. Should have left impressions. Should have been picked up by helicopters from. I mean, like, you people. You're.
You know, these footprints were heading in. I've kind of always assumed that they went this way. Got out here and walked some back. And that's where you got the footprints. Because we don't know what direction, these footprints were heading in. I've kind of always assumed that they went this way and got out this way. But maybe, like law enforcement believed, according to Dave Rader, law enforcement's theory when they found the footprints on the 19th of June.
So wait, you don't have a direction for any of these footprints? You mean, even, I don't know, by the time cops are taking off and any tragedy pimps or those like the Jamies or Cams or anybody else coming to play, they've probably been washed away or taken in the ways they are as evidence or anything like that then would have left it maybe in a state where even y'all could have told, but definitely heavy rains occurring at a certain point. And weeks go by and maybe y'all couldn't have told directionality in the least anyway. And, but yeah, Michele doesn't even know what direction they're going in. She's just making up a story for you too. Imagine that. Imagine that. Right? But hey, it sounds good.
Was that someone had panicked, brought Summer back, and Summer was wandering around in the woods on her own, and that's why they did the all-night search on the 19th. But what if somebody walked her along here to Fred's? But apparently, according to Fred, there was scent at his place on the 16th, I think. If someone picked her up here, maybe they took her to Fred's place. By the time Candice calls 911, Summer's well away. Look, I don't want to implicate Cotton Simpson in anything. Could Cotton have inadvertently got wrapped up in it? Yeah, sure. Could Chad Arnold have inadvertently got wrapped up in it? Sure. But what would be the purpose of holding Summer? And why did Don go to Fred's later that night? Fred and Andy, I don't know, why would you get wrapped up in this? If Don and
I'm like, what was that about
Candice
Andy?
agreed to, and why did Don go to Fred's later that night? Fred and Andy, I don't know, why would you get wrapped up in this? If
Fred and Andy. Andy didn't go fucking nowhere. Why are you just sticking his name there? Did you just say that to be saying his name? He was a fucking mark, motherfuckers. What the hell is wrong with you people? And y'all, like Lawson said, and law enforcement said, but and law enforcement tell you his name is not in connection with it, and y'all just do this anyway. Did you just throw Andy's name in there to be doing it, bro? Yeah, you did. Just like Marlena did. Andy and Fred wants to be free. What the fuck? And wait, hold up. Like, what the hell? You know? Y'all know Cameron. You're just throwing shit out wherever, ain't you, girl? And to me, and most of the community, it seems like a whole lot of us have been fed out. Right?
If Don and Candice inadvertently got wrapped up in it, yeah, sure. Could Chad Arnold have inadvertently got wrapped up in it? Sure. But what would be the purpose of holding Summer? And why did Don go to Fred's later that night? Fred and Andy, I don't know, why would you get wrapped up in this?
I don't know. Did y'all go acquire Fred? Did you listen to him? Did you feed off shit for that man? Psychics and all that? We don't know. And Fred's Fred. Fred's notorious for shit no matter what. But Andy wasn't wrapped up no shit. And what are you talking? It looks like a whole bunch of motherfuckers were hunting us down before we were public and trying to acquire and putting out shit online, scripting and whatever. And Don and Candace were feeding out everybody in the community and their info and their names and whatever fit. Go look here and look there and shit. Social media do the dirty work for one reason or the other. And nobody will ever get me to believe that they didn't know this room existed and how it would do. Because they just had a crash course in the new true crime community with the refresher of Rose's and the attention it got. And as Candace Sr. made the firm move down here when that happened. And as much as they loved the attention on Rose, because that'd be really the only, otherwise hated her. But yeah, I'm sure they're paying attention to it and knew how this realm could maybe be used. Nobody will ever be able to tell me fucking different. And I think that's why they made a beeline towards it. And it's been a symbiotic thing. I just, no. But yeah, the thoughts most community has always been wrapped up in it. Not just because we're real community necessarily, but because we were fed out by motherfuckers fucking around. They're last with Summer. Last known to be with her. As look here and look there and blame it on this and the horse and the dead guy and blah blah blah. Yeah. And hunted down by a bunch of goddamn tragedy pimps who want it to look like we're all wrapped up in. As they annihilate the entire goddamn community. Pick and choose who's what from day to day, minute to minute, stream to stream. Yeah. And then they throw names in there like you just did. Andy's. No good goddamn reason. Define all of what you know and what Elias clearly said that his name is not in connection with. So, just like you did mine. We all blah blah and blah blah blah, even though Pruitt said, and well, if you take their word seriously, then why doesn't it count for that? Right? Why are you still calling this shit? Why are you still manufacturing and scripting and doing? Right? Why are you doing that? And somehow you based all this bullshit around a piece of PG Marlena's that doesn't make any sense, and you actually did discount almost immediately, knowing it's hurting the family. You didn't give a shit about that, knowing your tragedy pimp buddies and what they're doing and coating around in with all that, with other locals and Fred and Ziggy's and the PGs and Jenny's and Adrian's and Ryan's and such. Just like, why would you do that to them? And why did you bookend this thoughts bullshit and play that piece in particular? What the hell?
If Don and Candice agreed to sell Summer because of a drug debt, why would you get involved in something like that? Why would you get involved in something like that unless there was something in it for you? It's wild, but it's highly possible. But
a drug debt does not imply that unless there's something in it for you. What? And who's to say it? What the hell? And the first one I ever heard to say a drug debt is Fred. And then wildly enough, it seems like this realm went off of whatever Fred said or Laura said, or as he was cahooting with Juanita, or they were doing whatevers, and it's wild how things always correlate that motherfucker. But he's the first one to ever say that of Don, And it's so true that there was this in there, but meanwhile, even he couldn't make up his mind in real time and couldn't give a shit. It was, oh no, she's been gone since Saturday. Oh, you ain't buying that? Oh, well, okay, but Don said this to me. Oh, but you don't believe that, but yet here's this other little girl I know was taken back here. Closely resembles Summer, and she was taking her meth cooks, but I'll move around the valley. But nobody reported it because she's school age too, and so that would imply there's a big bad taking children around there, right? And you ain't buying that. Oh, but this one you can't trust law enforcement because they lost my best friend's head and they lied and covered up their dirtiest fucking sin. And, oh wait, what do you mean not Saturday? Because you and Andy sitting there. What do you mean? Oh, you ain't buying that either. Oh, well, also, did I tell you that Don and Gator's like, we don't know each other? Oh, but wait, we do. But 6 months ago, there was this drastic change that inevitably you hear Dawn take on with 6 months and Angels, too. It's weird, them and their 6 month shit. Oh, but wait, you don't buy all that? Oh, but here, let me try to feed you this, Jody Sue. There's a drug debt. Don's got a dad. Heard tell he had a dad. But then really, what happens is Don had been trying to sell the house. They'd actually in person had told people like I was 20 grand, around 20 grand. But then when it was listed online much later than that, and Fred and them could probably see it, it was like, what, close to the 50K mark, which is a way overvaluation of that, and it's worth the value. And so Fred probably fancied that the fuck up because he seen online was like, oh, drug that, right? And then you all run with it as he was feeding this shit out to the Juanitas and else him throw him $20 for a goddamn random rock or a pill or whatever, and then the rest is history, right? I don't know. But I know Fred, one after the next, he did all that in like just a short period in the sunshine. Look, imagine that when he come out. Those were all there in the same fucking interaction. Same one. Fred's the one trying to oh, you ain't gonna buy this? Okay, what about this? No, ain't buying that either. What do you mean Saturday, Fred? We just say, oh yeah, oh, okay, alright then. So, that, and I don't know, man. Fred'd be doing. But then Fred was doing with y'all by that point, is my guess and everything. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know, man.
Why
And Andy was at work.
would Fred and Andy get involved in the kidnap of a little girl who was going?
Why would Fred and Andy get involved in the kidnap of a little girl? Andy did not kidnap or abduct someone. There's no way. No way in hell I would ever believe that or think that amongst their plus cameras. He was at work, dude. There are witnesses. And there are also cameras over there where he banged fuck stick at work. There are cameras along the route. He also had multiple cell phones and devices on him. There were cameras at the fire station next door, cameras at other businesses, GPS on our car, all this other shit. Here you are, define all logic, reason, evidence, etc. Fred, whatever. But Andy was at fucking work or somewhere with, whatever on him. And it's like, oh, the GPS, I know cops do, all the fuck shit. Like, this is insane. You hear me? This is bad shit. And then, considering he was driving my Kia Soul that day, and I know dogs were in it, around it, obviously, did all the searching of, you'd think they would have hit on it. Wouldn't you, motherfuckers? The other cameras on the road would have caught him there. Yeah, you think. That day, his phone had a ping in that certain location when I messaged him at 6:09 and when all the other shit, when he was talking or doing whatever there and late as fuck. Yeah, all that exists. There would have been ample towers and perfect signal in town for them to gather all that cell phone data from on all his little phones that he clearly had multiples of. Sure enough, and him pinging off of towers and good signal. GPS, all of it in play. Travels easily, tracked that day by elite. Cameras along all the routes, including into Beach Creek and along Lone Star and Bid Hill and all the places. Absolutely. But yeah, let's listen to Michele tell you about how Andy, whatever, but it defies all of everything. It's just to throw him in there, man. It's fucked up. And even if none of that true proof and true evidence and shit, were there, even if it weren't. He was driving some, like, tricycle or something from 1920, and he had no cell phone. Even I would never be like, yeah, he kidnapped little girls or boys or any child. He's a fucking monster, but ain't that are you all fucking serious? I'm so sick of having to stand up and defend that bastard, too. That's part of the trauma that y'all love to see is fucking entertainment. One minute she's attacking Dr. Shibam, next she's standing up for him. Yeah, because right's right, wrong's wrong, dude. And I hate it. I hate every second of it. I don't want to defend a motherfucker who's got on here targeting and having you all target me and my daughter. Who got on here before that, who did it in life to all of us. Who's still doing it with all of y'all. Hell, he's over recently trying to get info for you all on the fucking team, because unfortunately, dear, see what we weren't in his purview. And he never really talked to us about some of what was going on, what we're really seeing. So he even need a whole lot of things that y'all won't know. And y'all trying to use him to get info and all this other bullshit and to trigger me still. And I'm just, fuck that motherfucker. I know what he's up to. I know he's up to it with. Fuck him, his whore, all of you all. Pay him what you will, he ain't getting it. Even the kid, I'm not. There's only certain, I mean, like, if there's damage to him arm and things he needs to like the other night, and things are a bit deeper and a bit more than, and shit's afoot, and whatever, I'll let him know in the best way I can, but I'm not gonna give up some bitch details of any variety. But like even that night, dude, he's more worried about eventually trying to get info off me again. I wonder for who. Well, him and Don B and PG on giggle and share winky faces, and then Marlena does a little face. Fuck all y'all, dude. I don't want to have to ever say it some bitch's name again. I never wanted to say it again. I was forced to, though, here in this room. I don't like it. Poisons my goddamn soul. I happen to defend a motherfucker that claws in one, abusing and used it as a form to fuck with us and abuse, make money, and I don't like that he targets little and through here, but then he wants my goddamn help. Clearing his name, putting this out, that and the other on cell phone. These sworn don't apply. But now he wants things from him so it can, fuck you, dude. That's how I feel about it. But he's a monster. But he ain't that type. And even in the wildest dream, there is no way. No way. No way. And I think you all with brains and common sense who know real evidence and how it's gathered and reams of data and what that entails and implies and the details of it and what's in it and how they try. I mean, y'all follow these cases enough. You know this shit don't make sense. You think if he was lying about or jobs this or he went on camera somewhere, GPS didn't line up or anything, you think he went on and have this motherfucker in handcuffs or something? Are you stupid? You know? Are you fucking stupid? Good God Almighty. I just know he wasn't on that road today. I know he was at work and with Horde. End of. So, you know, and there's cameras and there's real things and real. I know when I watched him ride, I know dogs are placed in the car and around it every fucking day, man. I never hit on it once. What else is he got? Like, are you? What the hell's wrong with you, people? He was there in the clothes he left it, all this other shit. That day, so what? Did he wash or something in between? Get summer scent off of him magically before he got back, and the dogs were there, and they just didn't notice? Are you stupid? Are you just bad? Like, Explain it. You'd think there'd be scent picked up on them vehicles, everything at least. He's got the same clothes on, don't he? So, what did he do? Wash those midday work? Where'd he get naked at and sit for hours as laundry was being done to wash off and then hope it flew past? What? Where? Do you see the fucking, like, duh here? What y'all are buying and what they're fucking feeding y'all, man. Define all evidence, detective work, ways and like evidence collection and I mean they're just jumping leaps and bounds over shit. And I'm so tired of defending them. You can lead a horse to water. Millions of them throughout the years. Tragedy pimps will still be bought and believed before truth. And you know how it is. People buy lies before they'll ever believe the fucking truth. That's what we're working against. What do you mean? My favorite channel is the ID channel. I am too, a thinker and a detective. I've watched CSI Miami. Michele, she says this is possible and Andy Nolan might kidnap Summer. Forget. I'm gonna make sure all things I've learned off that ID channel and don't count today. Like, it don't make sense he's wearing the same clothes and cameras and GPS and like, fuck that. Michele says his name's in here. It's in here. Alright, Karens. I don't know what to tell you. So then it begs the question of how do fucking bullshitters like this get so big? Is it just by the power of the many stupid? The gullible? The demographics they know they're working in it are spongy for this shit, like certain politically affiliated, religious affiliated, those in certain sectors of the U.S. basically that fit the same Jerry Springer audience, less educated, blah blah blah, prime for the QAnon way. Oh yeah, they know who some of you motherfuckers are. Yeah. Anyway, they know what they're working with. Ages, this year, you'd be amazed at what all that. Anyway. Begs the question when you hear shit this stupid that defies all reason, logic, detective work, any of that. And even basic shit y'all should know better than from one episode of like ID whatever murder whatever show. Right? I don't know. CSI Miami. Fuck. Reno 911. Super Troopers? Any of them? I don't know. You'd think you'd know better. You'd think you could see and hear better. So even the stupidest people, I'm like, wait. How are y'all true crime junkies? And you listen to this bitch and you go, Michele, just love her, she's the best. Don't sound like it. You can break it apart pretty easy and know she's feeding you bullshit for some reason. Ask why. And ask why they're always goddamn cahoot in a federal and international law violating way. Can't imagine.
To be sold to pay off the drug debt. There had to be something in it for them. What was that?
For them? Man. On Monster Britches wasn't in no debt, and I'm pretty sure I would have heard if this motherfucker was in like some ass fucking debt. Okay? And even still, I don't even know real cornbread and really be like the types that, yeah, I just don't. I don't care what kind of bullshit, border Mexican fucking MS-13, 65, 4 El Salvador prison shit y'all buying these days. I don't give a fuck. Most do not take children. I like, oh no. I mean, it can happen. And here's the thing, and a truth around the cornbread in our region. Even the full-on kings will give their blessings to take down their own blood and water alike. When one fucks with any child of any variety, they'll take down even their own blood and their own empires over it. They sure as fuck will. I've seen it. I've seen it. Sure have. I've heard it. Sometimes you got front row seats and sometimes you don't. So, I don't know about y'all. Most cornbread around here, though, they'll take down even their own goddamn empires. Themselves, everybody else, their whole goddamn bloodline, because they fucked with a kid they ought not have. Alright? They just got inklings that someone was gonna fuck with a kid. And they're like, well, they don't. Fuck it! Empire down! Some of them sure will. So I don't know what kind of cornbread y'all be. So no, even around here, and I've heard of some very large deaths. Those people had kids too. Shit was taken care of in different manners. Nobody's kids were taken. No fingers were cut off, any of that. Now, there's some little murdery shit that happens every now. There's some leaving people in ditch lines. There's leaving people in vegetative states. There's all kinds of shit. But I know. There's some fire set and there's some weird shit. But no. And these are far larger debts than what Fred was swearing on at, which is like near 50K. They ain't nobody risking their whole life in prison over 50K or taking down a network over 50K. Ain't nobody gonna do that, dude. I don't know, unless you owe it to some tragic ass piece of shit. Motherfucker, desperate, whatever. I don't know. That isn't really cornbread, but some fuckstick youngin' that is maybe near rotating. It's just a piece of shit. I don't know. I don't know, but whatever. It's just my opinion, though. But whatever fits y'all scripting, I guess. And hell, all possibilities on the table. I guess. Possible some fuck stick and there was a debt somewhere. But I tell you what, Monster Breaches wasn't in no debt like that. And I can tell you goddamn for a fact, I would have heard so. And, yeah. And he'd been like, yeah. And bro, that motherfucker, ain't nobody gonna give him 50K worth of shit anyway. 50K of what? What the fuck y'all just making up around here? And I only say 50K because that's what Fred said in the room. Anyway, he actually gave a number a little bit, like 47 something. You'd have to go back to my first slides and all it. But it's like 47 something. He put it right below whatever price they had the house up for online eventually, which was not the price they were giving the people verbally. So, otherwise, Fred might have made it 20, because that's what I think the initial price was. And still, even though they put it online for that verbally was still what they were saying otherwise. But I don't know. So I only say that 50K number just because it's close to what Fred said and what you all been fucking doing over for years. It's this magical sum, right? About like those 10K shits y'all got up to right now. And because it's sort of what y'all were aiming for with each one of these things. You tried to lift up and you scammed off the public hundreds of thousands, millions, whatever. So that's the only reason I say them out, but yeah. Monster was in no massive debt to anyone. He wasn't in debt, period, and definitely not to amounts worth taking a child with. And then I make that make sense. If Monster was in debt or something, then why would he take Silver? See, that doesn't even make sense. Here, let me go get you a random kid because I'm in debt. The fuck? What the hell? You know what's fucking even more hilarious to me is you found out this motherfucker that was registered, right? had been working with him or hired on. This motherfucker raised hell once he found out. And the whole bay did, and they eventually got this dude fired and let go and whatever else. He didn't like him no further, because he was committing crimes against children, women, and he kidnapped that dude set fires, weirdly enough. Anyway, but yeah, he told me he's gonna quit over it. Right? Supposedly, allegedly, according to him. But I do know from the other guys, they were all pissed off. Fucking furious about it once I found out. I think I might have been the one to fucking find out he was whatever. Anyway, so yeah. But y'all don't know those. I mean, you should have. I think I've actually mentioned it before, but yeah. He didn't like another coworker that was using info given the workplace and workplace settings to then call some person's daughter otherwise. He thought that was pretty fucking sick and fucked up. You know, so shit like that. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, but I also think a lot of things. Everybody's good at putting that face on and saying they aren't with it, you know, but either my strength, it doesn't make sense. Y'all telling me he's in some sort of debt that I know he wasn't in, and damn sure would have known about by now. And he went and just kidnapped what, some random child. I don't know. It's fucking illogical. Y'all just making up shit. Just making up shit.
The promise of money, maybe, and maybe Don said he'd give him a cut of whatever came of it. And he disappeared, didn't he? In the days, maybe a week. I can't remember the time span now. Maybe he was traumatised. We know that Jody Sue.
He disappeared in days or after like a week. No, he didn't. It was months after Summer vanished Michelle, but good job with the narrative. Jesus Christ. And he didn't disappear, dude. He was still right here in the area. He just was no longer at the house. He was a quarter-mile from it. And still at the same, well, whatever, the job, he was doing things, but he was where he is now. He really vanished, took off, didn't he? He fucking went invisible, ran from everybody. Feds didn't invite him. Y'all are so full of shit. Feds, cops, and rat. Hell, they were all like, oh, poor Boo and booing him. Because mommy knew people. And they flipped that script real early. And that way Monster could flip. Good domestic violence script, you know? All that shit. They clearly knew where Andy was at. You think he left that road and all that shit went unnoticed by police and everybody else? No, it didn't go unnoticed. It's probably known. All the things, hot devices, all this shit too. All the shit, it was known. He didn't vanish or take off because he was traumatized. He didn't do all that fucking. He didn't disappear after a couple days or a week, and Michelle just can't remember. And what he thinks are the last messages, or you all think's the last contact, or Whorebag 400 thinks is the last contact from this is not either. Y'all gonna quit now. But he didn't disappear, vanish, didn't take off, didn't pull no crack ferry fucking runs to Knoxville either. He went to Gatlinburg on my kids' dinosaur and all that fuck shit with Whorebag. For sure that happened this year, but that was a while after and all these things, yeah. And pretty sure they parked at the Reagan at one point. The point is, yeah, no, he's where he's at now. Law enforcement was aware of it. All that happened was he was no longer on 125. Hey, but if you make it sound a certain way and it looks a certain way, goddamn. I find his meltdowns after certain events fucking funky as up? Sure, but those are mostly due to whorebag for it. You can blame her for that soaking. And now she was in ultimatum zone and dropping things and earrings and doing shit to be noticed to get him caught. And time was running down and he pushed it too far. And this time he wasn't going to be able to keep Jody Sue hands or get away from what he'd done. And he knew it. And I knew it. I can tell you that because of our interactions, because of what we'd been saying and how he'd been in tears and holding me, just holding me. And if you don't let me quit this job, it's going to destroy lives. We can see. I know. I know. I know how far he got himself wound up, fucked around, and found out. I know I told too much shit and too many lies, played shit too far, wound up the game too far, and found himself a psycho, pushed, pulled, did whatever. Yeah, I know. Because I know that dude better than he knows himself. But he did it to himself. But he did not kidnap or abduct Summer. He got a massive drug dad. That shit is, it's nonsensical. And it's goddamn garbage. Is what the fuck it is.
Said that she wasn't going to stand in front of Andy anymore, supplying the drugs to 110 so they could sedate the girls so they could be touched.
That is not why he sold them. That is not why. That's what you all said. I'm not going to go over this anymore. I am so sick of this shit. What Candace and Dawn were doing with anything sold to them is Candace and Dawn. Monster didn't hang out over there. Monster would have. He was not over there giving little girls substances. This and the other. And I'm sick of hearing it. How about you turn around to a Marlene and a Fred and the real big bads? Those who had the real shits. How about that? Maybe I'll do that for a fucking change. You know? Not that. Try that out for a while. That might take actual effort.
Maybe Andy was in it up to his neck already. This is so seedy, but it's so possible. It really is.
No, it's really not so possible because everything you just said or implied, Andy, is absurd and defies evidence and collection methods and reams of data and GPS and cameras and locations and scent and like where would he have washed his clothes? The same ones that left here and come back in. Where did he wash those that day? Why didn't Sit Dogs hit on this or hit on that or him or this bag he would have carried every day that didn't, what the fuck is wrong with you people? No, it doesn't make a whole good lick of sense. And you're listening to bullshit being built and fed to you people. This is insane.
But then if they brought her back, maybe something fell through. Where did they take her then? Did they bring her back with the intent of taking her home? Now, Andy apparently told his daughter that he'd seen Summer's dead body and that she died on Saturday. People assume it's the Saturday before June 15th. But
no, he did not. You are lying your ass off, Michele. Once again, we've already touched on this stream and last. There's proof here, even on my channel, that that's not what Little told the world. It's not what I've told the world. Andy never said he's seen Summer's dead body. And he screamed at that shit at I and Little and eldest all three. It's just too abusing. And he didn't say he'd seen her body. He said that he thought Candace Nunn murdered her. He was screaming the shit, and that she was out there somewhere, and he described shit in extremes, and, just the way that decomp is, not in a way that, he'd seen or anything. And that's the fucking truth. But your little buddies chasing Jenny, Adrian, Pignon, they hid all that shit. Nobody's ever. And they kept him good and riled up with it. And he was pulled in for questioning over shit. And this area in the law. And y'all had Summers' dead body in here and here living here after y'all went by running tags and shit illegally, doing all the fuck shit, right? Never have any of us said that he said he seen Summer's dead body or that Summer was dead or whatever the Saturday before. You were lying, Michele. You are fucking lying. Why are you lying? And then you wonder why I have to keep coming out here and doing this. And y'all enjoy making me do it. It really just gets your vibrators going, don't it? You sick fucking predator pieces of shit who enjoy watching pain and survivor and fighter having to stand up for a goddamn abuser. Oh, it just does it for you, don't it? Makes your bits tingle more than your hubby's in the middle of the night or something. Fuck is wrong with you fucking freaks? I know you get off on this shit. But I'll stand for the motherfucker where I gotta stand. And the truth's the truth. And y'all have hidden a whole lot of shit, truth. And you're goddamn lying out of your fucking teeth, you fucking tragic bitch. Nobody said that Summer died on Saturday. Nobody said he seen Summer's body. You all did all of that. And you're doing it still. Why? While working in cahoots and covering up all your federal and international criminal ring shit. Why are you doing all this shit? Why are you laying framework and pave work and all this other shit? Why? Why is it that you think even the stupidest of brains could figure out that you all are a bunch of goddamn liars and shit defies all reason, logic, and common sense? Why are you feeding this shit out? Why are you doing it? That's alright. Same reason you always do. Some people don't listen to people you're doing it to, including them. That's the sad part. You're taking them all for runabouts, aren't you? To buy them dry. Drain them mouths dry. Dog bones, bullshit, narratives, frameworks, people aren't believed, blah, blah. So y'all can continue your scripting bullshit, and whatever it is. Destruction bullshit, play heroes, do whatever. I don't know. But it's not for any good reason. Fact.
It was the Saturday after, because these footprints were found on the 19th. That's the Saturday.
Maybe it's Saturday after because these footprints were found in. That doesn't mean they were left in, does it, Michele? And it still does not mean they're Summer's. No matter what others say, law enforcement until they verify. Here you are, making up shit. Oh, but Jody Sue said Saturday, Andy said she was dead. I've never said that. Never. I've said Fred said that. Because Fred said that. That she's been gone, taken, or dead since Saturday, and even put it back even further than that. I never said Andy said that shit. And I don't think Andy's ever said that shit. Unless he's a fucking moron and he's just been watching too much y'all and is like, ooh, what if? But who knows where the fuck that might have occurred online and she had him fucking around. I don't know. If he said it, then so be it. But I didn't say it. That motherfucker never told me she was gone on Saturday or anything. And I've stood there for years. I'm like, man, now you seen her like the night before she vanished, which is definitely not a Saturday. And I've seen her a day or two before, but I am certain almost that we've seen her the evening before. So we've seen her the night before, we've seen her the evening before, and then I've seen her a day or two before. And none of which would have been Saturday. So either way, I don't know what the fuck y'all going on with. And then you'd have to be like, and then to make that make sense, it means Michelle's like, oh, feds and law enforcement are lying about when Summer vanished. Bullshit, Michelle. And lying to y'all that I said that. I never heard Andy like Saturday before. I don't even know. Unless I heard him say stupid shit online or something somewhere along the way. I was like, what the fuck? He's been watching too much of y'all, I guess, something. But even he should know better. He'd seen Summer a night or two before. He's even said that out to go in the public, so obviously not Saturday. You know, like, y'all are stupid. Michelle's feeding you shit again. Probably for the crew. Right? Bash the shit out of. Make sure everybody looks a certain way. They ain't listening to certain people around here and just listening to the tragedy pimps. And trying to pull a full discrediting circle again. Yeah, the same shit. Silence before they get up to whatever. They've got to have the silence running of those they don't want calling them out for it. And showing people that this is what they're doing. Or making anybody stop and go, wait a minute. Jody Sue Ruther's calling them out of right. This doesn't make sense. What Michelle said doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up with evidence and capabilities of law enforcement and how they conduct investigations. And wait a minute, she's right about clothes would have had to been what this would have. Wait, what? Holy shit, we are really being lied to by these motherfuckers. And why are they doing this to these people? And might make somebody stop and think, wouldn't it? And they don't want you to do that. They want you running around in room rotation and schedules, one after the next, bleeding you fucking dry, taking advantage of you. Right? Because they need you. You are also the needful things. They need you. They need the attention. They need the viewers. They need the subs. They need the cash. For voids these monsters will never have filled by any of it. Because that's not how monsters work. They're always hungry. Never satiated. Never content. And enough's never enough. Criminals do not like being called out. Monsters don't like it either. And boy, they want motherfuckers to shut up. No matter how it's done, they want them silenced. They want the people and victims of them called liars and flip scripts, and they want to enact the same song and dance, no matter what kind of monster and what survivors or victims they want it to be. So they're never held accountable, so people don't really know what's behind the mask, or so that they never see any form of justice meted out against them, or any of that. And then keep the masks on and keep pretending they're not fucking monsters, cons, criminals. I mean, you know, you name it. All monsters are basically the same. And after years, it's been yearsless. Years of it. And generally speaking, they've been able to silence a great deal many of the others in all the other cases before Summers and after from speaking or being heard, who've been calling them out with the very same things, same playbook shit they've done on them for eons before Summer ever vanished. And you know, but I remain still. They don't like that shit. I don't care what they like. Thank God. So there's that. I told them I'd hunt them to the ends of the earth. They should have never hunted and acquired another human. They just assumed it was going to be some dumbass hillbilly they'd take for whatever and then do what they've done on Summer's name and to everything and to cops and law enforcement and community members and all that, and thinking everybody just be Bible, a dopehead, an ignorant motherfucking hillbilly, wouldn't take issue with him fucking around with or hunting them down when they found out, if they found out, and thought would be stupid enough not to notice how we were acquired or the manipulation tactics or something. Or it would be okay for them to use our children to do whatever, and some mama bear really did take some exception to that manipulation tactic. Honest, they should have maybe stopped, done a little bit better research as they're hunting us down, and others that have been here were feeding us out, unbeknownst to us. Should have just stopped. It'd been best had they never hunted certain ones they thought were going to be the Kansas, the Dons, and Freds, the Lords. They were all going to be helpful hillbillies who do anything for $20 and know. I'll take you to a really nice Mexican restaurant. What, you mean the same ones we every day? You want to pretend to fancy and us hillbillies don't get to eat that and we're all poverty stricken? Fuck you mean, bitch? You're actually eating the one that's shit. You know, are you stupid? Hey, we'll bring you a fucking Little Caesars pizza to Mountain Dew and some cameras. One eat at McDonald's and then we'll do. Fuck you say. I ain't even taking a coffee yet from you motherfuckers. You know, y'all are fucking ridiculous. So, yeah, no, man. You thought wrong. Some of us are not the types to fuck around with. And we're not the types to stand down or go out without fucking roar or to bow down even from giants. And y'all ain't giants. And make that damn clear. And not the types to go quiet in the face of. You should have thought about what you might come into contact with when you realized domestic violence played a role in it was decades of, and clearly you could see that on Facebook and other places. You should have thought about the wiring and all the modules you dumb motherfuckers take for $12.99 or whatever it is around here in McDonald's and deception detected and whatever else in the used variety. And the Moselle fuckery and whatever else bastard you buying this bullshit from. To get better at your little cons and schemes. Yeah, maybe you should have thought about it a bit better about what survived all that. And how wiring works. Might see your asses. Might not take well to it. And might call it out just like they were doing DV for a long time, even before summer finished. Even if Monster didn't like it got worse beatings for it. I mean, I don't know what to take. Should have took a pause. It's okay. I thought you just do whatever in silence just like I always do. You thought. You still think. You've tried everything known to man, right? Including trying to get us murdered. Planting fuck shit danger around us every day. Tempted to break children and I's bonds, relationships, tempted to gain children under false this and that and the other, targeted the shit out of my kids, threatened violence, try to get us killed. I mean, I don't know, heart attacks, all the things. Fake this, fake that. Stalker this, stalker that. Recent shit being pushed in of asked, I should just pull up and blow the brains up. While those like Michele are dangerously making people look ways that are false and misleading to those same people who could take up that call from Marlena to do just that. Along with the wrong vehicles, PG's air and lifestyle, and all these other things that could get somebody innocent, not related to anything, killed, murdered, real dead. What do y'all care, though? Chasing Michele, teeing it up, everybody's all having fun. High five for you all. Meanwhile, y'all done all the things. Maybe you hunted down the wrong motherfuckers. and didn't like it. And when it stopped for the greater good of fucking humanity, real people and the real justice system, real freedoms and rights of Americans and others, and don't want people around the globe getting desensitized to the horror of real events. This realm normalized, and what you all do right in front of them, and thinking it normal and okay, and watching you all commit real crimes and right in front of their goddamn faces, and y'all being paid for it. This should not exist in our society, and as human to human, this is inhumane, disgusting, and some of the most. This is literally. If there's a hell on earth, this is it. If there are true devils, you motherfuckers are it. Demons, you got it. Predators, users, real fucking dangerous motherfuckers. That's most of y'all behind these goddamn icons. These avatars. Fake names, voices, panelists. Once you watch it who get off on this shit, blood on blood. Hoping maybe one night you'll see something that the Chasings, the Jennies, the Adrians, the Michelles, and all that get up to and calls for violence or fires or whatever the fuck it is. And y'all get to watch it on a live stream. Ooh, maybe tonight those on PGs who promised to get justice, if else they won't. And those who've promised they're going to come and cut us apart piece by piece or whatever. Maybe you'll get to see it on live stream if you're lucky. Wouldn't you be lucky? And then love can set off in the background and they'll hide it and they'll give you members only access and y'all get to drool over whoever's dead body it is on live stream that you all caused. Help along. Even if it's an innocent person out here, y'all dox the wrong vehicles or homes over anything else not connected in any way. It's calls for these things are put in and violence. Guess if y'all can sleep with it at night. But I can't. I can't. And I know I can't change the world, but damn, I can be a voice. Even if nobody listens, it'll remain. Even if one person listens, that's enough. Even if none do, I still know in here I stood, fought for something that fucking mattered, beyond myself. Things mattered more than so. And this summer matters a great deal to me, in our community, and our brothers, and law enforcement, and the men and women who really work for her. Unlike you motherfuckers. And if you feel like you're one of the motherfuckers, then let that shoe fit. You know? Otherwise, you'll know that I don't mean everybody, but, you know, I shouldn't have to explain that either. But if you feel like you're one of those motherfuckers and they hit you sideways, oh well, ain't my problem. Chances are you're the end up motherfucker and shit. That's all I can tell you. But, yeah, no, man. At the end of my life, whenever that may be, I know I stood. No matter what, I stood and I spoke, even with a voice that shouldn't be there, and I'm grateful for every fucking day that it remains, as you all have given me shit for years and turned into it. I've survived all the fucking abuses and degradation. I've survived. I came into this world fighting and surviving as a preemie and born of a wired for a survived monster for decades. Still trying to. But I am built tenacious junkyard style. I should have probably talked to Monster first time. Should have talked to those who actually know me best. But wait, that's right. I've asked them not to come out and to stay hidden so they don't get eaten. speak for myself. I'll do what I can to protect who I can where I can. But I want no other damage to anyone, especially none on my behalf. But I know I was built and raised to stand where it counts when it counts. And even if I ain't perfect and I'm not a saint, doesn't mean I can't do good. It doesn't mean I can't fight for others beyond myself. It doesn't mean I can't make a difference in this world. And at the end of my days on this earth, I'll have known I stood. Pushed back, fought back, survived. I was built and learned for. What else to do with that building and wiring other than stand for others so they're never built or wired that way? So other victims aren't out there of any kind by monsters. They break their trust, their hearts, their worlds, shatter their souls, leave them dead in body bags and otherwise. Tragedy pimps who take advantage of them, leave more than a few in body bags by using murder by proxy and suicide shit, and pushing people that through tech. Nobody goddamn murder. If I can be a voice, I'm gonna be a voice. I'm gonna push back, I'm gonna fight back. I want change. Does that mean I'll see it fruition in my lifetime? No. Do I know things are changing around this? People are taking it more serious? Yes. I can see the changes. I can see the little things. I can see how the cases in other places and states are being handled and how y'all are being pushed back on, caught on to a lot earlier and shut the fuck down from certain things. I'm watching it. There's change happening. There's change. I'm watching others in and around these cases, families, victims, survivors, fighters. I'm watching them catch on a little quicker. Yeah, damn right. Throughout all these years, you're damn right. So maybe the ears in the morning, maybe they're listening and hearing. I don't know. Maybe they're being warned just a little bit in just enough time. I don't know. Maybe law enforcement's actually giving them guidebooks and telling them what to watch out for and this there. Maybe. God, I hope so. Changes happen. Sometimes change and justice, they take time. But they always come. And y'all are gross, terrible, predatory, tragedy pimping, federal and international law breaking, well organized ring of douche nozzle monsters. And I don't like rings. I don't like monsters. I want a life where I never have to use the wiring. Survive anything in. I just want a normal life. As normal as I can have. Well, I have it on this planet with my children and free of monsters of all varieties. And for once in my life to take a breath. But it's also okay if I never get that. Yes. But before that comes And it can't happen until Summer is found and brought home in justice. Can't rest easy and, can't. And I don't know what normal is. I know normal's not before June 15th. And June 15th changed everything. Our whole lives forever. And this fucking realm here is damn sure changed it even further. And I don't know what normal there will be, but I'm gonna get as close to it as I can if ever given the chance. Until then, I'm gonna speak out, speak up, fight. I always fight some way. I always reach out to TV victims, fighters, survivors. I always try to save others and find ways to help. And I always be a voice for those who fight and try to survive cancers or that, when I could actually do so, because here, no, too many fake motherfuckers try to use that to try to get near, but, so there isn't much to say here. But, I just, I don't know what normal will be, hopefully one day, but I know I want to find it. But I don't think there's ever a normal, obviously, to go back to, and I don't know what normal will look like in the future. But make no mistake, for the remainder of my life, on this earth, I will always be a voice for something. Especially against any type of monster hurting real people. In any way, in the terrible ways they do. And especially DV or rings or anything. So there'll always be that. But at the end of my lifetime, I know instead of being a Michele chasing a BK, a Tiffany Marie, a Scott H, a Penny, a fucking Jenny, Adrian, a Ryan, a Jen dupes everybody motherfuckers, instead of being a Prayer Garden or any of the rest of these sons of bitches, or or the Brooks, or the fucking ABs, or the nonsenses of Brittany J's, or Shares, or Prairie Dicks, or whoever else are in here. The Lindas, the fucking Rojos, the fucking Lips, the Heathers, the Lady R's. I know in my heart and soul, I'll pass easy. I try to be a voice for good and to fight so others could survive. Monsters of all varieties. As for the rest of you motherfuckers, you can go out of the world being alright, resting easy, I guess, because you do every night of the week. With who and what you are and how many you hurt and take advantage of around the world. Every day. With every piece like this. You hurt people. You break trust between other humans. You make where they can't trust other humans on any human scale again. You destroy people's lives. I mean, you're so gross. You make it harder for other humans to be human with one another. You desensitize and normalize behaviors and things as the internet for people to where they tolerate less and less humane things being other humans in all kinds of ways throughout the world. I don't know how you sleep at night, but I know more than a few of you. Maybe my last thought of shit could have done better. Shit, I shouldn't have hurt other people on this planet. I'm watching a few of you throughout all these years who have took it upon yourselves to lie, torment, terrorize other people with other conditions past of your own. You clearly had no problem making fun of and using others, same ones. You know, one day we all have our final day on this planet. And I know on mine, I'll be okay. With the last thoughts of who I am as a human being, and who I've tried to be most of my life, and I've been able to be more of now that Monster's semi-gone from our realm. Because he and I are not built even remotely the same. Not even the same type of motherfuckers. You know? Yin and yang indeed. But, you know, I've always been like that, I guess. Anywhere. Pebbles, Sparks' voice, others before, but, you know, at the end of my days, I'll be happy with who I am as I pass and exist no more and go back to carbon and atoms and whatever the fuck energy disperses as processes take place. That's what I know. And I'll tell you, because I am built this way, I do hope at the end of your all's days, your last gasp for air on this fucking planet, no matter how it comes for you, I hope your last thought is, fuck, I was a shitty person to a great deal many people and a monster. Maybe I shouldn't have done it in life. I hope that is a whole lot of your all's. And I'll tell you what, a whole lot of your people are going to be left the legacy you've left behind hurting people. The millions and multitudes over the world with your fucking stupid fuck shit, stupid and baby ass bullshit, few thousand sub fucking channels. See more than a few of you pass and leave their channels behind, and hate to be those great greats in the future going, oh my god, this was my great granny on her doing that, ho ho. It's all about them unexpected, you never know wins, ain't it? Anyway, for right now though, y'all, I'm off here. There are some things I do want to do, but it's late in the morning. I don't know. Maybe just come back an hour or two. I don't know. It's been a long day. May come back 5 minutes. Who knows? The point is that I'm back. I ain't done yet. I ain't playing this fuck shit with these people. And I'm gonna call it out like I promised to when I jumped over it. But this one's awful long. You'd have to make people in their short attention spans do anything. You know? So, all I can tell you is that I'm off here for right now and for tonight. Y'all enjoy the vast cosmos and the little speck we're placed on in it. You never know how long you got on it. I suggest you dance always. You stand up, winning where you can. Use your voice. Kick out a good pebble, a good spark, metaphorically speaking. Good Lord. And, you try to, put out the good things, win where you can. Small things. Every day they make a world of difference. They can save lives all the way around the world. You may never know about it, but it counts. Be a voice so that a chorus can come along. Or build, or maybe never, but your voice counts. Just know that. Just know that. Even if you think you're weak, you're strong. Even if you think you can't survive, you can. Even if you're afraid, try not to be. Find the things that make you happy. Favorite little fuzzy critter, a loved one, a good movie, a good book, a snack, certain song, drive. Do and hold and have those things often and in abundance. Be good to your fellow humans. We're all just here, man. Pain and happiness and sadness and brightness and all the things. Experience it all on this planet. Try not to make each other's time here even more difficult and harder than they are. Being human. All of us struggle. All of us feel pain. You know, loss, all these things, at least for the most part. Strike up conversations with strangers. Meet your neighbors. Well, I don't know if I recommend that, honestly. But, okay, no, maybe strike up a random conversation with a stranger somewhere in public. Learn about somebody else for a day. Hear their story. Share humanity. Make eye contact. Have a real conversation. Have an attention span. Work past what devices have made you to where you just want to hurry, rush, and can no longer hold these conversations. Practice them again. Turn to some random person having the free chips and salsa next to you. Hey, what's up? How are yours? I mean, just reach out to the humans around you. Connect offline. I promise there are real good humans out here. Not everything's all dark and bad. I know it's dark and bad right now. Politics now. I know the weight and how it feels, and I know. I think the whole damn globe knows. We're all worried. It's heavy right now. Find humanity, connect with it again. Off shit. It's really there. And it really helps ease the burden of one another and find true friendships and real tribes. Helps you understand more about people and remember what you know is true about them than these boxes and algorithms and bullshit and propaganda shit and talking heads and news motherfuckers and fearmongers make you believe. Touch base and contact with other humans again. It matters so much to do that. It does. To keep humanity. Where it seems like there's never dwindling supply of it. Y'all have a good night, good morning, good evening, wherever y'all are. And as always, please do share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for Help. And forever, and as long as it takes, keep sharing Summer's picture, information, calling her by her name. And y'all know what I mean by info. That does not mean tragedy, pimp shit. That doesn't mean any of our dumbasses, because get this, we ain't shit. And, we ain't the info you seek, my dudes. And, you know, you stick, and I don't mean the graces, the ends, I don't mean trade pimps, social media platformers, influencers, fuckers, whatever. I mean, stick with local surrounding law enforcement agencies, state police, TBI, FBI, alright? And the news articles and real journalists and real investigative reporters, and those that are good, like Bobo and Ansley, and sources like Rogers Review, Kingsport Times News, and Times News Online. Bristol Herald Courier, Johnson City Press, WCYB, WJHL, etc. Hawkins News over here online as well, / Jeff Bobo's, very good source. He's a good human being and a good reporter and journalist. Very well respected. He does have heart and soul. He loves his community. Is a great part of it. Has been most of his life. He is a voice for it and for the underdogs. And he puts a great deal of his time and life and energy into this community. He doesn't just write a piece or look for fame or clout or any of that. He's a very good man, decent and kind, and loves his community. And he is very much good at what he does. He is. So those like them, those are you seek. Those are the information pieces. Trade out the links on top of Summer's picture and basic info like her height, weight, this and that. Also remember the Q&A at the Fed's website. But trade those pieces out as continually as possible so that they may hit the right ears and right eyes at the right times. Get a key to drop or whatever might still be needed. And then maybe that's it, And unbelievably enough, it can also lead to the outing, arresting of the person and persons responsible, capture of all the things, right? And get them noticed. Somebody around them going, hey, wait a minute. Why does this motherfucker act like this every time I look at a summer picture or this info or I read whatever or this news? Why are they acting weird? Wait a minute, where were they June 15th? Hold the fucking phone. That's how tangible that type of help is to Summer, and I will suggest you the same for Sebastian, Layla, and Holland, and any other case ever. Just the same as you would, and I request, for Summer. Stick with the real men and women in law enforcement. Alright? And real reporters and real journalists. Real experts who you ain't gonna find online. I don't care how many modules and books they sell you, alright? I don't care. That ain't it, my dudes. Anyway. Y'all take care of yourselves, each other. Reach out to fellow humans. Paint a happy tree, a happy bird. Smile at a stranger. Can travel around the world in the blink of an eye. Do all kinds of good you could never imagine something simple could. Y'all have a good night, good morning, and good evening wherever y'all are. Much love, tranquility, and peace to all those of you who remain human and have hearts and souls in the face of so many monsters and days that seem so heavy and dark sometimes in the